1. Back to square one. Stuck, can't breathe, can't move properly. It feels like I'm trapped in a tiny cell. I don't remember how I got here, but I certainly don't feel at home. At least I remember my name. Alexander, or just Alex if you're feeling lazy. I was just walking around, a strange storm appearing out of nowhere wasn't all that big of a deal. But I remember hearing a lightning strike and then someone screaming from a nearby park. I ran there, the rain hadn't started yet and I wanted to see what was happening. A person trapped under a bunch of burning trees. They must have been incredibly dry, otherwise, they wouldn't have caught fire. I quickly took out my phone and passed out before I managed to dial up anyone. I think I was trying to call the police or something before I jumped in and tried to pull him out. But I remember the distinct smell of burned flesh. I don't know if it was mine or his, but I never woke up again. At least not there. I don't even know where I am now. It just feels weird. I don't like this at all. But at least I'm not dying. I've been trapped here for a while, and besides the suffocating feeling, not much is bothering me. Some might be bothered by the loneliness, but it's not that bad to me. I am quite used to living by myself and having minimal contact with others for extended periods of time. I currently work as a programmer. I found it annoying at first, but it was very lucrative and it became extremely fun after a while. As for family, I do have parents. But I lost touch with them after moving out. They also didn't make much of an effort to contact me, so I was mostly by myself. Now that I think about it, maybe I should have made some effort to keep in touch with them. But I guess I was too lazy or too uninterested. It's not really something I regret, they were never affectionate people anyway. My childhood was quite lackluster. My dad being a junkie and my mom a hooker certainly didn't help me growing up. I got into gang life quite quickly. I started doing small stuff like delivering packages and selling substances. I decided to leave when I was 26 though. By that time I had seen my fair share of action and decided to do something with my life. Leaving the gang was quite easy too. I was already chummy with all of the members including the boss. He even helped me buy an apartment in the same city. Good guy. Of course, I did the sensible thing by saving enough money and disappearing from the state. I didn't trust them one bit. One thing you learn on the streets is to never trust people from the streets. I was no longer part of their group, so I was an outsider that knew enough secrets about them to pose a threat. I don't care if they truly wanted to do anything about me or not. But I wasn't just gonna stay there and wait for it. The boss, Vlad, giving me an apartment was just so he could keep a close eye on me. Otherwise, I can't explain why he still wanted to go drinking with me every few weeks. Still, I don't really know where I'm being kept or how I'm being restrained. So all I can do for now is wait. And I certainly waited a bit. It felt like days, or maybe years. Who knows really, not like I had a clock in my sight. By now, I kinda realized that I died. It wasn't exactly a hard to piece together puzzle. I'm still confused about this strange purgatory I find myself in. After a while, I felt a strong pull from one direction. I could hear some muffled shouts and some cries of pain. Eventually, a dim light broke through the darkness that was my cell. As soon as I could move around freely I heard a shocked scream, followed by some whimpering. It's hard to see right now. But I forced my eyes open. A red hue covered my vision. I tried looking around. I could vaguely make out shapes. Humans, dressed in doctor's clothing. Near me was also a woman. Wait. Was I just born? What the fuck? Well, that at least explains why I couldn't see anything back there. I didn't even have eyes. At least not developed ones. Now, I've taken drugs in the past. But this is no regular trip, I can tell you that much. My vision slowly got better, further solidifying the fact that this was a bit more than a regular fever dream. The woman that was on the operation table looked beyond terrified and disgusted. I don't even know what's her deal. Why you looking at me like that, bitch? That was what I wanted to say. It came out like strange high-pitched cries and growls. They were by no means intimidating. But I could see her fear and disgust increase by a large margin. Now, I may not have been the most handsome of men. But I have never caused this type of reaction in a woman before. I slowly turned my head to look at my body. I could see my long arms, covered in an exoskeleton, my sharp claws. Wait, what the fuck am I looking at? This is certainly my hand. Does a baby's hand usually reach his knees at birth while standing straight? Surely not, right? I mean, they are actually just as long as my feet. This is a question I didn't think I'd ever be asking myself. But when exactly have I developed claws? Oh, and the exoskeleton. And if I truly did, why are the doctors not showing much shock at this? Well, some look a bit turned off by my appearance. Some even looked at me with pity, but also a lot of disgust. The nurses especially, yet. I'm getting a feeling that type of gaze will become quite common in my life. If I was the doctor I'd probably say something like looks like your child is going to be a ladies' man hee. It seems my giggle went to the outside too. But it certainly didn't sound cute. At least to them, I think it sounded dope. The woman spoke something in another language. Moonspeak maybe? I knew an Asian girl once, yet. The doctors turned apprehensive at whatever she said. One of the nurses decided to wrap me up in a blanket. Using only 3 fingers and touching me minimally. Really? This place isn't very kind to newborn babies. Well, whatever. I was taken to a ward filled with crying little snoot baskets and left there. Great. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the first chapter. Writing another MHA fanfic is quite nice. It's like 20 chaps ahead. It was released early there to have more benefits when I eventually released it here too. Plug. 2. A strange man. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. If you were to ask Vladislav, the largest gang leader of Florida, who Alexander Moore was, he'd have quite a few things to say. Alexander was by far the strangest person the gang leader had ever met in his entire life. He was beyond screwed in the head, but he was a great guy when push came to shove. He had seen Alex bash someone's skull in with a golf club, completely devoid of any remorse, and then refusing to kill a dog because he found it cute. There were times when Vlad really felt weirded out by Alex. But there were also times where he felt immensely grateful to have him at his side. One time a shootout occurred between his gang and another. He was driven into a corner and could only wait for reinforcements while hoping the other gang wasn't going to rush his position. But there was no reinforcement to be had, as some of his people betrayed him and aided the rival gang by spreading misinformation about his location. But guess who wasn't announced that such thing was going down? Alex really stumbled upon the gunfight whilst going home from the store. He proceeded to slice someone's throat with a pocket knife, grab his gun, use his body as a shield and kill at least 13 people. The rest were forced to retreat. Meanwhile, Alex barely got scratched a few times and looked completely fine. Later when drinking with him, Vlad managed to find out that Alex actually hoped they'd come back so he could finish things up with them. He was the only man that had no qualms about being attacked by 20 heavily armed gangsters at once. He was even hoping for it to happen. Vlad owed his life to Alex, being saved on many more occasions. Any task that he needed to be done, no matter the difficulty, would get done 100% of the time. All he needed to do was give Alex some money. And bam, problem solved. Local politician misbehaving? Oh no, it seems he fell down the stairs and broke all his limbs in the process. He also has a concussion. It seems his head fell on a golf club. Gang trying to move into your territory? Oh, it seems someone told them all to come to a warehouse that was set on fire in an unfortunate accident. The doors were locked after they entered by accident too. You get the gist of it. Vlad could trust Alexander with just about anything. Vlad was very saddened to hear that he was retiring. His departure from the gangster lifestyle came as a surprise to just about everybody that even remotely knew him. They all thought he was a crazed maniac with a thirst for violence. His reputation was as such. His teammates considered him a great comrade too. He was what younger members aspired to be. Under normal circumstances, he would have been silenced. But Vlad considered Alex a brother of his. So he received a somewhat royal treatment, even getting a free house and access to many resources. To his horror, Alex completely disappeared at some point. His home had signs of struggle, his money was all gone. And there was blood on some of the walls. Vlad quickly dispatched everyone he could to search for his dear friend. After failing to find him for a week he thought him dead. So he did the most sensible thing possible. Hunting down every single person that ever crossed Alex in the past. Anyone that might have had even the most simple reason to hate him. And tortured them all, executed them and disposed of their bodies. It left the leader feeling quite empty and confused. His friend was still gone, no trace of him was left. No one had any way of knowing just how little regard he had for this type of life. Basically, he was really great at fitting in and doing his part. Alex just considered being a gangster a casual pastime. He got into it from time to time. But, overall, he wasn't all that passionate about anything he ever did in his life. He gave up on the gang business because he got bored out of his mind after their gang ruled over the entirety of Florida. He faked his own death with ease, he was never the type to put his money in banks, so he was basically untraceable. He just moved to another state and lived leisurely. For about another year. Till he was struck by lightning on a fateful day and ended up being reborn in this strange place. Underscore 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 POV Alex /Bear underscore 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 underscore. Okay, so I was named Beru apparently. I'll just go with it, not like I cared much for my previous name. This world is really strange, I've only been here for a week and I've yet to meet any parent. Besides the mother at birth that is. I've also managed to piece together some stuff they were talking about. A few basic words is all I can understand for now. But it's only been a week since I was born, I have enough time to do whatever. As long as they don't decide to perform a very late-term abortion on me. Mother certainly looked like she was willing to do something like that back in that ward. Oh, I feel so hurt. Such a meaningless existence, not even my own kin hold me dearly. Not really, I barely care about them. But my body is what I actually find neat right now. I didn't realize that I wanted to have a tough exoskeleton in the past. But now I can't believe I ever lived without one. I even fell out of my crib a few times to test its toughness. And I barely felt anything. Well, maybe a bit dizzy. But I'm still a baby after all. I shouldn't even have enough energy to think about so much complicated stuff. And yet here I am, exploring the sharpness of my claws on my bedsheets in the middle of the night. The sound of my antics woke up the entire ward quite quickly. I tried to ignore them as much as I could. But you can bet the nurses weren't exactly pleased with my actions. I didn't even actually scratch any of them, but they still looked at me like I murdered their families. Ha, this life is going to be a lot of fun. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the little backstory. I felt it would be appropriate. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patra underscore Ian. 3. Orphan. Underscore 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 POV Beryl underscore 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 underscore. The MC will be called Beryl from now on. It's been 3 months since my birth, and things are really annoying recently. Okay, so I was finally transferred to a special orphanage, at least a week or two after my birth. I still didn't know much about the world around me. Thankfully, that one Asian chick I was banging taught me some moon speak. I still needed to pick up some words myself. But some things were certainly different from what I remember. A word that's often used in my presence is quirk. That and a variety of insults mostly based on my seemingly insect-like appearance. They don't really hurt me. But, I didn't think I'd be reincarnated into a baby insect. It's quite nice really. And yet, I've kind of realized my situation a bit. Reincarnating in a new place. I've seen other people with inhuman features. One of the nurses has 3 eyes. One of the parents that came here to pick up their child has a tail. I'd be starting to think that mutations are normal in Japan, but I never heard about this in the past. I guess it's safe to assume I'm no longer on the earth I knew. My language is slowly getting better and better. I am still incapable of speech. I think my vocal cords work a bit differently. But still, I guess I have time to study my body. I can't really do anything as a toddler. Like, nothing at all. At least the caretakers don't really keep a close eye on me. Which is quite concerning since this is their job. But whatever, it's better for me. My hearing is also extremely good. I can hear the television in the lounge from my room. Even with the door closed, I can hear it clearly. They are talking about heroes a lot. I guess they really like those in Japan. Not that it matters much. Although it's a bit weird to hear the grown-up caretakers cheer on as heroes save people on TV. At least that's what I thought in the first few weeks. Apparently, heroes are a thing in this world. They aren't just fictional symbols of hope. Which I'd describe as quite dope. Heroes seem to have their own society, some are nice and some are shady. At least that's what I heard from the news. They seem to be more like celebrities, some becoming what is essentially walking adverts, while other more serious heroes get completely ignored by the press. Only the stronger ones get some amount of recognition. Although I can't really remember the names of any of them. I discovered that I also have a lot more strength than a baby should have. I think it's comparable to a small child instead of a toddler. My claws are also as sharp as knives, so that's nice. But they aren't even sharp enough to scratch my exoskeleton, so I guess they will get better in time. A few features I didn't really know I had at birth. My hands only have 4 fingers each. They all have sharp claws though, so I guess that makes up for it. My legs only have 3 though. They are just enough for me to keep balance. I can already walk, although I didn't do it in front of the caretakers. There's also my wings. They are similar to that of ant wings, I can hide them in my exoskeleton and take them out at will. But they are too weak to actually allow me to fly, for now, anyway. I have 2 long antennas on my forehead. My mouth is somewhat small, I have broad, triangular mandibles with short, pointy teeth. My teeth seem to be just as sharp as my claws. I can easily tear apart my own bed. And the metal bars around it are also nice for sharpening my teeth on. They are extremely annoyed every time they see the mangled metal bars around my bed. The only thing that seems to overcome their anger is the palpable fear they have when seeing the ruined steel bars. I guess I am a bit of a monster, adults don't even have the strength to do something like that. But from the stuff I heard, powerful people aren't exactly rare. Oh, another thing I've noticed. They have a habit of not feeding me a lot. It's more of an afterthought to them. Joke's on them though, I don't even feel hungry. For some reason, eating the steel around my bed feels better than whatever it is they are trying to feed me. Baby food is disgusting. And the people that invented it should burn. Eating steel also seems to make my exoskeleton stronger, so I can't really complain. But I should still tone it down a bit. They seem to really dislike me destroying stuff. Not that they treat me any better when I behave appropriately, so fuck 'em. If they don't feed me then I'll just eat everything. Besides other humans, that would be quite disgusting. I mean, I did some questionable stuff as a gangster. But cannibalism isn't exactly something I'd consider within my comfort zone. Still, I get a distinct feeling that something bad is going to happen. The caretakers seem hellbent on killing me through malnutrition. They haven't fed me in 2 weeks. And if I was a normal kid I'd already be dead. Or at least close to dying. I don't know much about the starvation limit of a toddler. Eating steel and other metals, doors, and other stuff seems to keep me satisfied. Although it's not quite appetizing. Still, lately, all of them are looking at me with hate. Something that makes me believe they shouldn't be working as caretakers in the first place. At least the other kids don't seem to be bothered by my presence. Some cried at first, but they're just fine now. The caretakers are talking about strange things. Taking the trash out is an expression I used a lot as a gangster, but hearing it from an orphanage owner doesn't feel quite right. Maybe he's referring to the actual trash? Yeah, sure. They are definitely planning something quite nefarious. Underscore 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 un. Ended up posting another one today. I'll stop now, cause I wrote like 4 chaps today, one of them was long AF. Hope you didn't expect his parents to pick him up or SMTH. If you want to support me look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 4. A trip to the mountains. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. Around 2 months slowly passed by. With the newly born bear finally being able to walk without any issues. In this time, he had also not been fed once by the staff. And he realized that they were probably hoping he'd croak by now. Seeing him moving around seemed to annoy them greatly. Bear had always been a perceptive person. Even in his past life as Alexander, he was always aware of what others were planning. Even with his apparent issues regarding human relations. He may have always been bad at identifying friendly people. But enemies were always easy to determine for him. He learned all the telltale signs. He could easily discern a fake smile from a real one. In their eyes, he could easily see their true intention. Window to the soul or not, they always held one's true intent hidden within. Very few could hide them properly. Bear now had to slowly reorganize his own life. As a newborn, there was nothing he could do against his caretakers. Either legally or, in a manner, he's more familiar with. He could only stand around and hope for the best. A child is usually protected by his parents. But this was clearly never going to happen. Mutant quirks had always been a sore topic for many, ever since they appeared. Some of the less major mutations were easily accepted by the populace. But Bear's quirk, in all of its glory, was by far one of the worst mutations one could have undergone. And it also happened at birth, not even giving his parents a chance to get attached to their child before he became what society would describe as a hideous monster. Now, the caretakers were slowly hatching a plan to get rid of the strange child. Bear had been unnerving them ever since he had been transferred there. A few of the older staff might have been more acceptant of the mutated toddler. But there were many children in the orphanage. The more sensible people happened to be occupied during Bear's stay at the orphanage. And it so happened that the worst scum ended up having to take care of Beru. Underscore 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 POV Beru underscore 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 underscore. What a surprise. It seems that I was completely right. They were planning something shady. Well, as shady as it can get. I basically got thrown out in the mountains. Really, a nice bunch, they even left me my blanket. I made sure to remember their faces though, just for future reference. I don't plan on dying in the wilderness for no good reason. I can already walk, to some extent. I've actually been walking around for quite a bit already. Those people dropped me off in the evening, and it's already night. At least I'm be able to get around, for food I can just consume whatever happens by. From plants to animals. I wonder how a wolf tastes like. Well, I guess I'll have to find out, won't I? I could hear howls all around me. I was already surrounded by a bunch of wolves. I don't know if they are hungry, or if I'm just entering their territory. But this is a bit too late to ponder that, isn't it? The first one to jump towards me was from the back, a predictable tactic, but commendable nonetheless. As a 5-month-old child, I can't swing my arm with enough force to kill a wolf. But I have confidence in something else. The wolf took me down with its charge, pinning me to the ground by putting its paws on my chest and sinking its teeth into my arm. Or, trying to anyway. As the wolf closed its teeth on my arm, I could barely feel anything, but I could see blood coming from its gums. My exoskeleton was already strong at birth, after consuming some steel and iron it became much harder. I believe I can absorb the proprieties of what I devour. So, I wonder what I'll gain from eating a wolf. I opened my mouth and took a bite out of the wolf's hide. My mouth is far too small to take a proper chunk out of him in one go. But I have time. It seems to be quite stubborn in munching off my arm. It still hasn't managed much by the way. The second bite was better for me. I bit the wolf's neck, and managed to rip out a good part of its throat. I was bum-rushed by 4 other wolves. As they all started biting at my limbs and torso. I used my claws to take out the eyes of one, while I kept biting as many as I could. Suddenly, an unnatural rush of primal rage overcame me. A powerful roar was unconsciously released from my mouth. It made the wolves retreat in the cover of the forest. Neat, so now I can howl. I still can't speak though. I think there's more to that sound than just a simple howl. I mean, why were they so enraptured in fear when they heard it? Maybe it only works on the wolves though. I mean, it's their language, kind of. Okay, so I do absorb the properties of the things I eat. My smell has improved quite a bit. Although, I don't know if I'll adopt animal characteristics. And I'm not willing to start sniffing butts and running around in circles. So I'll be watching my diet. I now have to find a place to sleep. Which isn't exactly hard. I'm already in front of a cave. Some might say that I'm quite lucky. Immediately found shelter. As soon as I started looking for it. I even dragged the 2 wolves I had managed to kill for further sustenance. I don't really want to be eating dirt. Although it probably won't be all that bad. I bet dirt would even taste better than the baby food at the orphanage. Oh well, time to hit the sack for the night. Thankfully, the ground doesn't feel all that uncomfortable due to my exoskeleton. I'll build myself a proper bed some other time. Underscore 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 un. Well, someone called this out in the last chapter. But that's fine. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon _on. 5. Life in the Mountains. Underscore 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 POV barrel underscore 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 underscore. And there I was. Sitting on the ground as a bear chewed on my arms, trying to chew them off unsuccessfully. Some may wonder, how exactly does a 5-month-old toddler end up in this situation? Well, that cave I tried to sleep in wasn't as empty as I thought it to be. A bear decided to pay me a visit to my new home, you could say. Maybe it wasn't quite pleased that I was sleeping in its cave. It started chewing on me. I woke up the way I am now. I don't have anywhere near enough strength to kill a bear, so I'll just bear with it. Had. I will leave this place when it eventually gets bored and goes to sleep. Meanwhile, I'll just ignore it completely. A bear's bite force isn't enough to break through my skin-tight armor. Eating those steel bars might have saved my life honestly. I guess I can thank my curiosity for that. If I wasn't an idiot I wouldn't have thought to bite into steel. Curiosity does have its limits, after all, you have to be a special type of idiot to willingly sink your teeth into steel. Which I did. And it saved my life already. After a few hours of being a bear's chew toy, it got bored and went to sleep. I took the chance to get away like a bandit in the night. I was too light to make any sound loud enough to wake it up too. Unfortunately, I couldn't take my packed lunch, the wolves, with me. But it's not like I'll go hungry or anything, there's plenty of food to be found in the forest. I certainly don't plan on returning to the city anytime soon. I need to at least be strong enough to protect myself. I don't need a repeat of me being helpless against my caretakers. Underscore 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 time skip 3 months underscore 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 underscore. Well, quite a few things have been happening. I can now confidently fight against a wolf. Although I still can't overpower them. I am an 8-month-old toddler still. Even if I am horribly mutated and about as strong physically as a 9-year-old. My claws are the only reason I can even fight anything. They've only been getting sharper as the months rolled by. I can also somewhat fly now. Well, glide anyway, my wings aren't strong enough to carry me yet. I managed to eat a few birds. I was extremely lucky and even found a parrot. It probably escaped from a pet shop or something. But I can now speak, a bit of human tongue. I can't really speak any difficult sentences. But words and simple sentences are quite easy. Something else that I find wicked, I now can coat my claws in poison. Naturally, I managed to find a snake to eat. I was a bit curious about the taste too. It was similar to chicken, but now I have some type of paralysis poison. I only tested it on wolves. Well, recently I found out that I'm not really talented in foraging for food. After eating some mushrooms I expertly gathered, my poison got stronger. I didn't notice it at first, but I certainly noticed that after trying to paralyze a wolf only for it to foam at the mouth and die. Now, with my foraging skills, if I had a normal stomach I'd already be dead. But that's just fine with me since I don't have a normal stomach, especially since I seem to be able to eat anything really. So, I will keep making my poison stronger, for now anyway. I seem to be able to somewhat control the intensity of it too. So it's not that bad. For now, I've started living on top of trees. Climbing large trees is fun with my claws. I don't even need to apply much pressure to sink them deep into the trunk of the tree. Too bad I still can't kill a bear so easily. I mean, I think I can. But I will have to act as a chew toy again, and I don't really feel like doing that. Eating different things is fun. What's even funnier is finding out what ability they actually give me. Like the time eating a bird made my wings a bit stronger, or when I ate a mantis, out of curiosity, and my claws got sharper. It also seems like I can't just keep eating the same things and hope for improvement. Only the first meal strengthens me. So I'm going to have to verify my food sources. Thankfully, there's no lack of wildlife in a mountain of this size. I only need some luck to find new things. Although it's hard to say what properties eating fruits gives me. It's a bit strange really. For now, I haven't seen any other humans either, not that I'm trying to find them or anything. They might think I'm some kind of monster when they see me. Me speaking won't do much to calm down anyone either. I'll get stronger before heading back to the city, but meeting other humans can also be just as dangerous, so I'll have to be careful. Maybe I'm developing some trust issues, but can you really blame me after the stunt those lowlifes pulled on me? How exactly does throwing a child in the wild cross one's mind? What type of twisted cunt do you have to be? Good thing I remember their faces. I'll have them burned into my mind until I meet them again. It's not even about me anymore. I don't think people like that are safe to be left around children. It's much better if I culled them. I don't think anyone would make a great fuss about it. Oh well, back to climbing trees and gliding down, an activity I've come to enjoy greatly over the few months I've spent in this place. Maneuvering around the many trees of this expansive forest whilst slowly descending is very calming. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on 5 years. Underscore 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 time skip 5 years underscore 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 underscore. I've been living on this mountain for 5 years and 3 months at this point. My body has developed quite well, I don't even know how, but I am as strong physically as I was in my last life already. And I wasn't weak in any way. I also grew to 108 centimeters, 3.5 foot. Quite big for a 5-year-old. But that just means I've been staying healthy. But staying healthy isn't that hard when you can't really get sick. I now should be strong enough to return to the city. Although, I am still a bit hesitant. At least I should be able to protect myself in dire situations. I won't be going straight for revenge either. I'll try to get back into society. Living with no identity is difficult after all. Now that I can speak, it should be easier. Hell, people will have to listen to me. I don't want to just live in a mountain my entire life. As for my other abilities, I can now properly control the intensity of my poison perfectly. I also found a few reagents that strengthened it a bit. I can also fly, although only for around 10 minutes, it's very tiring. My claws can easily chop down trees and leave deep marks in the stone. I can barely feel any resistance when using them, and they also don't seem to get any duller. So I will be able to keep using them without having to worry. My exoskeleton got a bit stronger after I started eating the bones of other animals. Bears were also a good meal. You can bet that I took revenge on the one that chewed on me. Bear meat tastes quite good too, which I didn't really expect. I never cook anything. I don't like the idea of making a fire. What if it somehow gives away my location? And eating raw isn't damaging my health either. So what's the point? No need to bother with cooking stuff. Now, there is the problem of actually reaching a city. I don't actually know in which direction I should go. I don't think the people that brought me here went too far into the forest. But I strayed quite far from my initial drop-off point. Even when flying up, I can't see much civilization. So I'll do the most sensible thing in this situation and just pick one direction in which to run. I'll eventually reach civilization. Even if it takes a day or two. Time skip 2 weeks Okay, so this isn't going exactly as planned. I think I took the complete opposite route from the city with the orphanage. But by the time I realized that I was already committed to it. No point in stopping when you're almost there. Was the thought that crossed my mind a week ago. But my geographical suffering and directional inaptitude finally got me near a city. All hail to being able to fly 1 kilometer into the sky. Thank God I managed to glide down, I didn't gain much energy left to flap my wings toward the ground after that stunt. Still, I am quite excited to talk to the first human in almost 6 years. I just need to figure out a way to get over the initial bad impression my appearance leaves on people. I glided down in the direction of the city, so I don't have as much to walk. I'm not going to lie, being that far away from people might have made me a bit anxious, but I'm sure I'll manage. After a bit, I managed to reach a road. A few cars were whizzing past me as I walked down the side. I think a few of the drivers were speeding up when seeing me. Must be just my social anxiety built up over 6 years of lacking human interaction. I used to be pretty good in social situations. Now, I'm walking on the sidewalk, people are looking at me weirdly. But it's okay, I was expecting them to scream or something. This is actually quite fine. Although, some were really wary of me. Eyeing me up and stuff like that. No one tried to ask me if I was looking for my parents or anything. I guess it's hard to guess what age I am when I don't really look human in any way. I may just be a short adult. Or my mutation also makes me short. I've seen quite a few people that were mutated on the streets, some of them looked at me with pity. Which is not that bad when compared to the disgust some of the others have towards my appearance. Although, people treating me normally would be best. That's asking for quite a bit. After a bit of walking around aimlessly, looking for a police station, I managed to run into some trouble. I've always had a knack for that. A few adults waving guns around, one of them was bending the doors to a bank with his bare hands. Okay? What? Are people in this world this strong? Someone probably noticed them looking suspicious and turned the security on in the building. Such sloppy work is a bit funny to watch. I should be able to take them on. It's been a while since I fought against a human too. So this should be fun. I could see a few terrified employees screaming stuff like please call a hero. Oh, or the police. Please. To me. But I don't really have a phone. So I guess I'll help them out a bit. Does this count as self-defense, I wonder? Oh well. I quickly flew up and smashed into a window on the roof, entering the bank as the glass landed with me. The robbers also managed to get the reinforced doors open by now. Sorry. Don't have phone, my voice is really raspy and weird. It sounds like a mutated parrot with a much lower pitch. I guess the robbers are using jammers to stop communications, which is a smart move. Much smarter than their entry anyway. Well, time to deal with the situation. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 7. Robbery gone wrong. Underscore 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 POV barrel underscore 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 underscore. I could hear screams and panic all around me as the robbers got through the bank's front door. Really, what a shitty heist. I mean, this isn't really my area of expertise. But I still took part in quite a few heists of this type. I wasn't really in the planning department, but I was one of the main actors, if you will. Our gang leader would organize a heist every 4 months all over the entire USA. We all wore masks and had proper equipment. Some of these guys aren't even bothering. One guy is really using an actual pair of stocking as a headpiece. This is actually a joyful occasion, I can finally say that I've met one of the stupidest beings alive. Now comes fighting. Something I am actually good at. Even with guns, these guys would be hard-pressed to do anything to me in my past life, if I had proper equipment anyway. But now I also have a powerful exoskeleton and sharp claws. So this seems to be quite unfair to them, honestly. The only weirdo here is the guy that just bent open a secured steel grate and blasted through the door with his shoulder. So, I'll be a bit more careful around him. One of the stooges decided to start firing at the roof and he screamed for everyone to get on the ground. Or tried to anyway, I was already on him by the time he raised his arm. I can't really cut people up, it wouldn't quite count as self-defense after all. But I sure can beat them around a bit. My leg whipped around and struck his head with great momentum. I kicked him with my ankle, I also have claws on my feet after all. The kick seemed to knock him off his feet, he hit his head into the ground and passed out. But as that was happening, the others already took aim in a panic. Monster! Shoot him! I think this guy is supposed to be the leader. Oh well, he reacted a bit slowly with his orders. I was already on to the next person, although the muzzle of his gun was aimed straight at my chest. By the time I saw his finger moving slightly, I already clawed at his weapon and made him drop it. But I didn't kick him away or anything, I dragged him closer to me, putting him in between me and his friends. And, just as my luck would have it, these guys aren't exactly good friends, as they all started shooting towards me in panic. Completely disregarding the fact that they might get banned for friendly fire and team kills. After a while of them shooting their already dead friend, they finally remembered that they weren't turrets, they actually had feet. So two of them started moving behind me. I took that as a sign, through the corpse I was technically forced to use as a shield at the people in front of me, temporarily stopping their fire. Now, I could only take out one of the two people rushing to go behind me, they were coming from different sides, I chose to take out the one that was getting closer to the bank employees. I didn't want a hostage situation on my hands, those are always messy. I drop-kicked him with my claws. I cut him a bit, but the situation is already escalating a bit, I don't want more people to get involved. The group was formerly of 7 members. Now, 2 were out, 1 was killed. But now I am also in the open and not close enough to any of them for a quick takedown. And I don't really want to use another one as a meat shield. Even if that sounds really enticing right now. They all formed a firing line, including the one that was trying to get behind me. I guess it's time to see if their lead can pierce my exoskeleton, hey? Spoiler. It didn't, they started shooting at me like maniacs. Thankfully, all of the employees were taking cover. The only thing the bullets did was leave scratches on me, they also pushed me back repeatedly, the fight turned into me waiting for them to run out of bullets so I can finally approach them. If I was a bit heavier the bullets wouldn't push me back that much, but I am a 5-year-old for fuck's sake. Eventually, I could hear the familiar sound of an empty magazine. The panic ticking sound, the hurried breaths, it was all there. It was my moment to strike, I don't want to wait for them to unload a few more in me, it might put even more people in danger. I rushed at them with the greatest speed I could manage. I managed to slash one of them across the chest, my claws cut through their Kevlar like butter. I tried to hold back a little, not wanting to kill this one too. Although he will die if he loses too much blood before the medics get here. I looked at the other 3, the only one without a gun was the abnormally strong one, who rushed me, swinging his fist around like he was swinging a club. His fist got larger the more he wounded up it seems. Really odd, but I guess I am an anthropomorphic ant, so I can't really complain much. I managed to dodge to the side, his punch hit the ground and raised a lot of dust, breaking the concrete floor too. Okay, I guess. This one might actually injure me. The other 2 also frantically searched their pockets, presumably to reload their weapons. I used one of the abilities I got from eating snakes. Infrared vision, I could see them through the raised dust. I picked up 2 pieces of rubble and threw them at the heads of the only gunners left. I may have given them a concussion each, but hey, play stupid games win stupid prizes. Now the only one left is the big boy. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 8. Situation diffused. Underscore 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 POV barrel underscore 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 underscore. After giving the 2 wannabe bank robbers a concussion, I quickly turned off my infrared vision. Using it during the day hurt my vision a bit. Okay, now to get rid of meathead over here. As much as I don't want to get a criminal record as a 5-year-old, I really don't feel like being a punching bag until the authorities arrive. Actually, would I even be blamed for anything at all? Some record of my existence should still be left in the country, so my identity can surely be confirmed. I was planning on going to the police station to sort things out. I really don't get why I got this sidetracked, but I guess I will end up in the police station regardless, so it doesn't matter. So everything's good there. Now I just need to figure out a way to beat this guy up. Oh, what am I to do? I guess I could just outman over him a bit and teach him that strength doesn't mean all that much. I mean, I'm quite sure I'll grow stronger than him eventually. I'm already abnormally strong for a child. I didn't even train all that much. Although, I guess living in the wilderness does count as physical training. While I was standing around thinking of a way to take out this tank, he swung his arm around a few times and parted the dust that was clouding our vision. He looked a bit surprised. I think the leader was one of the two I just took down. This guy should just be the muscle. There's always one in such a group. Still, I shouldn't underestimate him too much. Behind my raspy voice sounded itself from his back. He quickly twirled around and tried to punch me. But being only 1 meter tall has its advantages. As I just slipped in between his legs and swiped his ankles with my claws. The pain brought him to the ground. From there, the fight was pretty much done. I could finish it in quite a few ways. But the best one, I chose to just kick him to the ground, avoiding cutting him up too much, and axe kicking him unconscious right afterwards. Worked like a charm. After that, I proceeded to munch on one of their guns whilst a concerned bank employee approached me. "Hey, are you alright, sir? Are you also a hero?" The lady was professionally dressed and quite cute. Even with my shitty Japanese, I can still tell she is a bit concerned about me. I'd 100% hit on her if I didn't risk getting her in the slammer for being a pedo. Still, I always thought Asians were cute. Living in Japan won't be all that bad after all. Well, it hasn't really been a great experience till now, but hey, it can't get any worse, right? I should really shut the fuck up before something actually goes wrong. Iberu. 5 years old. I fucking hate this. It feels like I'm speaking through a shitty microphone that only picks up some words and distorts my voice. Okay, maybe I kinda like the distortion part, it does sound a bit cool. But I want to be able to speak properly at some point. She looked extremely taken aback by that statement. I don't really blame her. But the signs are there. I am 1 meter tall, speak in short sentences. Well, I guess there aren't any signs besides that. But hey, I don't care. I see. Did you get lost or something? Do your parents know you're here? Well. She sure believed that instantly. What the fuck? There go my expression judging skills, straight out the window. I thought she wouldn't even bother considering the possibility of me being a kid. I mean, I just skillfully took out a group of bank robbers with barely any effort. And here she is, asking if I know where my parents are. Oh well, maybe children fighting villains is something that happens a lot here. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. It was truly not something normal. A 5-year-old child fighting dangerous, bloodthirsty villains was completely unheard of. The bank employee was really hoping this was all a bad dream. Everyone else was too scared to get too close to the one that had saved them. She approached the small monster hoping it was just a nice person with a mutant quirk. And she was completely right. But the bank employee was trying her best to take the child's mind away from the situation. She, and everyone present, had seen one person die during that conflict. And she hoped the one that helped them wouldn't be harmed in the future by this experience. She didn't think that the child would be so young. It almost terrified her, but at the same time, it also explained why their mutant quirked savior didn't even flinch in the face of those gunned men. He simply didn't know what they were. Yes, that must be it. Guns aren't common enough in Japan for a 5-year-old to know what they were. It also turned out that his quirk was unbelievably strong. Overall, the situation was mostly handled before the authorities even got an emergency signal. The woman proceeded to talk a bit to the strange child, who only responded in short sentences or single words. Her fear of his appearance was quite easily forgotten during that exchange. She also forgot how he had just almost clawed a man's heart out of his chest. But hey, moving instinctually can be blamed for that. Not so much for his skillful disregard of the strength-quirked villain at the end. The bank employee was too tired to notice those things at that time. But the police that arrived found the situation extremely weird. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 9. Interrogation Room and Outrage. Underscore 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 POV Bear underscore 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 underscore. Now, I decided to see what the police is trying to do. For now, they took me to an interrogation room. I think it's just because they don't know where to keep me before they can find any traces of my identity. All I could help them with was my name and the name of the orphanage. I got a few pity looks after saying that, but some of them really couldn't hide the suspicion in their eyes. I guess they don't think any child would be capable of taking down a group of organized villains. But, to be honest, I've seen high school clubs with better organized and coordinated than whatever that poor excuse of a heist was. They weren't horribly powerful fighters either, no formal training and lackluster reflexes. I wonder how they will proceed after they fish out my personal information from their databases. Even if I was a discarded orphan, traces of my presence in the child care system will remain. So it doesn't matter whether or not the idiots that threw me in the mountain tried to erase their tracks or not. Still, why is it taking these incompetent cops so long? I've been sitting here for 2 hours at least. I don't know how the legal system works in this world, but this is a bit much, to hold a 5-year-old kid in an interrogation room for no good reason. Well, I guess one person did die, another was also seriously injured when I tested my claws against Kevlar. The others were just with various minor injuries. And a few concussions, of course. I just hope I didn't give the meathead any brain damage. That would be difficult to explain in court. Wait, why would they take a child to court? I guess my mind wanders in stupid places when bored. Being alone for almost 6 years also got me accustomed to monologuing a lot. God, I hope I won't become a shitty monologuing criminal, I need to avoid that. Besides, I've already gotten my fair share of action in my past life. I don't need to become a gangster again. The police are sure taking their sweet time though, almost makes me want to just cut through the door and leave. They haven't put me in any restraints, so that is a good sign at least. Finally, the door opened. The officer looked embarrassed. They probably confirmed my identity, they need to salvage the situation, they didn't even take me to the doctor to see if I have any bullets in me. I know I don't, but they certainly fucked this up royally. Treating a child like he's a suspect is beyond retarded on their part. Even if they had no actual way to confirm my age, the bank worker vouched for me, she was even in tears when they put me in the back of the car. The other employees consoled her in the end. Still, what a nice gal, 10/10ths wife material if I do say so myself. Too bad the age difference might be a turnoff for the law. Even if I don't know the system in this world, I doubt pedos are suddenly legal. Or, fuck me, maybe they are, who am I to judge? Back to shit-face lawman. I could see the police officers stumbling in his words as he tried to ask me things. Are you feeling well, son? Wow, instantly adopting a fatherly calming tone to cover up your fuck-up. So police-like. I don't doubt that the fact they treated me like a suspect will be left out of every single report possible. The law works like that everywhere, no matter what world or country. I find my voice came off a bit too loud, as the officer seemed to recoil a bit. Maybe he was being anxious or something. Still, his acting is a bit too weird. My gut is telling me not to trust a word that comes out of his mouth from here forth. And my gut is rarely wrong. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. His gut is oftentimes wrong. Somehow, he wasn't all that wrong this time, the policeman was certainly hiding something. But it wasn't something malicious, it was just a feeling of dread, a regret for having wronged the child in front of him. He was trying his best to not show uncertainty to the lost child that happened upon a robbery. The same child who had been sprayed with bullets for an entire minute, and had continued fighting the villains with no hesitation at all. Even if the bullets weren't able to pierce the young boy's powerful exoskeleton, they still should have hurt the small child. Just the blunt force of them kept pushing him back repeatedly. The entire station had seen the footage at this point. And one of the responding officers felt so bad that he had asked for a leave. The officer that entered Bera's interrogation room was just there to calm down the presumably panicked boy and to bring him to the hospital. He wasn't expecting the boy to be completely calm. But then again, maybe the child simply didn't understand that it was in any form of trouble. From the records he had seen, this child disappeared a few months after his birth, something that was thoroughly investigated. The people that were responsible for it were all incarcerated. They tried to cover their own tracks, but their attempts only gave them a few more charges to their names. They were put in prison for life and vilified by the mutant quirked community as well as every other citizen of Japan. The police did all they could to find the child, but Bera had strayed very far from where he was left off, so their efforts were all in vain. They thought him dead for a long time. His name was already all but forgotten as the people found something else to be outraged about. Now the police could finally close the case with a happy ending. Although the circumstances of his survival were completely unknown. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. And yeah, the people that sent him on a trip to the mountains got caught. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 10. Diagnostics and Reporter. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. The police immediately took little Bera to the nearest hospital they could find. And also immediately announced their finding to the people that had handled his missing persons case. They hovered around the case once more, trying to find the details of what had actually happened. The time to ask Bera about it hadn't come yet, as they were afraid of any trauma the incident might bring up. For now, they had the results of the medical tests. It was astonishing, yet tragic. The chief of police was looking at the results with a grim expression. It seemed as if this child's quirk completely altered anything that could be considered human. They discovered that his body had fast regeneration, inhuman reflexes, and unnatural strength for its age. The needles that they were supposed to use to draw his blood couldn't even pierce his flesh, he was frighteningly durable. The medics were forced to use more powerful syringes, the type they'd usually use on adults with strengthening quirks. Beru had been cooperative the entire time, not speaking much and just allowing the people around him to do their jobs. Then came the time to test the sharpness of his claws. It was odd, the people at the scene described it as creepy, seeing a small child rip through steel and iron like they weren't even there. After a bit of pondering, the chief of police decided to make what they knew public. This was also a public case when it first started. Some of the bloody details were left out, but the strength of the child's quirk was a major turn-on for the media. It immediately went viral. The fact that a child had somehow survived alone in a forest shocked everyone. Until the police detailed the strength of the child's quirk. Some snippets of the footage inside the bank were leaked to the public, specifically the moments where he was getting shot by a firing squad and barely even reacting. There were also the ones where he took down the robbers in less lethal ways. The scene was described as graphic for unexpected reasons, as the only one that ever drew blood in that fight was the child. Public opinion towards the police was raised due to these events. Although some detractors still existed. Some people said that the abomination will make for a great villain when he grew up. The chief of police would describe them as childish name-callers. But the group of people disliking the child merely due to his looks seemed to only get larger as time went on. Then came the reporter. An event that was both catastrophic and gave good insight into the child's mind. POV Beru _____________________________________________________________________________________________________________________Quite a lot of shit can happen in a few weeks. First off, I can't really take matters into my own hands with the people that threw me on that mountain. The police made sure they wouldn't be leaving their prison cells this lifetime. Getting a physical examination was okay, I got to ogle at a few good-looking nurses, the doctors were trying their best to be gentle about it too. Though I could tell not everyone was comfortable with my presence. Like that lady nurse scowling at me from across the hallway. A good phrase for this situation would be I am aware of the effect I have on women. But I can't really do full sentences, so this joke has to remain unsaid for a long time. Oh well, I'm sure I will get the chance to say it in the future. Yet. Now I have to deal with this pompous cunt. He came in through the front door holding a small clipboard and a microphone, followed by a cameraman with some equipment. What? Do they think I'm some type of tourist attraction? I really want to rearrange their faces with my claws now. But I am now a clean and proper citizen, and I swear to God I will shove that mic. Okay, calm down. He's just pointing it towards you, no big deal. Maybe the last few days being so eventful have me a bit on edge. Beru. Good day, I am Uyemura, you a reporter for yet I don't care. I just waved at him a bit, really hoping he would just take the hint and leave me alone to relax. I just want to ask you a few questions, it won't take long. He continued. I stared at him like he was an idiot. But such emotions were hard to discern on bug eyes. So he obviously couldn't tell. First off. How exactly did you survive on the mountain? Getting straight into it, hey. The police likely don't know about this shitstain questioning me, they have been avoiding that subject like the plague. I guess they wanted to do a psychological analysis before jumping in like that. Then here comes this guy, probably never even heard about the word subtle. But, I still decided to respond. I think I'll try to scare him a bit. My teeth strong. Tear through flesh bone easy yet, I really hate not being able to talk properly. And I was right on the money with that scare. He went white almost instantly, even taking a step back. The cameraman was only a bit creeped out, but he kept doing his job nonetheless. The interviewer didn't really recover. Saying a quick goodbye and leaving after that, the nurses also seemed a bit reluctant to approach me the rest of the week. How was I supposed to know that I was being live on air? And that I had caused a lot of people to feel both disgusted at me and sad for me. I did find out a day or two later. So it's all good. Yet, now I really wish I had a normal childish voice, maybe it wouldn't have sounded as creepy. Or maybe it would have been much worse. Oh well, you can't win them all, or any of them. Underscore 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 un. If you want to support me, search Vegan Master on Patra underscore Ian. 11. A new start. Underscore 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 POV Beru underscore 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 underscore. So. I guess scaring people has its consequence? Now everyone seems to think that I have some psychological problem. But the psychiatrist that is tasked with making my profile hasn't found anything weird. So I guess I am completely healthy. Yet, the police didn't really like the fact that a reporter just waltzed in on a child that just returned to regular civilization. So we kind of had to change hospitals. Not that I minded or anything. The nurses there were already done with me. At least this new hospital has a nice lady in it. She's a slim woman in her 30s, she also has medium-length green hair and a pretty cute face. Too bad she's got a ring on her finger. Ah! If only I was a few years older, I curse this life of mine. Now. I did just say that she has a ring on her. But that rarely stopped me when I was out in my past life. Picking up married women from bars wasn't that difficult. Usually, people that are in happy marriages don't spend their time alone in bars drinking. So it wasn't really all that scummy of me. Yet. And hey, get your mind out the gutter. I was many things, but never a predator. I much prefer sweet-talking women into sleeping with me than forcing them. So, I still have a few things to think about. Most of my time is spent watching cartoons and trying to draw. Well, I fail miserably because my hands aren't exactly made for complicated work. It's hard to be an artist when your arms are actual deadly weapons, but I won't let that stop me. I have decided that I will become the best insectoid artist there is. Even if I am the only one. After all, I still need a goal. I don't want to wander around aimlessly as I did in my past life. Getting carried away and doing whatever was asked of me. I don't regret killing people or hurting them, I regret that I didn't do much of my own volition. The only time I did something like that was when I fled the gang life. Becoming an artist is a bit of a joke, I'm sure I'll lose all interest in art in less than 2 weeks. But I still need to find something. Oh my god. I just realized that I am having an existential crisis as a 5-year-old. Well, I guess a 6-year-old. My birthday is in a month, so it's the same thing. Now that I think about it. I never actually celebrated a birthday. Well, there was a time when my boss, Vladislav, decided to throw a huge party for me. It was in my last year of working with him. But I thought it was more of a formality than anything. Now that I think about it, Vlad was really keen on keeping appearances. He often asked me to go play pool or go bowling with him. I guess he wanted to have a bodyguard around or something. Oh well, I'll stop dwelling on the past. No reason to keep thinking about it, crime is boring anyway. Most people say they do it because of freedom, but there's no such thing. You do something bad and the entire police force will be on your ass for years to come. Now, I still have some principles from my past life. Like not being a snitch. Because snitches don't actually get stitches. They get their feet encased in buckets of cement and get dropped into the ocean. I know 'cause I've done it before. Well, not the snitching part. From what I understand, the police is planning to move me to a much safer orphanage. They even plan on keeping a close eye on me. But that will probably only last for a year or two. Until the public loses interest in me and the police force doesn't get anything out of helping me anymore. That's usually how that song goes. Well, maybe Japanese authorities are a bit different, so I don't actually know. But the ones in America sure are like that. Basically, I've learned to tell how good a police force is. For example, if they find speaking to reporters and journalists a chore, then they might be good. If they look forward to exposing their manifesto to the biggest audience, then they might want to become politicians and are therefore scum. My logic is sound. I'm now getting tired of complimenting myself. So I will talk with that kind lady, Inko. Being a kid means that you get compliments for just about anything, and it's quite good for my ego. The green-haired nurse approached me with a sweet smile on her face. How are you feeling today, little Beru? This is the only situation where I will accept a woman calling me little. I good. How you? I'm starting to actually like speaking like this. It means I have an excuse not to talk much and just listen. Oh, I'm doing just fine. That's nice of you to ask. You are the nicest kid around. Oh lord. This woman is the only one willing to actually hug me. It feels nice, not in a weird way though. I am far too young to even know what hormones are after all. I guess she's got a motherly charm and a large heart. She would be shuffling my hair if I had any, she ended up rubbing my forehead and making my antennas flail around. You are so cute. She said, gushing as she looked into my large eyes. Now, that's something I don't hear all that often lately. I guess people all have their own tastes? Still, this is why I like this lady, she doesn't even care about the weird looks her coworkers are giving her. She's just doing her best to cheer up an unfortunate child. And, even as I am now, a young adult, it's nice to see someone actually care about you. After all, she has no actual reason to do this. I've already seen that the job of a nurse isn't to make the patient happy. I mean, I wasn't expecting them to make me feel on cloud 9. But at least not make me feel like dirt. This woman raises the bar quite a bit. Too bad I will have to move out of this shitty hospital soon. underscore 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 un. And yeah, he met Izuku's mom. If you want to support me, search Vegan Master on Patra underscore Ian. You also get chapters in advance. 12. A Home for the Heart. Underscore 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 POV Beru underscore 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 underscore. Well then. It seems that the orphanage I moved to is quite nice. There are a lot of older kids here too. Not many girls though, which makes me sad. But the people here are nice. This old lady that takes care of the orphanage doesn't seem to care much about my outward appearance either, so that's certainly a nice aspect. I've received a special phone too. One that I can use with my claws. It makes things a bit easier. I guess technology is quite advanced in this world. Lately, I've been trying to watch more television. It's filled with heroes, and hey, I was a pretty big fan of Marvel. I still think that heroes being real in this world is quite inspiring. Although the idea of a hero sounds extremely idealistic. There is some feeling of safety to be had in knowing that someone powerful is tasked with protecting you. But that's not exactly a good thing. A lot of people with powerful abilities aren't heroes, they also aren't villains. They live normal lives with a few extra perks of being looked upon with awe from time to time. Well, let's just say that I don't think it's a good idea to make people rely on heroes to this extent. At least that's what I understood from the limited time I've spent in this strange quirk-based society. Most of the information I have is from casual observations and listening to people talk around me. My enhanced hearing makes me a perfect eavesdropper. But some aspects are still strange. Like entire schools dedicated to teaching actual children how to fight crime. Now, I did get into a pretty dangerous life at a very young age, but I still wouldn't condone others doing it. But it seems that most people actually want to be heroes anyway. Just like everyone wanted to be an actor or astronaut at some point in their lives. It's just that this hero thing is actually attainable due to the existence of these schools. Well, being an actor or an astronaut is also attainable, but not everyone is willing to put that much work into it. From my understanding, most of what you need is a decent physique and a powerful quirk. And boom! You a hero trainee now. It's strange how much they idolize these heroes. But I guess some of them do seem quite genuine. There's this big guy called All Might, he looks to be quite young, around 30 I guess, he's been stirring up quite the storm. And yes, 30 is still young, certainly not saying that because I am around 30 myself. Well, I may be trapped into a child's body but I am still a man at heart. I also study the more adult-rated content. It seems that a lot of fetishes appeared alongside these quirks. Not that I mind, but I can only imagine the excitement of some groups of people, furries, if they could see some of this shit. Beru. Let's go play. Screamed out a kid. I was on my bed, I obviously took the top bunk bed. I looked down at him. Sure, no need to be mean to kids. I also have nothing better to do than to spend time with them. This kid. Suma something is quite friendly. Well, he's been nice since day one, I'd say he's been raised quite well, even without parents. Although, not everyone in the orphanage seems to be just as friendly. Suma is a bit of a pushover from time to time. I've seen some of the older kids ordering him around quite often. But I won't pry too much. As long as they don't get violent with each other, I don't care. I may be 6 years old, but I am quite certain I can down most adults. At least if they don't have some overpowered bullshit ability, like mine. Suma and I ended up going to the playground, I just watched him swing around on metal bars whilst I practiced my flying. You see, I don't really want to stay on the ground all the time, although my legs are strong, I am still lazy. I want to be able to lay around in the air and just flap my wings around. But it seems I still need some more strength in my wings. Until I heard a shout from underneath me. Beru. Can you do a flip? Suma is really making me work, hey? Oh well, why not? I started doing somersaults in the air. I could hear the little brat gasp in awe. But it's not even that big of a deal. I guess children are quite easily impressed. In the end, I landed on a pole that was striking out on top of the slide. It was basically the highest point on the playground. I was balancing myself on one leg and just staying there. This much isn't really difficult, especially after spending 5 years doing balancing acts on 3 branches. Oh, the little freak is showing off. Well, there are the rude kids. Suma seems to have hidden behind the slide. I guess these 3 are the bullies in the orphanage. They obviously move as 3 people. One person with a decently powerful quirk will always be the leader of such gathering of idiots. Shut up, my distorted voice seemed to creep him out a bit. I don't think this kid saw the news broadcast from that time, he wouldn't have that much courage if he did. Oh really? And what are you gonna do, kid? Oh wow, what a cocky idiot. But he's still a kid. I won't cut him up because of his aggressive attitude. Although he isn't getting on my good books, that's for sure. What are you looking at, hey? Fucking bug eyes, you scared off all the girls in the orphanage. Yab. He sure wants to die. Still, I find fighting a child to be quite beneath me. So I'll just do my usual response. I jumped down to a spot near him. Eat me bitch, and just like that he charged at me. Works every time. He started swinging his fists around, his fists turning into spiked balls. I guess that's his quirk? Oh well. I just took a step out of his reach every time he got too close. He's a tad bit too young to understand the concept of reach and arm span. He was tired after a minute or two. I guess using his quirk tired him out. The other two were hesitant at first, but they also joined up at some point. But whether it's one kid or three, it doesn't matter one bit. They were all on the ground by the end of it. Good workout. I haven't danced like that in a while. I could see Suma with a surprised look on his face, as well as a silly excited smile. Really, what a shitty brat. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. Something something, you get chapters in advance, you get the gist of it. 13. Adoption. Underscore 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 POV barrel underscore 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 underscore. It's already been 2 years since I've gotten to this orphanage. And I must say, it's quite the place. The bullies aren't really bothering me and my official Lakey, Suma. I really took a liking to this kid, he also managed to develop some guts after a while. I guess my awesomeness can rub off on others too, hey? Well, I am already 8 years old. Time seems to go by so slowly, it's almost a miracle. I get to enjoy the nice feeling of not worrying about taxes. Not like I ever did. Not much has happened to me, but I did grow much stronger and a bit taller. I am around 1.3 meters now. And I think I could take on that shitty meathead robber by only relying on brute strength now. And that might not sound like much, but what has actually improved way beyond my expectations is my speed. I seem to be able to accelerate to amazing speeds. I'm sure I can reach around 70 km per hour if I really force myself to. Making me beat Usain Bolt's record by at least 20. Although competition seems quite unfair in this case because I am also an actual mutant. So yeah. But my airspeed is only around half of that, which is still good. At least I can fly without any issue, maneuverability and all of that. 35 km per hour is still decent speed. I also don't really get tired whilst flapping my wings anymore, I can keep it up for at least 3 hours. A lot of progress in just 2 years. Not really. I haven't gained any special ability at all, I only ate regular food, fruits, vegetables. I might have to sneak up to a mountain range and look for new things to eat. Like tigers, or go to the sea and look for sharks. Not like regular animals can harm me anyway. I can easily gobble up a bear now. Well, not literally, but I can kill it swiftly. Now, that's about it with what's been happening. Well, there's something else too. Suma also awakened his quirk, a bit later than most, but it seems to be a regeneration factor of sorts. Not really sure, wasn't listening. He's been sticking to me like a flea, but he's at least nice. The other kids are not really too into talking to me. And I did find out that there are more girls in this orphanage eventually, but my appearance did scare them away, making them spend more times in their rooms. I guess that random shitty bully wasn't joking. But I don't really care what a few snotty brats think of me. Baru. Do a flip. Besides, it's not like I don't have a friend. Does this little rascal think I am some clown in a circus? Well, you know the saying. Life's a circus. And I'm the clown. But seeing this innocent kid smile isn't all that bad of a reward for a few flips in the air. They also help me train my mobility in midair. So why not? I did a few flips as I was flying around, my wings making a faint buzzing noise every time they flapped. And they were flapping quickly, much too quickly for little Suma's eyes to follow. I once again landed in my usual spot, the highest point of the playground, the majestic pole atop the slide. Really makes me feel graceful. Having a little kid cheer me on is also not that bad. Today some person is coming by to adopt some children. I think they are a bit important because I heard the head woman talk about that visit with the other staff members quite often. But it doesn't really matter to me, no one will actually pick an insect as their kid. And I also don't even want to think about calling someone daddy. Moving on. I think I can see a car approaching the orphanage, not that unusual. But this one is a strange black van that reminds me of the car I used to dispose of bodies in. It just feels off. Must be my gut instinct. I saw a man get off, he was wearing a classy suit and he had short black hair. He seemed to be quite fit. His body seemed to be filled with muscles, they weren't really noticeable through his suit, but I can tell. I guess he looks important, maybe he's the one doing the adopting. He's got a strange vibe to him. I wouldn't really trust him around kids. But that's just my years of seeing shady people speaking up. Maybe he's not all that bad. Or maybe not. The speakers announced his arrival to the entire orphanage as soon as he stepped foot towards the front gate. Suma seemed quite excited to hear that the man looking for an adoptive son had arrived. We are all supposed to gather in the same room and form a line, letting the prospective parent get a good look at all of us. At least in this case. We all received special instructions. It all feels too shady. I don't like this. As soon as I entered the room, I already started eyeing up the windows and judging the strength with which I must fly at them to break through. But I can't really leave my Lakey here alone. That would be a bit uncool of me. The man entered with a grin on his face, with the owner in tow. As he started asking questions about each and every one of us. He seemed especially interested in our quirks. But that's not really unusual in this day and age. Everyone wants to be a hero and every parent wants their children to become heroes. So you reach a point where every parent wants their children to have powerful quirks. A shitty facet of this society that I have yet to get used to. Still, he seems to be adopting multiple children at once. This is quite weird, but he's also choosing the ones with the better quirks. Like the bully, who should already be around 10 or 11. He also seemed quite surprised and excited to be chosen. He's still a kid, after all, they've been taught to think that this is good. But I really don't like the way he's eyeing some of the children. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. Sketchy stuff is happening. Did you perhaps think things were going too well? If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 14. Example. Underscore 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 POV Beru underscore 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 underscore. I looked on as he chose a few more kids. Eventually, reaching Suma. And what's this little man's quirk? He tried to sound friendly, but all he ever asked about was quirks. He didn't show any interest in anything else. His quirk is a decently powerful regeneration factor. It wasn't extensively tested, but the doctors said it's affected by his stamina. The old lady managing the orphanage wasn't hesitating at all when telling this man everything about the quirks of the kids. I will adopt this one too. He said with an obviously fake smile. This man isn't a good actor at all. This almost feels like an auction. One that I am also on display for. And if this man is looking for quirks, for whatever reason, he will likely choose me too. Or not. He just passed by me after one glance, I guess he isn't all that interested in mutant quirks. But, Suma, the little kid put his foot down. Hey! If I am going, Beru is coming too. Good job, being involved in this might not make me feel good. I wouldn't feel well letting some kids go into such a sketchy van. Especially since I took a bit of a liking to this Suma brat. The man tracked back to Suma. Looked down at him, not the way an adult looks down at children though. He didn't crouch down to get eye level with him. He just coldly stared at the kid. I swear to God, if he raises his hand I will cut his DK off and make him eat it. Is Bear the Buletin child beside you? He was definitely about to say bug, and I was definitely about to gouge his eyes out. Yes. He's my friend. The man had a cold look in his eyes. But Suma and the rest of the children were too caught up in this situation to notice such things. Although I could see my little friend getting a bit uncomfortable. As I said, this man doesn't seem to know how to talk to children. He's probably just a recruiter of sorts. Is child slavery a thing in this country? I guess I'm about to find out. Good. Then I'll be taking him as well. He said whilst looking at the old manager. She just looked a bit at him and nodded. I guess it doesn't matter much, the media has already lost interest in my story a few months back. The public has all but forgotten me. The police aren't really surveilling me either. They only did so for a few months anyway. Probably to keep up appearances. He kept going on to the next few kids, adopting a few more with a variety of quirks. In total, he adopted 7 children. Well, 8 with me, but I'd hesitate to call myself a child. We were all ushered to his car, as he told us to get into the back. Most of the children were too caught up in the excitement of getting adopted to feel strange about being cramped up in a black van. We were taken to a warehouse in the southern part of the city. I made sure to watch for its location. He opened the door and just said, "Get out." We all listened to him. Halfway through the silent ride some of the children started realizing that this was a bit strange. Some started feeling scared. Mister? See, can I go back, please? I don't want. She stopped speaking when he glared at her. Seriously. He's looking at a kid like I was looking at people I killed back in the day. This is nuts. Get inside. He said, completely ignoring the shivering little girl. I simply patted her back. She was startled by it. But she managed to hold the tears and just whispered a small thank you. I would have killed this brute right here, but I don't want to do something of the sort in front of children. Although, if things go south, I'll just tell them to close their eyes. We all entered, listening to the person that adopted us. There were 2 more people inside. One was tall, skinny, with long red hair. He was wearing traditional clothing, on his waist was a sheathed katana. Yep, this is Japan all right. Whilst the other was fat and bald. Looking like a hairless pig. He was constantly stuffing his face. Almost as if his life depended on it. Did you pick the right ones? The red-haired one asked. But then he looked at me. I guess not. A kid thought he could order me to adopt someone else. I just took this one to set an example with him. Oh. Good. This makes things so much easier. All of the children were scared at this point. And in some way, I guess we were all shivering. After all, it's been a long time since I had a good fight. Ha! So cruel. What will the boss say? Said the pig, who was currently snacking on some chips. He was clearly finding this amusing. I can't wait to make him choke on my claws. Well, he never said I couldn't pick more kids. He just told us to bring him the right ones. I could let their moronic conversation continue. As much as I'd like to hear more about their boss, I really don't want the kids to be scarred for life. Now then. He turned around and looked directly at Suma, who was shivering in fear, clutching my arm like it was his only lifeline. The man started approaching us as he spoke. I should teach you brats. What your places are right in. Close your eyes. I screeched out. The children surprisingly listened to me. Maybe they noticed that I was the only one unaffected by this, and decided to listen to me. Before the man could even look angry, his head flew off, as I appeared above him, my wings flapping violently as my claws were covered in his blood. A surprise attack won't work twice. But that's one opponent taken care of. Now. On to the other 2. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. Hope you weren't expecting All For One to do his dirty work himself, that would be stupid. He's obviously gonna use other people for illegal SHT. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon _on. 15, Pig and Swordsman. Underscore 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 POV barrel underscore 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 underscore. The head of our kind adoptive father didn't even get to touch the ground before the red-haired guy had his swords out. And I was already onto him. His blade clashed with my claws, coming to a standstill. The pig was the one to break it up, lifting a huge club over his head and trying to smash it into me. I guess their quirks aren't really combating types? Or maybe that's a bit too quick of a judgment to make. I dashed at the much slower pig. He wasn't fast enough to bring down his club and meet my assault, but the swordsman was. I decided to take his counterattack. My exoskeleton has taken much worse in the past after all. But I wasn't expecting his sword to catch fire and the blade to heat up to the point where he scratched my powerful armor. I guess that's his quirk then. I quickly jumped back, not before taking a good swing at the pig whilst the swordsman was still trying his best to dig into my sides. Then came the next unexpected thing. The fat man rushed me, with a burst of speed far greater than my own. He smashed me through the wall of the warehouse with his belly. Ha ha ha. That's what you get, brat. Taunted the pig. Hey, let's pick one of these kids as meat shields. Said the swordsman. As he started heading their way. Fucking bastard. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. The children were all trembling on the ground, too afraid of the sounds around them to open their eyes. The red-haired swordsman was blocked by a piece of metal thrown his way. Barry walked back in, wiping his mouth with his claw. I am Rusty, spoke the monstrous insectoid. As the words left his mouth, as the clothes barely covering the fat man's belly were shredded, his eyes widened as he looked down, only to see his guts spilling onto the ground. He quickly followed them, as Barry licked his bloody claw. He had always been an opportunistic person. Seeing the fat man present his stomach to him in that way would obviously be appetizing to him. It gave him a perfect opportunity to gut the pig alive. Something he hadn't done to someone in ages. This was also the first time he did it with his claws. The red-haired swordsman looked on in horror as his companion fell to the ground. What he didn't expect, was his insect-like opponent to gain a sudden burst in movement. One that greatly reminded him of his fat comrade's quirk, sudden acceleration which enhanced the user's speed twofold for the duration of 5 minutes. The cost was in calories, and it could only be used once every 24 hours. It wasn't an extremely powerful quirk, but it was still noticeable. The red-haired swordsman could barely bring his sword up to block the incoming swipe, and it still dug into his side. He didn't even get to use his quirk at all, fiery aspect which allowed him to cover his body or things he touched in flames. The only problem with it was that he couldn't handle his own heat all that well. The quirk didn't raise his heat resistance at all. The red-haired man's blood splattered onto Beru's claws and a bit on his face. He instinctively licked it up. After a few seconds of being in a stalemate, Beru's claws caught fire and melted through the man's sword, cutting him in half in the process and burning his wound closed as well. Beru stopped and looked at his claws as they seemed to release some steam after the fire died down. He blinked a bit and looked down at what remained of his opponent. He tilted his head, seeing that the man was somehow still alive. Please, save him. Whatever sympathy he was trying to gain, he wasn't going to be receiving any. Beru crushed his head underneath his clawed foot. He wasn't even able to finish pleading for his life. The insectoid knew all too well how people like the swordsman behaved after being spared. Besides, the man was already as good as dead. Beru felt it was better to rip it off like a band-aid than to prolong the red-haired man's suffering. Out of the three, only the pig was somehow still alive. But he was also not going to survive. He was gutted alive. Even if he was in a hospital, he'd have extremely low chances of survival. Beru looked at all three of his aggressors, musing how exactly he should explain this to children. In the end, he decided it would be best to at least cover some parts up. Beru put them all cleanly together on the ground and used their own jackets to cover up the worst of the injuries. Although the fat man was almost impossible to cover up, still, he did his best. Children, all of you should turn around and leave. Keep your eyes closed. He was shocked by his own voice. The clarity was something he needed to get used to now. Some distortion was still present, but he could now speak full sentences without any problem. It seemed like his quirk was a lot more than he had theorized. After all, he had just used 2 different quirks after ingesting just a bit of blood from their original users. He had a lot of thinking to do. What he didn't expect was for someone to be waiting at the door. A tall man wearing a classy suit. His body was filled with muscles and his hair was white. He slowly clapped his hands. Marvelous show. To think something so interesting would show up right on my doorstep. He smiled as he leaned onto the van that had brought the children to the warehouse. That should be the leader, thought Beru as he eyed the man cautiously. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 16. Intent. Underscore 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 POV Beru underscore 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 underscore. What the fuck is this man? This is the first time I've felt this threatened by someone's presence. He hasn't even done anything remotely aggressive yet. And my instincts are telling me to just run. Could I even run? I mean, I may be fast, but this guy did just appear out of nowhere. And if I were to run, what would happen to the children? What does this man have planned for them? I may not be the most upstanding individual, but I'm quite unwilling to just let a few kids walk away with this guy. But what exactly am I to do? I could go along with them, and wait for the most opportune moment to kill him. But would that really work? He seems to be cut from a different cloth compared to the other weaklings I fought before. Who are you? I tilted my head a bit. I don't really know what I'm hoping for at this point. I'm just stalling the inevitable. Oh, you can talk? Marvelous. Well, I have a few names, but I am more commonly called All for One. What's with the theatrical pauses? Does he expect us to know him or something? His name obviously wouldn't be impactful to a group of children. I think this is just the way he talks then. I just looked at him for a bit. He seems to be judging my reaction. If I was to rush him with my greatest speed, I would likely be able to at least injure him. I don't really know what his quirk is though. I am just going on instincts here. Well then. All of you should go inside for now, he said as he opened a black misty portal. Fuck. The children all took a collective step back when seeing the ominous portal. It didn't really look like a happy place that he was planning on taking us to. I don't want to enter that. But if I rush him now, I could at least give an opportunity for the kids to escape. Maybe. So I did just that. I pushed my body to its greatest speed, becoming a blur and appearing right in front of him. Run! I screeched as I extended my claws towards All for One's chest, trying to gouge out his heart. He just stood there, a devious smile spreading on his face. My claws dug through his shirt, and hardly pierced his skin, but were stopped as he flexed his muscles. Why? Aren't my claws sharp enough to cut steel? Why is his body so hard? Is that his quirk? Most likely. This means that I can't really do slashing damage. Stay put. His cold smile turned into a scowl. I jumped backwards and looked at him a bit. He didn't even get to bleed before his wound closed itself. What? Does he have a certain type of regeneration too? His fingers turned black and extended themselves towards me. I could barely move to avoid them. But they followed me, each piercing one limb and impaling me to the ground. I could only watch as the next scene unfolded. Out of the portal came another large man. Also dressed in a suit, he had brown hair and a squared jawline. He just waddled over and brought the fleeing children closer to All for One. They were children, after all, they couldn't run that far with the little time I managed to buy them. All for One looked at all of them as they were shivering in fear, and smiled. He extended his right arm and touched the head of the first one. The child screamed in agony, as red lightning seemed to come off from the place they made contact. He quickly fainted as All for One went to the next child. The scene repeated itself a few times. I was still pinned to the ground, struggling in vain. POV narration Beryl looked on as every single one of the children he was trying to protect collapsed. Even his childhood friend, Suma, could only look in fear as he pleaded for help. Beru. Please save me. The child's helpless scream only seemed to further please the powerful man. Beru watched in silence as they were all crumpling on the ground. He didn't feel any anger, he didn't feel any hate. His mind was as cold as a blizzard. How much time will it take for me to reach his power? 1 year? 2? A decade? One thing was for sure. I will hunt this man down, for as long as he breathes. For as long as I breathe. I vow to become this man's most terrifying nightmare. Strange energy overtook his body, a powerful desire to dominate the existence of the man in front of him, to make him more miserable than humanly possible. All for One could feel the sudden pull on his black extended fingers. He looked down, he had been disappointed at the lack of verbal reaction from the strange mutant quirked child. But the next actions weren't something he expected would ever happen. The child dragged himself up, completely ignoring the tendrils holding him to the ground. All for One tried to use more force, but the insectoid wouldn't even budge. He stared blankly at the most powerful villain in Japan. You will die, $Any clarity was gone from the child tone. His voice was a distorted mess, creepy and disturbing to no end. But that wasn't what shook All for One to the core. No, the intent behind those words was a frightening thing to behold. He could feel it in his bones, a foreboding feeling, telling him to quickly kill the abomination while he still could. But his pride didn't let him register this as a threat. No, he already decided to create a subordinate of this little child. That was something he would come to regret dearly. But some things simply cannot be taken back in life. And All for One unknowingly sealed his own fate this very day. Hope you weren't expecting the MC to be able to beat All for One already. It would be a bit weird if he could. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 17, Servitude and Time. POV Beru Waking up in a strange room isn't something I am unaccustomed to. That man likely kidnapped me. I doubt he wants me dead. If he did, he wouldn't have bothered with all of this. Maybe he wants to experiment with me? It wouldn't come off as a surprise. I don't exactly have a regular quirk. I am currently chained to a bed. I can easily break these puny restraints, but then what? I am not able to fight that man yet. I need more strength, more power, more food. If I could get just a bite out of him, I would become so much stronger. But it seems I am asking for a bit much right now. Especially since I am not even in control of my own fate at this point. This is quite annoying, but I will make sure to repay him eventually. Everything. His death will be the most prolonged nightmare I can think of. But now, I need to survive whatever he has in mind for me. It seems that I can also devour quirks. I will build up my strength slowly, bringing myself to a higher level over time. I will wait for an opportunity to slay him. But I need to find a way to absorb more quirks if I am to kill that man. He also seemed to have more than one power. Regardless, he is still my prey. I will figure something out eventually. For now, I can only wait. There isn't anything else to do. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. All for One was having a strange day. It wasn't like him to be frightened like that. He especially wasn't expecting a small child to be the source of that fear. At the time, he had instinctually tried to take Beru's quirk. But something blocked him from doing so. His quirk tried to pull the child power and make it its own. But something strange happened. He could feel a strange power, it was monstrous, much like his own. He had run into quirks he couldn't steal before, but this wasn't normal. It was as if his own quirk was sending him warning signs every time the bug child twitched a finger. It was clear enough that whatever that child had, it wasn't a quirk. Perhaps the next evolution of quirks? A new generation of power? All for One could feel himself getting excited at the notion of gaining even more power. Only, this one couldn't even be classified as a quirk anymore. He had seen the results of the medical examinations that Beru undertook. They were the first things he asked for when he came back to his hideout. The doctors stated that they couldn't understand what part of him remained human. They also couldn't understand what his quirk actually was. He was a completely different species DNA-wise, there was no quirk to speak of. Under normal circumstances, such a child would become a guinea pig. But the media attention on him at the time didn't allow for such things. The government decided to wait for things to settle down and commanded news articles to stop reporting on the child. However, it seems that All for One was a bit faster in getting his hands on Beru. And let's just say that he was beyond intrigued. He also managed to find a medical examination from the birth of Beru. It stated that the child didn't even have vocal cords. Meaning that he either developed them during his life, or something else happened which allowed him to gain the ability to speak. Regardless, both were leading him to the same conclusion. Beru could repeatedly mutate himself, either consciously or subconsciously. But there was no quirk factor to be had inside the child. Therefore, he had the possibility to gain a quirk or even two, depending on how their research would progress. All for One and his associate Kaihu Daiguriki could finally start the Nomua project. Beru was to be the first one in a long line of genetically modified monsters with unwavering loyalty to the supervillain. At least that was the plan. They didn't realize how big the mistake they were making was. They had no idea that Beru had the ability to absorb any power he devoured. The choice to turn him into a Nomua only hurried All for One's incoming doom. It gave Beru a great way to accumulate strength. As for the loyalty part, Beru had always been a great actor. It was even easier now that he needed to pretend to be a brainless servant. He didn't need to speak, he didn't need to bother showing any intelligence. And All for One was pleased, he thought he had created the perfect servant. The first 5 years of Beru's captivity were all the same. All for One coming to the laboratory and meeting up with Kaihude on a regular basis. The latter would explain whatever new ability he had managed to implant into their most successful Nomu. The process of gaining new quirks was painful at first, but eventually, he was given a pain nullification quirk that eased the process by a lot. Kaihude decided that pain nullification would make the process much easier, as he no longer needed to bother with the little anesthetic he was giving during the first operations. Now, Beru had more quirks than before. He didn't even keep track of them, but he had heard All for One say that he was the perfect quirk container. The 5 years spent inside a cold laboratory were difficult. And Beru gained the strength to leave at some point. But he decided not to. If he left then he wouldn't have a good way of gaining more strength. However, All for One's visits became less and less frequent. And, in the last year, he had stopped coming to Cutia's laboratory altogether. Beru realized that something was wrong. But he still decided to wait. He was already 13 years old, he still didn't think that he could defeat All for One. But now the man was starting to give him missions, all of them through a monitor, not even showing his face. Beru was starting to feel an ounce of suspicion about the man's state. But he didn't want to act rashly yet. He had already waited 5 years. What would a few more be? Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. I can already see a few people saying that it's stupid for him to have to act like a Nomu. But in this situation, it's the best option. He doesn't know that All for One already lost half his head and should be dead if not for plot armor. If you want to support me, look up Vejan Master on Patreon. 18. Growth and missions. Underscore 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 POV Beru underscore 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 underscore. It's certainly been a while since I've been let out in the world. 5 years spent in a laboratory isn't exactly how I thought I'd spend my new life. But hey, I am now closer than ever to killing that All for One guy. His sudden disappearance is a bit strange though. I didn't get many chances to observe him whilst acting brain dead. But Kaihude, the doctor, also started being absent from his own laboratory most of the time. That's not really an issue, I'm sure the creep has a few more of those scattered around Japan. As for my development, I don't really know. I haven't had much of a chance to study my own power. And I was only commanded to use a new quirk whenever I got one. I grew a bit in height. Currently standing at 1.6 meters. A bit above the average, but I am not really human, am I? My body is just as slender as before. My claws extending all the way to my knees when standing straight. Everything about me has been enhanced. That much I can tell, all of the quirks I have absorbed strengthened my body to no end. I don't even remember half of them though. Especially since I didn't find all that many of them interesting. The majority of them were strength enhancers. Quirks that would, one way or another, add to my already inhuman amount of strength. As I am right now, I think I could be able to fight all for one. But I don't just want to win. I want to ruin every single one of his dreams. I will start by looking for an opportunity to kill his beloved disciple. Although I doubt the man has any actual emotions towards the kid, I am sure he needs him for something. Well, I say kid, but he's older than my current body by a few years. Not that it matters much, but the brat keeps thinking too highly of himself. I've only met him, on a few occasions, I think his name was Shigaraki. Don't care, but him ordering me around was the most annoying. I could ignore him a few times. But after all for one told me to take his orders seriously, I had no choice but to do so. My time in captivity was mostly spent doing nothing and trying out new quirks they decided to put into me. Which, I could say that it wasn't all that horrible an experience. Although any kid might have been traumatized by the experience. Having my body operated on whilst awake wasn't exactly pleasant for me either. But after gaining the pain nullification quirk, it all became water under the bridge. Infinitely growing stronger was a great feeling. It would have made me grow arrogant had it not been for the knowledge that I still can't ruin all for one's life easily. As for now, I will start doing missions for the big man, it seems. He likely wants to test my loyalty and to see what intellect I still have left. Even though I played brain dead, I could still pretend to act on instinct. Which lead them to believe that I still have some sentience left in me. And I played along, as that helps me greatly. Acting completely brain dead for 5 years straight is very annoying. Funny thing, Kaihude, with all of his smarts and fancy equipment, has yet to realize what exactly my quirk is. He has theorized a few things about it. But he doesn't have anything concrete on it. He said that he wouldn't even believe that I was human had all for one not interrogated the doctors that were present at my birth. And, fair enough, it's not like I care for it anyway. Whether I am human or not is of little importance. Well, besides women looking at me weirdly. Or, people in general. It's also been a while since I've been near any actual humans. AFO and his crew don't count. I haven't really been left to wander around though. I was sent to kill off a random gang of drug traffickers. I don't see how this helps all for one in any way, but then again, this is a test, so it doesn't matter. Bit of a shame that I need to re-enter criminal life this early. But I can just say that I didn't have any choice. Leaving Kaihude's hospital and taking in a lungful of fresh air made me feel great. But dwindling around might make me seem a bit more suspicious. I unfurled my wings, they revealed themselves from underneath my exoskeleton armored back and carried me into the night. I don't even know how quickly I can fly now. But, after flapping my wings a few times, I already went over the clouds. I hovered a bit in place, before settling my sights on Hosa City, and darting in that direction. I immediately sped up greatly, the clouds around me parting as I cut through them with my body and released shockwaves every time I flapped my wings a bit. It took me no less than 5 minutes to reach Hosa City. And I'm pretty sure Kaihude's laboratory is at least 1,000 kilometers away from it. I quickly landed in a random alleyway and made my way towards the hideout of the crystal peddlers. It was just a random warehouse, the type you'd expect to have a gang hiding in. I bet they are just a few no-name losers trying to start up a business in this area. Too bad they didn't really choose all that well. I scoured the building, turning on one of the many quirks I had, that enhanced my infrared vision to the point where I could observe them through thick cement. There was a basement to this warehouse too, that was strange, but it was likely made by these guys. At the front door, were situated 2 people, one seemed to have a mutant quirk that made his hands look like those of gorillas, and the other seemed to have gun barrels for fingers. They were the only ones on the surface. The rest were underground. Not really interesting quirks, but I won't hesitate to add them to my ever-growing collection. I reached the door, with a single swipe of my claw, it was cut down and fell like a cardboard cutout. The men were quickly alerted, but that didn't help them much. I slowly stepped in as they were frightened by my appearance. They both took a step back. The one with gorilla hands surprisingly picked up a barrel he was standing on and threw it at me. It came whistling towards me at breakneck speeds. I just let it hit me, not even budging. I looked as the 2 panicked a bit. The man pointed all 10 of his fingers at me and shot a hail of bullets in my direction. They didn't make any sound but seemed to be as strong as regular bullets are. I once again didn't budge at all. Only looking at them a bit. The marksman decided to try and run to alert his friends. I can't really let that happen now, can I? I looked at him, tapping my foot on the ground once as it swallowed him whole, leaving only an arm outside. This is the effect of an enhanced quirk all for one put into me. He hasn't realized how strangely quirks seem to support each other in my body. The gorilla-handed man started screaming in fear, but I decided to silence him with a quick beheading. I licked my claws as I took in my new ability. Not really great, but it seemed to be able to bulk up my arms a bit when used. Then I went to the marksman's hand and cut it open, licking my claws once again. I turned my claws into gun barrels at a thought and randomly shot a bullet into the wall of the warehouse. It shook the entire building and raised a lot of dust. It probably passed through a few more warehouses before stopping. I guess some of the quirks I have strengthened it. Oh well. Let's see what other quirks these guys have to give me. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. I won't be jumping straight into the MHA plot. That's still a few years away. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 19. Massacre and Sinkhole. Underscore 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 POV barrel underscore 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 underscore. I descended into the well-lit basement. It was an underground bunker with 4 different floors. I am quite sure there are around 40 people in total. But that doesn't dissuade me. I want to see what's so important about this hideout that All for One would send his most powerful creation. Even as a test, he wouldn't really give me something too easy to do. He's not that kind. I ran into a few more people on the stairs, they were likely checking on the loud noises from earlier. I decapitated them rather quickly. The 5 people didn't even have the time to gasp or be scared. I feel a bit bad, but they are criminals too, they know the dangers of their lifestyle. A swift death is merciful for some of them. I've tortured people before, and some would argue that the surgeries inside Kaihude's laboratory are also torture, so I've been on both ends. The people in the lower level were alarmed, probably because everyone that went up didn't come back down and weren't responding on their radios. After slaughtering everything on the first 2 floors, I started getting bored. I decided that it would be a bit annoying to kill every one of them personally. So I decided to make a bold move. I stomped on the ground with great force, making it tremble as it started to cave in. I broke through it and crushed the people underneath me. Surprisingly, the 4th floor was still intact, although everyone in it was alerted by the noises. I think the entire district heard that last one. Oh well, I'll just wrap things up quickly before the cops show up. I don't feel like having even more guns pointed at me today. The last floor was filled with traps. Ineffective on me because I was somewhat immune to their projectiles, but they seemed quite useful. I will likely borrow this quirk too. As for how I know they are quirk-made traps? The walls show no signs of any construction. Using my many vision-enhancing quirks, I can discern that these traps appeared after the wall was built. Well, all of this fast thinking would be difficult without any mind-enhancing quirk. Some might find my sudden knowledge of walls to be quite strange, but most of the fun activities I've done in the last 5 years consisted of starting at walls. So. Yeah. They probably realized that I activated all of their traps since they were waiting with their guns drawn and quirks flared up, ready for combat. One of them turned his arms into large thorny vines and tried to hold me in place. But I wasn't going to just let him do that. Using fire would be effective, but the vines aren't exactly dry, so they won't burn all that well. I just cut his vines as soon as they reached me. The surprising thing was that the vines actually bled, and the man screamed out in pain. Now I suddenly don't feel like taking his quirk with me. The rest of the people there attempted to shoot me down, some were holding handguns whilst others had SMGs. This is quite strange, I was pretty sure Japan gun laws are a bit restrictive. I guess that just makes the black market more profitable. I mean, people always want to get their hands on illegal stuff. And something being forbidden is usually taken as a challenge by some of the more daring folk. The bullets all stopped on my exoskeleton. I just stared at them as they kept unloading their lead, naughty, in my general direction. Eventually, I got bored and decided to end their struggle. My right arm seemed to inflate itself with air, I pointed my palm towards them as they kept desperately shooting me. A massive wave of pressurized air was released as my arm started slowly shrinking. This quirk, air cannon, is All for One's favorite power. And I can see why. The wave crushed all of the people in front of me into the wall and shook the entire basement once again. This time, the walls gave in. The ceiling started falling on top of all of us. And I don't like the thought of being buried early, so I took off like a bullet. I pierced through the falling debris threatening to crush everyone there and left the warehouse through the roof. Bit of a shame that I couldn't get the trap-making quirk, but actually finding it would be quite hard. Overall, it's not worth the hassle. As soon as I left, the entire building started sliding into the ground, forming a man-made sinkhole. I hovered right underneath the clouds for a few seconds, using my infrared vision to make sure there were no survivors. Instead, I managed to catch sight of a car getting caught up in the sinkhole's expansion. Now, I'm not the Good Samaritan sort. But I don't like the idea of implicating random people in my issues. So I decided to do my good deed for the day, or the decade in my case, and swooped down, hovering above their tilting car. I sunk my fingers into the top of their car, the metal bending and twisting as I gripped the car with one hand. After getting a good grip, I flapped my wings with great strength, taking the car with me as the roof was bent in an upwards motion. I heard womanly screams coming from the car, which is quite weird since there is a man and a woman inside it. I guess he has a high-pitched voice? Oh, whatever. A pure mind would wonder what exactly is this couple doing being parked near a secluded warehouse in the middle of the night. But a person with a more developed frontal lobe, a degenerate like me, would instantly be capable of telling you what these two were planning to do inside that car. I gently placed their car outside of the danger zone, just dropped it off. The screaming stopped eventually and I left after making sure they were people and not banshees. Who screams that much? And why does it sound so ghastly? Anyway, my gangsta senses are ticking off, that must mean that law enforcement is quickly approaching, so it's about time I fucked off. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. From now on, the official backstory of the MC will be that he was bit by a radioactive gangster as a teen. You're welcome. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon _on. 20. A grim reminder. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. The police didn't know what to make of their newest case. Hosa City had been a relatively normal city. This amount of action wasn't quite expected. An entire organization of dangerous villains and drug traffickers went down in a single night. Or, rather, in a few minutes. At first, they were confused, thinking this was a strange natural sinkhole incident. Strange as in it wasn't picked up by any of their specialized radars beforehand. But the bodies inside quickly dissuaded them from that conclusion. Sure, many of them were killed by being crushed. Some died due to the rubble, sure. But for many, it was more of them being forced into a wall. Some of the corpses were still nailed into a wall when they were found. Then, they found other causes of death. Missing limbs, heads, that were still to be found in the wreckage. This was clearly the work of a murderer or a group of murderers. One seemed to be embedded into a piece of earth in an unnatural way. This massacre was deemed to have been carried out by a small group of people, with different quirks. They know for a fact that there were at least 3 people. One seemed to have claws, from the slashes on some of the bodies, and the other was an odd earth manipulation one. The last one was more of a stretch, they didn't know the limitations of the earth quirk. But by studying the cracks on the wall where they found the embedded bodies, they discovered that the people were pushed towards it with great force, rather than being swallowed up by it. And their injuries reflected that theory. But that was most of what they had to go on. Especially since they couldn't find anything about the appearance of the perpetrator. The few available cameras in that abandoned corner of town just showed a shadow or two. They were hard to discern from the dark of the night. All they had for identifying the suspect was the testimony of the 2 witnesses and survivors. A couple that was almost caught up in that mess. They were saved in time by an unknown assailant, who the police put as the main suspect for now, as they also fled the scene instantly. The savior seemed to be the one that inflicted the claw wounds on the bodies. At least judging by the marks on top of the car. And it seemed that his quirk also gave him the ability to fly. As he carried their car into the air. The police were slowly starting to piece together a quirk profile for a suspect. They hoped this to be the corner piece for the case. Eventually, after a month or 2, a board intern managed to find an old file. A mutant quirk that allowed the user to fly and that permanently transformed his hands into claws. But it was a rather somber case file. It was a grim reminder for the police station. A display of gross negligence on part of the law enforcement from their country. Beru. That was the only name given, no family name at all. A quirk that completely transformed the child's genetic makeup and physiology from birth. It indeed gave him the ability to fly, and his claws were described as dangerously sharp. But the file was relating to something else. Well, 2 different cases in fact. One of them being a kidnapping/disappearance case where he was let off on a mountain only a few months old to die by himself. A trial which he survived. And the second read much in the same way, being adopted by a strange unidentified individual and disappearing off of the face of the earth. There were no other records of him. He was also not the only one to disappear that day. He was one of many. The orphanage was swiftly closed and the lady managing it was arrested eventually. Using a lie detector quirk of a new cadet, they managed to find out what had happened. At least in part. They were taken by a powerful man, and she was paid a lot to turn a blind eye to however many were chosen. Money which she accepted with a smile. It was a convoluted case. It leads to the lady basically gaining a life sentence in a high-security prison, in which she died around 2 years later. This was where the details on the file ended. They kept any malicious interest the researchers might have had on this new breed of quirk out of the file. Only a few select people knew about it. And they obviously wouldn't speak up about it. The person that discovered the file quickly gave it to the chief, who proceeded to start a formal investigation, taking this to be the reappearance of the boy that had disappeared that day. Although, it was by no means a happy occasion, as the things he had taken part in were horrendous. But, as a child, Bear would have many ways to escape prosecution, they just needed to somehow catch him. When they didn't even know where he was, they doubted they'd find him on the streets though. But, they informed every available policeman, keeping the reopened case a secret from the public. They also informed heroes of Bear's appearance and asked them to keep an eye out. And so, the chase had started. The researchers that had been previously disappointed were now rejoicing at the information. Their guinea pig was back. And it was a secret this time, they could convict him and keep him in a laboratory quite easily. After all, laws could bend in every way as long as enough money is poured. Bear being a minor didn't matter much to them. They just wanted to keep that new breed under surveillance and run tests on it. They thought this matter would be as easy as pie. Oh, how wrong they were. But they will eventually regret their decisions. They did their best to take attention away from Bear's case, all until he disappeared again. It could be said that Bear would have ended up in a laboratory anyway. But now he at least had a chance to grow stronger. Being injected with quirks was still better than being dissected. Well, he still was dissected, but at least he got quirks. For now, Bear was spending his time around the laboratory, his only company being the other undeveloped Nomus. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. I also have a Discord SV 21 delivery in all might. Underscore 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 POV Bear underscore 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 underscore. This is really getting annoying. Most missions I get are just deliveries now. I feel like the pack boy for a gang all over again. I mean, I'm pretty sure I started as the pack boy for the first 3 months. But I wasn't expecting only to get delivery missions after the first violent one. I mean, so what if I created a sinkhole that made the entire country look for a group of powerful villains? Not my fault. All for One didn't specifically tell me that I couldn't create an unnatural natural disaster. Here we are now, this is completely his responsibility. Yab. Anyway, I've been doing something productive in my free time. I have been scratching the walls trying to perfect my craft of appearing insane. Kaihude, the old cunt, was quite surprised to see that, but he just chalked it up to me being a bit more sentient than before. Which seems to have pleased him quite a bit. Apparently, having a somewhat intelligent loyal servant is somewhat better than a brain-dead one. Who would have thought? Right now, I'm doing a regular delivery job. I don't really know what I am always delivering so much. But it's a bit annoying. At least I get to fly around the country. Which is quite nice, especially in the evening. Seeing the sunset while above the clouds is something I didn't think I'd have the pleasure to witness in my past life. Right now though, I am flying above the buildings. I don't really care much about being seen or not. It's not like anyone will stop me, right? Just as those thoughts ran through my head, I heard a loud shout from underneath me. Wait! Young man! The voice was stupidly loud. I looked down curiously. It was a muscly man with yellow hair. He was wearing a pair of jeans and a white t-shirt. He waved over at me. What's this guy's deal? Why does he smell like blood? I flew towards him and landed on the roof, right beside him. I made sure not to damage the building though, collateral damage is really unlike me. Yeah, the warehouse was all for One's fault. Sup, I said as I landed near him. My voice sounds a bit unnatural right now, I haven't used it in a long time, after all, I need my vocal cords to warm up a bit. The man looked beyond shocked. I guess he didn't catch a proper glimpse of me when I was in the air. Good evening, young man. I apologize, I was a bit startled. Well, calling me a young man is a bit much, I'm just 13. It's fine, used to it. My reassuring answer seems to have made him feel worse for some strange reason. Anyway, I just wanted to tell you that you should be more careful with the use of your quirk. Great. Just what I needed right now, well at least this is better than pretending not to be able to speak. I just stared at him like I would a mannequin in a clothing store. I am not that uptight an individual, but others would likely give you a fine, he said with an ever-present smile. It seems he was able to brush off his previous embarrassment quite easily. But I like flying. I tilted my head a bit, looking up at this 2-meter-tall man. I think I know him from somewhere. I can't remember though. Well, the wind hitting your face might be a nice feeling, but paying a fine isn't, he said as he raised one finger in the air. Suddenly, a large crashing noise was heard on the streets. We both immediately looked down. Can you guess what we saw? That's right, a villain. Who would have thunk? They seem to be popping out quite frequently in this country. At any corner of the street, I honestly think their spawn point is random east. What the fuck am I thinking about? Am I turning into that brat Shigaraki? Young man. Go somewhere safe. I will capture this villain. He jumped up preparing to intercept the villain. But the villain grew in size and turned into a large reptile, easily reaching the height of the apartment I am standing on. The villain seemed to have a quirk that allowed him to turn into a T-Rex. That's fucking awesome. I want that. I could hear a few panic screams from the streets. Oh wow, I won. Do not worry everyone. Everything will be fine. Why? Because I am here. Well, that's an entrance if I've ever heard one. My eardrums are certainly not liking it though. The people seem to like it though. It's All Might. I could hear a few shouts of recognition. I guess the guy's a hero? He jumped at the dinosaur villain and cocked his fist back. A bit straightforward, but whatever. His punch made contact with the body of the T-Rex, sending it upwards, but it looked otherwise unscathed. I guess it absorbs impact quite well. The punch was definitely strong. I don't know if I can replicate it properly. But I am more the slashing type anyway, so who cares? All Might jumped towards the flying dinosaur. It seems he plans to keep the fight in the air, probably to avoid damaging the buildings around him. His punches sure could damage the infrastructure quite a bit. But I want the dino quirk, so I am going to intervene. Just as All Might sent another punch towards the villain, keeping it airborne, I appeared beside him. Need help? I didn't really bother hiding the excitement in my tone. He looked shocked once more. Young man. This is dangerous, get back. He sure is acting like a hero. But he does need help. The villain seems to be able to resist blunt damage quite well. To the point where there aren't even any bruises on its skin. All Might should be planning to buy time for someone with an appropriate quirk to appear. He seems to be holding back a bit though. I guess his quirk is a bit destructive. It's fine, I'll take care of him. The last part seemed to scare him a bit. But I didn't wait for his response. When the words left my mouth I was already flying towards the airborne dinosaur villain. Turning into a T-Rex, here I come. I extended my hand towards the villain, who looked a bit dazed, probably because of the constant movement and because of spinning in midair a few times. I sunk one of my claws into his skin, not going a lot deeper than that. I flew around him constantly, slashing at him from every direction at unbelievable speeds. I managed to also get a lick of his blood. Which is what I actually wanted to do anyway. That only took me 3 seconds, to fill the large body of the dinosaur with gashes and scars. I could hear a few gasps from the streets. I guess I made a bit of a mess, hey? The villain fainted and turned to his human form. I guess the pain was a bit too much for him. I didn't let him crash to the ground though. I grabbed him in midair and brought him to the ground. Around me were people looking at me with hostility. What? Did they not like the little blood shower? Young man. All Might was right behind me, looking a bit frustrated, mad even. That was too much. I will have to arrest you now. He looked sad while saying that. I guess he doesn't really want to, but it is his job I guess. Good luck, I said, as I prepared to fight this strange man. His hairstyle is pretty sick though. I won't cut that. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. Yet, he'll fight All Might now. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon _on. 22, Fighting a Hero. Underscore 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 POV Bear underscore 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 underscore. I should still be careful, this guy is definitely stronger than the scrubs I fought before. I mean, I did just see him juggle a dinosaur with the wind pressure from his punches. So he definitely has more punching power than I do. Well, I could likely do something similar, but I assume that wasn't his full power. If that was his full power then I can at least match it. But, somehow, I get the gut feeling that he's holding back, maybe because of the civilians and buildings? He's staring at me, I can see some hesitation from him. The people around us took a great distance. But they aren't really safe, and I don't want my little bit of fun with this bulky guy to end with too many casualties. All Might seems to want to end this quickly though. Because he rushed me at great speeds. I can easily react to it, but I do want to see how my body can handle a hit from him. He reached me, his punch was already approaching my chest by the time he realized I wasn't fighting back. I could see the panic on his face. But it was a bit too late to pull back, he was already in full motion. His punch connected with my chest, sending shockwaves all around us. The flesh underneath my exoskeleton was wriggling and rearranging itself. His punch was definitely strong. But it wasn't enough to move me, I have a decent shock absorption quirk. Even though it still did some damage, it was healed quickly. I have countless quirks by now, my endurance and stamina are almost endless. This guy is strong, but he is really not a good match against me. POV narration The people were pushed back further by All Might's punch. They looked in shock as the villain didn't even budge. The look he gave the symbol of peace was odd, it was almost one of pity. All Might himself didn't really know what to make of the situation. Out of reflex, he went a bit harder than he had meant to. And his opponent didn't even retaliate. In retrospect, it would have been a lot smarter to try and talk things out first. But Beru's playful taunt made All Might think that the insectoid was against the idea. Leading to this awkward situation. "So are you a hero?" asked the insectoid. Looking at All Might curiously. Beru just wanted to make sure. After all, hurting regular people wasn't really a good feeling to him. And, heroes were basically law enforcement, and that made him more comfortable with it. All Might looked shocked. He was used to everyone knowing of him, especially since his golden age hadn't ended all that long ago. "Yes. Would you please give up, young man?" he asked hopefully, taking a step back. He was a bit shocked that his punch hadn't affected Beru, but that wasn't really his full power. And All Might wasn't arrogant enough to think that there weren't people that could put up a fight against him. Especially in the state he was currently in. He hadn't recovered from his fight with All for One fully yet. And, by his doctor's words, he never will. He was only going to be losing his strength as the years passed by and his injury ate away at his health. But he had at least taken down his arch-nemesis. Now, the one in front of him wasn't even a person he'd classify as a villain. But he had done something quite egregious. Taking care of a villain in that fashion would have been controversial even for a licensed hero to do. Especially in front of such a big crowd, and this man had done it without any license. Which, technically led to him being portrayed as a villain in front of the law. Well, he would be called a vigilante by the media, but the law didn't like this type of activity at all. "Nair," responded Beru, as he dusted off his chest a bit. His exoskeleton didn't reveal even the slightest bend at the force All Might had applied. In their standoff, a news crew had already arrived on the scene. As it was customary whenever All Might was present anywhere. The police also arrived and dragged the people away from the site. Taping off an area around the standoff. The symbol of peace didn't want to prolong this matter further. He once again rushed Beru. This time, the insectoid copied his movements, matching everything about them, from posture to movement speed. He met All Might's punch head-on. His fist striking All Might's with great force. Both of them were being serious this time. The shockwave of that clash shook the entire district around them, as the people were pushed back further and the police were forced to expand their circle. After a short second, both of them started sending flurries of punches, their hands becoming blurs even for the high-speed camera of the news crew. The cameraman struggled to keep his balance against the waves of wind creating tremors in the area. Beru matched every single one of All Might's moves, leading to a collective shock to set in. No one expected a random villain to exert this much force. They were quite used to All Might taking out most of them quickly and with ease. All Might himself was getting less and less comfortable by the second. As he realized that Beru seemed less concentrated on the fight as he was on imitating him. Every breath, every subtle shift in posture, every muscle twitch. As All Might ramped up the speed of his deadly barrage, so did Beru. One thing that should be mentioned. Beru was by no means a regular fighter. Everyone has talent after all, and his talent happened to be just that. Everything just flowed for him when he danced around. In his past life, he craved for that flow, the smoothness of it, the feeling of satisfaction as he stared at his bloodied fist or weapon. It had been a while since he felt like that, it was hard for him to find a matching opponent. He hadn't fought properly in a very long time. Even the bank robbers were only cannon fodder to him, even though he was 5 years old at the time. Currently, Beru was finding the situation thrilling. His blood was boiling as a lost passion was quickly reappearing. All Might was finding himself matched, he decided to stop holding back completely. Seeing as his opponent was not even close to giving in. His punches got stronger, faster, packing more and more power. He slowly started overwhelming Beru, who could match his speed, but his lacking power led to him being pushed back. Yet, the childish joy in his gestures didn't let off. As his wounds, his wear and tear were all being healed instantly, and most of the impact was being absorbed by his quirk. The fight raged on. The street and buildings around them were quite in ruins by now. As the two of them had forgotten any semblance of holding back. Bara didn't really use his claws, but he wanted a frontal bout, he wanted to use the weapons that his opponent had. After all, that made the fight a lot more satisfactory. Eventually, they missed each other's fist. All Might managed to send a punch into Bara's stomach, and Bara sent one to All Might's chest. Both were sent flying backwards. Bara did a flip in mid-air and dug his legs into the concrete, coming to a stop around 10 meters away. His wounds were healing already, although he was getting exhausted. All Might was sent further, as he had no impact-absorbing quirk, and he also didn't have claws to dig into the ground. He was sent into a building that had yet to fall down, around 170 meters away from the initial clash. A news helicopter had already reached the scene, broadcasting the fight throughout Japan instantly. It quickly took to appear on every screen, the strength of the villain shaking the populace. All Might dragged himself out of the collapsing building, stumbling a bit as he did so. He was tired, a lot more than Baru, he was on a timer too. Thankfully for him, he was not close to being done yet. He couldn't let the nation see him in such a sorry state after all. He rose up, facing Baru once more. As the bystanders cheered from a distance. Yeah. Take down that monster. All Might. Go. Plus Ultra. His fans were cheering him on, but he found it a bit strange. The fight needed to come to an end eventually though. And the next few moments would decide the outcome. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 23. Thrill. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. The fight had clearly damaged their surroundings greatly. Yet, All Might couldn't help but feel that the crowd was being a bit harsh towards his opponent. Sure, he didn't look all that righteous. But, the man avoided hitting any vital spots. And, he hadn't used his claws one bit, meaning he didn't actually wish to maim or injure the symbol of peace. He was just excited to fight an opponent on equal footing. Something that could have been understood had the situation not painted him in a bad light. All Might had felt strangely during that fight. He knew that any moment, Bara could have just unclenched his own fists. And the insectoid's claws would have torn through his arms with ease. Eventually, the symbol of peace also got lost in the fight, his opponent's excitement rubbing off on him. Even though All Might had never been the type to search for fights, but this bout felt more like a spar than anything. Although they could have done it under different circumstances. There had been no casualties caused by their exchange, every building was swiftly evacuated when the police arrived. They had a perfect response and evacuation protocol for an emergency of this nature. They were currently prepared to apprehend the villain at a moment's notice. But All Might didn't consider the person in front of him a villain. He simply couldn't bring himself to see him as one. As the hero walked out of the building, he looked at his opponent with a bit of pity. He didn't like the way they called him a monster. Usually, his opponents would simply be called villains. But, due to Bara's appearance, he was just called a monster. It was a bit strange to see. And it would be a lie to say that Bara didn't find it a bit disheartening. But it still seemed to bother All Might more than it did the insectoid preteen. Let's wrap things up, said Bara in his regular distorted tone. All Might just nodded, their next exchange would be the last one. It seemed like Bara also started feeling a bit bad about wrecking the neighborhood. All Might prepared a punch, going beyond everything he had previously thrown, a smash powerful enough to take down just about everybody. Meanwhile, Bara's right arm unnaturally started swelling up, his previous slender arm became large enough to match All Might's. They both dashed forwards at the same time. Just as their punches were to meet, All Might shouted out. United States of Smash. His voice alone created vibrations in the air, his punch met Bara's fist. It was at this point that Bara realized that he had somewhat miscalculated how much force the hero in front of him was supposedly able to exert. His fist was quickly crushed, his exoskeleton pushing into his skin as it mangled his overgrown muscles and blood started sprouting out everywhere. Yet, he kept his posture, the shockwave from their clash blew away everything around them, creating a furious tornado and forcing the news helicopter to fly further away from the clash. Bara was slowly being pushed back, as more and more of his arm was being mangled by the brute force of the symbol of peace. Yet, there was no pain present in the insectoid's eye. His excitement hadn't died down even a bit. No, he was even more excited than at the beginning. One strike, one single strike had been enough to nullify his shock absorption and crush his bones and muscles. All Might pushed forward, as Bear's arm completely let off. Bear was pushed backwards at great speeds. He flew above the buildings and into the clouds, dispelling the ones that had gathered due to the tornado. But he wasn't anywhere near done. No, he was built to last. He unfurled his wings, his ant wings flapped around at unimaginable speeds and broke his upward momentum, staring down at the ruins of his fight. Looking at his side, he could see the news helicopter, their camera focused on him as he stopped his arm from healing. It hadn't been just his arm that was affected by the powerful punch. No, the damage that was done was quite extensive. All of his organs were in turmoil, the right side of his ribcage was mostly pulverized and his lungs were perforated by his bones as if by shrapnel. He stared at the sweating cameraman for a second or two, contemplating whether to leave or have one last chat with his opponent. After a short briefing with his own mind, he chose the latter. Dashing back down to where the clash had happened. All Might himself had taken some damage as well, his muscles were torn on different parts from the resistance and the strain. Underscore 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 POV barrel underscore 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 underscore. Well, this has been quite eventful. It's been a long time since I've actually felt threatened. All for One was the first person in the world to make me feel like that. And now this man. Although I'm quite sure I'd be able to defeat him if I actually tried. He doesn't seem to be cut from the same cloth as All for One. I have no actual reason to kill him. If he was a criminal I would have killed him though, those are free game for me. Now that I think about it. This is also the first time a fight's managed to tire me out. Good fight, I said as I looked at the panting hero. My arm hung limply by my side, the bleeding had stopped, but it was only healing slowly. After all, I don't need to bother hurriedly healing myself at the cost of more stamina when the fight is already over. Young man. This is such a mess. He shook his head and took a frustrated sigh. I just now noticed that there was steam coming out of his body. Sorry can't be caught yet, I said in a bit of a cheerful tone. Maybe I could have escaped, but I also wanted to fight this guy, so I guess I'm double guilty? He sighed, but he didn't move from his place to try and apprehend me again. Is he really that tired? I guess the last strike could have killed me if aimed at different spots. Although I could have still just dodged it. Young man please his words were interrupted by a scream, both of our heads bolted to the source, a woman was stuck under a pile of rubble. It seems their evacuation wasn't quite that great. Please. Help me. She shouted out in distress. Looking up, I could see the building above her slowly tilting and threatening to collapse on top of her. I looked at All Might, but he was still unmoving. I guess he's far too tired for that, hey? He even looked at me pleadingly. I just sighed, I guess I'll do his job for now, but he'll owe me one. Yeah, this is definitely not a mess caused by no one other than myself. I dashed towards the woman as she screamed in fear when seeing me approach her. Quite rude, usually people aren't all that picky on who saves them, but whatever. I showed the claws on my left hand, as they grew to be around 1 meter each. I took a few swipes at a great speed, I cut the entire building to pieces and the rubble above her as well. The pressure from those moves also pushed all of the rubble away from the woman. She closed her eyes, I guess she was expecting herself to die? Oh well, she's relatively safe now, there's no impending threat to her life. So I guess that's that. I reappeared in front of All Might, who looked quite shocked at the way I had demolished that building. You owe me a drink was the last thing I said to him before flying off. I quickly flew above the few clouds that were left and went to finish my delivery mission. I had almost forgotten about it, honestly. What a fun day. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 24. Shock and confusion. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. The nation was shaken, seeing a villain fight the symbol of peace wasn't anything new, many arrogant evildoers challenged All Might. But, the one that fought the NR.1 hero this time was by no means the same as the others. His monstrous appearance remained imprinted into the minds of the populace. But what was more frightening was his strength, he faced down the symbol of peace and fought him on equal standing. Something that not many had managed to do in the past. Not only that, he had survived a powerful attack from All Might, and didn't even appear to be shaken when his arm was turned to mush by the hero. His appearance and strength lead the media to call him the arch-nemesis of the symbol. Many articles sprouted around the subject, aided by the fact that the villain ultimately escaped capture. There was also quite a lot of confusion regarding his nature, many refusing to believe that he was evil since he saved a life after that fight. But many decided to conveniently ignore that part, as they believed that All Might would have saved that woman regardless. That and the fact that the villain fled in the direction of the building, meaning it was likely in his way too. It was quite the stretch of the imagination, but they wished to advertise the fact that the symbol of peace had met his match. The news emboldened villains momentarily, but it also made a few heroes more active. They saw the appearance of Beru as either a chance to grow stronger or gain more fame. Endeavor burned down villains with fervor, despising the fact that the distance between him and his rival was so large. He wanted to prove himself by taking down Beru as well. Then there was Mirko, the rabbit hero, who saw Beru's appearance as a chance to rise in the ranks and become stronger. Many wanted a chance to fight Beru, but All Might himself saw the situation differently. He considered Beru to be much stronger than what he had shown. It was to the point where he didn't believe that he would be able to win against him in his current state. Even if some news articles called All Might the winner of that fight, the symbol of peace didn't see that battle as a win. Rather, he found it a bit concerning. Well, he didn't think Beru was a threat to society, so he wasn't exactly panicking, but he still didn't like how he had phrased an apology during their fight. The way he said it made All Might think that the insectoid was planning something. He quickly announced the people he trusted of his doubts. Mainly, Nizu, the principal of UA, and Nitai, a clairvoyant detective that used to be All Might's sidekick at some point. They were both intrigued by this villain that had appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Nitai was quick to dig up his identity. There weren't many people with that appearance born in Japan after all. After finding out his history, they had difficulty piecing together what had happened to him. Nizu was the first out of the three to come to a conclusion on the matter. It was also the one that the police had reached in their initial investigation. A child trafficking ring. All Might winced at those words. First off, he found it odd that his opponent was a child. A child had been strong enough to fight him on an equal standing. Not only that, he had casually ignored getting severely injured. It also made him feel disgusted with himself. He had likely disabled a child. He almost vomited when learning of it. His hands twitched at the thought of injuring a regular 13-year-old child. Even if Beru was anything but normal, it still made him feel like he was trash. He wasn't wrong for thinking he had disabled Beru. That injury was extremely serious. That hand was rendered unusable. He had no way of knowing that Beru had an extremely powerful healing factor. One so powerful that it rendered the damage done null. It was to the point where Beru considered the injury more of an inconvenience than anything. Now, had All Might aimed for the head, things would have been a lot direr. Beru might have died, or just been captured in a coma. Regardless, it wouldn't have been a great result for the insectoid. The three of them decided to keep Beru's identity to themselves, as they didn't want to bring more attention to this case. The police also definitely realized that this was Beru. And since they didn't make any move, neither did Nizu, Nitai, and All Might. One person, however, was more surprised than everybody else. All for One had sent his most powerful subordinate on an easy mission. All of the delivery missions he had been sending him on were to test his cognitive abilities. Decision-making wasn't something he expected the Nomu to still have. But he found out that Beru had basic sentience. Although his loyalty was not altered in any way by it. Still, he saw his creation take on the accursed symbol of peace. It lost, but it was still a close match-up. The fight gave All for One a strange feeling. He hadn't expected Beru to be that powerful. But he didn't consider it a bad thing. No, he saw it as a positive. Even if the Nomu acted a bit odd at the end. That might have been due to an order that he had given Beru. To make sure not to kill anyone. It was a simple command. He wanted to rouse as little attention as possible after the warehouse disaster. And Beru saving that woman made All for One think that he was respecting the orders. He took the incident as both a win and a loss. A win because it proved the strength of his creation, and a loss because now the world knew about it. Thankfully, Beru didn't use many different quirks in that battle, so the police and heroes wouldn't be able to tell of All for One's involvement in the matter. Overall, the appearance of this new villain shook Japan. It made people warier and it made heroes more occupied. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. The MC acting sentient won't be that big a turn off to AFOBTW, it just can't be too sudden. He's already got two Nomus, Giganto and Kurogiri, that are sentient and still loyal to him. If you want to support me look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 25, wasting time. Underscore 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 POV Beru underscore 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 underscore. Well, that was an eventful day. Too bad I now have no choice but to waste my time lazing around and scratching walls. It's been 2 years already since I was given a mission. I'm already 15, and I managed to annoy the doctor by turning the walls into an unrecognizable mess. I am also around 1.9 meters tall. Which is quite the escalation from my previous average height. Well, it's not really entering in human levels, but it's still unusual. I no longer getting assigned any missions, mainly because a lot of them end with me causing a scene. I haven't really gotten any new quirks either, but I can't really do much because All For One is watching me closely lately. My previous encounter with that hero made me realize that people in this world can get crazy strong. I don't really know how that All Might guy would fare against All For One, but I'm pretty sure I need to prepare a bit more to take down the arrogant twat. I mean, there's not much I can do besides gather quirks like their Pokemon and allow them to strengthen each other in my body till I believe I am strong enough to ruin that cunt's life. I've been doing a lot of quirk training in the past 2 years, getting to know some of the stuff in me. It wasn't suspicious, as I avoided using what I found to be too strong, and just practiced a bit of the basic stuff. I am also sentient enough to try and start getting used to my strength now. So that didn't arouse any suspicion. I wonder how else I should pass the time. Well, seems I need wonder no more, as a black portal just opened up in front of me. I remember All For One having this quirk, or at least a similar one. Out of it came none other than that brat Shigaraki. Nomu. Teacher said you should stand by me from now on. Great. Fucking great. Can I kill myself now? I already got reincarnated once, maybe I'll get a better shot next life. Well, I'll deal with it, this isn't the first time I've had to deal with annoying people. Yet. Follow me. I still don't really like this kid's tone, but attacking him would kinda ruin my cover. By kinda I mean completely. I followed the kid through the gate and into a nice looking bar. I might actually like this more than I thought at first. Another Nomo was present here, All For One called him Kurogiri. He's the one with the portal quirk. Shigaraki didn't stick around for long, going upstairs and playing stupid computer games. Meanwhile, I did what I do best. Get shit-faced. I don't really need to be intelligent to drink myself into an alcohol-induced coma, right? Well, my only obstacle is this misty asshole. You can't drink. You're underage. Ha, joke's on you, I shouldn't even have a concept of the legal drinking age. I can just indulge myself. I walked by the portal guy and grabbed a bottle of whiskey. I used my claw to cut the top clean off and chugged it like it was water from the Holy Grail. Then it came to me. I cannot even get drunk properly because of my constitution. As that realization washed over me, I just stared blankly at the empty bottle. It seems I truly have no escape. Kurogiri finally reacted to me drinking, teleporting the bottle out of my hand. I just let go of it dejectedly. Then he said, "What a mess. Shouldn't you be near Shigaraki or something? Great, now he wants to get rid of me too. And I can't even cope with my existential dread. Get drunk. It seems that I must accept my fate." I walked upstairs to watch that brat play this world's equivalent of Final Fantasy. Jesus, he is bad. I think even Yohani, the lobotomized carrier boy from my old gang, has more tactical thinking when it comes to games. We needed something to do in between important stuff. Oh well, I can't really complain. I'm not exactly an expert myself. I remember losing just about every game of golf I ever attended. It's a tragic thing really. Being bad at games is at least something I can use to relate to this pipsqueak. Haha. So easy, what the fuck is he talking about? He just fought a mini-boss, lost all of his party and most of his consumables. Well, being delusional is a great coping mechanism. At least I have something to critique while staying around this kid. Ha! Look at the way these scrubs are playing. Total noobs. Oh lord, he's changed to playing online games. Oh, it's actually this world's equivalent of XCO. A game I am actually accustomed to. I remember playing it a bit with Yohani, the lobotomite. But he's playing with bots. Who's he talking about? Haha. Take that headshot, Albert. I guess I should stop making fun of the disabled, Shigaraki, and go back to trying to drink myself into a coma. Nomu. Go and get me a soda. Oh, and some popcorn. Good, I can just ignore his orders because popcorn and soda aren't really things I'm accustomed to. I left the room, trying to spare my eyes the sight of his excruciating gameplay. I'm pretty sure those bots were on easy mode too. I reached the first floor. Kurogiri was moping around wiping some glasses, even though no one is even coming to this place. Maybe he's just programmed to not be idle? Well, not like he's a robot, but still. I don't really see a reason to wash these already clean shot glasses. I grabbed a bottle of beer and whiskey. Maybe mixing them up will be able to numb my mind a bit. Spoilers, it didn't work. It seems my body is quite resistant to ethanol poisoning. Kurogiri just stared at me oddly but didn't think much of it. It's not like I carefully open the bottles and drink with class. I cut the bottles open and shove the liquid down my greasy throat with the grace of a hairy Viking. The only complaint Kurogiri had was that I am making a mess of the place. But I think differently. I was just feeling bad that he didn't have enough work, wiping the same, already shiny, shot glasses. So I decided to help him out by giving him some stuff to clean. He should be thankful. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 26. Shigaraki's missions. Underscore 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 POV barrel underscore 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 underscore. Ha 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 ha. So funny. It's been around 2 weeks of trying to get drunk and failing. Get this, I now need to do missions for that shitty kid. Why? Well, because All for One wants his pupil to gain some experience giving commands and missions. But he doesn't feel like losing too many people, cause Shigaraki is a shit strategist. So he sends me because he knows I won't be in any danger. Now, Shigaraki has realized that I usually just ignore his fetch quests. Like bringing him groceries and other stuff. So he decided to send me to hunt down another villain. Why? I don't know. But he wants me to find and kill him. The villain isn't really anything special. Just a guy that can grow tails out of his body and use them to fight. Well, I might take his quirk, but that's different. I'm sure I can use it better than him. I walked around Hosa City, looking for the villain in every corner of it. Not really helpful, because I couldn't find anything about him. At least the first 2 days. You can guess that Shigaraki instantly complained to his daddy, AFO. Who told him that having patience will be helpful, or some fatherly bullshit advice he took out of his 10-page guidebook on how to be a parental figure. Today, however, I seem to have found my target. So how exactly did I end up being chased around by a human torch looking to burn me to the ground? Well, the villain was already fighting a few heroes when I reached him. He turned out to be much stronger than I initially thought. His tail seemed to be very resistant, maybe as much as my exoskeleton even. He could endlessly grow and expand them, making him an extremely dangerous opponent. Well, not for me. He is far slower than me. I think All Might would only need a punch to take this loser out. But he seemed to be winning. I was about to swoop in and perform a perfect superhero landing to decapitate him with my legs. But something else stopped me. A wave of flames hit the guy as he was trying to finish off a hero. He was a bit burned but managed to get his tail to block the incoming flames. I looked at the source. A muscly man dressed in a skin-tight black suit. He had a flaming beard and mustache and red hair. Now, I've seen some cool stuff lately. But this is the first time I've seen a flaming beard. And I must say I am impressed. I don't know this guy, but he's cool. I want his quirk now. Well, only because it looks strong. I didn't get All Might's quirk because I already have enough strength enhancers. But I barely have any flame stuff. The only fire quirk I have is the one from the Weibo swordsman in that random warehouse. Unfortunately, a fire beard won't look that great on me. But being able to use flames like that seems dope. The tail guy looked panicked all of a sudden. Endeavor. I guess I learned the hero's name thanks to this guy? Endeavor, I guess, huffed as flames left his nostrils. Yep, I want that quirk. Well, I think I should thank him accordingly. I rushed him from above. A blade grew from my elbow as I landed and split the villain in two. The heroes around me looked shocked. I did appear out of nowhere for them, I guess. I dragged a finger on the blade and discreetly licked a bit of the blood. It's a bit nasty, but hey. Power is power, I'm not gonna cry about it. You. Endeavor rushed me, using his flames to send himself towards me as I slowly got up. He put his hands together and released a concentrated stream of fire towards me. Now, I may have some resistance to heat. But I don't really feel like letting my insides boil right now. So I flew above the attack, avoiding it completely as it scorched the body of the tail villain. The other injured heroes dragged themselves away. I looked at the hero, deciding on the best course of action. I decided to use my speed against him. I rushed him, appearing behind him instantly. My hand was already raised in the air as my claws were prepared to dig into his back. Endeavor reacted faster than I expected though, releasing flames all around him. I swiped his back with my claws, as my body started heating up due to his flames. He can't really burn me, as my exoskeleton can't really get burned easily. But my body heating up isn't going to help me. I retreated a bit. And I decided to do a bold move. Punching towards him and using air cannon minimally. Making the shockwave look like it was released by my punch. I blew away Endeavor's flames as he covered his eyes. The wound on his back was already cauterized. This guy has a lot of pain tolerance. I don't really want to reveal how many quirks I have. All for One knows of my air cannon, but I don't like others knowing everything about my abilities. So I decided to mask whatever ability I could. I licked Endeavor's already dried blood from my claws. His fire almost evaporated the little blood I managed to draw from him. But it seems like I don't need to draw even more, as that little bit of dried blood was enough for me to assimilate his powers. Again, I won't be using them, not right now anyway. What a monster! The hero said through gritted teeth. So mean, I guess he's realized he can't beat me from that little exchange. Still, I wonder how long he wi. Hey. That was all I heard as a kick came my way. It was aiming for my head, I just raised my hand and blocked it with my forearm. A guy dressed in white armor screaming like an idiot was the one that just tried to kick me. His leg seems to be accelerated by some strange tubes coming out of his calves. Well, his hit wasn't all that bad, maybe 30% of what that All Might guy could normally do? Maybe less? Well, I kinda like the tubes, I will take his quirk too. I can't really see his face because of his helmet, but I can guess he is quite shocked at how little his attack did. I turned around a bit, twirling my body and punching the armored hero directly in the face. It instantly broke his helmet as blood splattered on my fist. He was sent flying into a building, raising a cloud of dust and breaking a few windows. I didn't put everything I had in that hit, but I still put a bit of strength behind it. And, now that his blood is already on my knuckle, there's no reason for me to refuse a free quirk. I lapped it up. I gave one last look towards the heroes. Endeavor was looking like he wasn't done yet, but I am. I flew off instantly. When I was above the clouds, I decided to try out my new powers. First off, tails. 2 tails came out of my back, they were quickly covered in my exoskeleton. They look quite sick. But I don't know how often I will use them. I retracted them into my body. Now, the fire ability. I raised my palm as the temperature around me rose, I released a gout of flames large enough to burn down an entire park. This is fun, but it seems like I'll have to get used to the temperature. Now, for my next, and last power. I remember the guy having pipes on his calves. But I shouldn't really have that restriction, at least I don't think so. When using that quirk, it seems like my calves become engines of sorts. But it also seems like I can grow pipes everywhere on my body. I decided to grow them on my back. They should give me a little boost when flying. Now, it's time to go back to the bar and drink a bit. Why? To a successful mission, of course. Not that I need a reason to drink. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 27 more missions. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. 2 years, after the fight with All Might. Beru had disappeared for 2 entire years. Nizu didn't know if he should call that a good thing or a bad one. On one hand, Nizu hoped that maybe the mutant quirk child escaped his captors and went into hiding. From All Might's account, he was by no means being controlled by anyone. Although, Nizu didn't disregard the possibility of All Might being wrong. He was smart enough to not take any opinion at face value. Still, All Might's observations held some weight. On the other hand, Nizu thought that maybe Beru's captors weren't all too pleased with his encounter with the symbol of peace. And they decided to either get rid of him or incarcerate him permanently. And that would make saving Beru much harder. After all Might was currently still determined to help the insectoid teen. Even with his slowly decreasing strength. Now, his appearance only exacerbated problems. Further cementing his image as a villain to the public. He had appeared, instantly killed a villain, then proceeded to injure the NR.2 hero. But the bad things don't stop there. As he also knocked out another hero, by hitting him square in the face. There wasn't much Nizu could do to repair his public image at this point. That was their initial plan. All Might convinces the young teen to come with him. While Nizu and Nightai make sure his record is clean. It would have been hard even then, but it was still doable. He hadn't really killed anyone, at least there was no proof of him doing so. But now it was almost impossible, as he did it on live television. Nizu could only curse the ever-present media that needed to insert itself in any situation and complicate it to such extents. After all, if that was only witnessed by a few people, he could have negotiated their silence. Now that was impossible. Nizu still couldn't really bring himself to blame the insectoid teen. As he was likely just doing someone else's bidding. Now, he could just sigh and continue doing his paperwork. All Might wasn't any closer to catching Beru anyway. He didn't want to deal with the logistics of that already. Although thinking about the amount of work was certainly discouraging. Underscore 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 POV Beru underscore 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 underscore. Where does the line between sobriety and intoxication start, and where does it end? I'm sure I drank enough alcohol to put your average Russian man in a coma, but I don't even get tipsy. And yes, I am aware of how bold that statement is. Lately, I've been thinking of dancing. Might help me with self-expression or something like that. I think I read that in one of Kurogiri's magazines. Why does he keep that boring stuff around? I don't know. I just peek over his shoulder when he's reading. After all, I am still supposed to act like an animal. Oh yeah, I managed to learn why Shigaraki wanted the tail guy dead. Apparently, when he went to the mall, the tail guy just happened to be robbing a store that he wanted to enter. And that made him mad. He remembered the guy's face. And sent me after him. Great. Honestly, I shouldn't have expected less of the master strategist Shigaraki. Let's send the deadly biological weapon to go after that random store robber you once saw. How dare he mildly inconvenience you? Still, at least I can amuse myself in this situation. It's much better than remodeling the walls of Kaihude's laboratory. Although, it's annoying how often I have to get suspicion off my back. All for one finds my sudden interest in alcohol interesting. Amusing even, at least I think so. Haven't seen the guy's face in years. But his voice sounded amused. He and Kaihude seem to think it's just me liking the taste or something. Although Kurogiri is looking at me weirdly all the time. I think he's realized there's a pattern to my drinking. I always have a conversation with Shigaraki before trying to drink myself into a coma. Regardless, he's received instructions from the big man himself, AFO, to restock the drinks regularly. Finally, all for one doing something good. I'm still going to kill him later though. I still need to figure out his plans before starting to break them apart and slowly break him down. It might take a while. I am many things, but a sound strategist isn't one of them. Well, I'm still better than whatever Shigaraki is, but that's like comparing myself to a stewing pot of wasted brain cells. Thankfully, I have a few mind-enhancing quirks on my belt, giving me some degree of confidence in myself. The only thing that is missing from this bar is some music. I miss Queen. I loved swinging my golf club to the rhythm of his songs. Oh well, I still have a lot of THINOMU. Come here. Do I even need to comment on that? Is there a need for me to express my desire to try my hand at reincarnation once more? I walked upstairs, leaving my comfortable bar stool and entering Shigaraki's shitty masturbatorium. I stared at him. He was still playing his games. Which I will refrain from commenting about from now on, it saves some of the fried up neurons I still have. I need you to go rob this bank. Bring me money, money. He showed me pictures of the stuff he wanted, mainly, badly drawn money and stacks of gold ingots. He also showed me pictures of the bank. I feel like I am back in kindergarten, planning to shoplift candy with my crew. But I'm pretty sure I made more detailed plans back then. Now, I am not exactly an expert. But I am pretty sure the bank he wants me to rob is a deposit box bank. The type that keeps valuables for the clients. So there are chances for there to be neither money nor gold ingots in there. Sure boss. I'll go right away. Anything to get away from this place. I looked a bit at the photo, pretending to study it a bit. Then I left for the bank. It's not like it's difficult to find, there are only like 3 banks in Hosu and the one he showed me is the only deposit box bank. Now that I think about it. The last time I was in a bank was when I fought some robbers. Oh, the irony. Well, I guess that if I am to do something I might as well do it right. Underscore 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 un. Hope you liked the chapter. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. 28. Professionals have standards. Underscore 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 POV Beru underscore 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 underscore. Okay, so the first thing a true bank robber needs to do is to make sure they know the layout of the place they're supposed to steal from. I took my time, scouting out the place from a distance and from above the clouds. Checking the guards' shifts and patrol patterns. Sure, they might not be 100% accurate at all times, but they should still give me a basic understanding of everyone's position. Currently, there is no security posted on the roof, but the cameras seem to have that place covered properly. Actually, the cameras seem to cover every angle of this building. Thankfully, this bank has a security room somewhere in it. I managed to draw out a layout of the rooms and employees in my mind. Now, I need to make an entry plan and, you know what? I'll just cut down the wall of the security room from the outside, take out the cameraman, and continue from there. This wasn't exactly a proper choice when I was a regular human, but nothing's stopping me now. Then again, I want to do this without even being seen. Oh yeah, good thing I can turn invisible. I mean, at first, I just ate a chameleon and could match the color of my surroundings. But I'm pretty sure a few of the quirks I have enhanced all of my abilities. So, I guess I don't need to break a wall to get into the security room. But the safe itself might be an issue. I don't have enough knowledge about security systems to know what exactly triggers an alarm. So, I need to get rid of the power supply for that room. Causing a power outage might work, but I'll only have like 5-10 seconds before the backup energy source for the security systems automatically turns itself on. Now, that was usually the case, I don't know if it's the same here, but I should still be able to loot half of the deposit boxes clean in 5 seconds. It will take longer to throw everything in my bag than to rip open the boxes themselves. I need a way to quickly store everything away. Kurogiri's quirk would be a godsend here, but I can't really eat mist, and trying to munch at his real body would be a bit suspicious. But I will take his quirk as soon as I start breaking apart All for One's life. Now, I have yet to figure out how to take everything away quickly. But I have another solution. The reserve power supply seems to be located in the basement. It's a generator that is unconnected to anything else. And Jesus, it's great to have X-ray vision. Quirks are really good, imagine all of the possibilities with this one. So, final plan. I take away the power to the entire district. I turned myself invisible and weaken one of the cables with my claws. A bit of electricity passes through me, but that's not that big of a hassle. Then I rushed into the bank, still invisible, and entered the basement. I didn't obviously break the emergency generator, I simply extended my claw and used it to sever the wires connecting it to the safe room. Again, X-ray vision is my most useful tool in this situation. After that, I strolled in front of the safe door. Well, I didn't think about this part, did I? Fuck me. Well then, I will do what a true professional does, I will wing it from here. I need to break this huge door without making any sound. And I know just the way. The huge steel door is locked with a few steel cylinders that go into proper places. I just need to cut those cylinders properly for the door to swing itself open. And done. Thankfully, my claws can easily cut through steel. There wasn't any resistance, so there is no sound to be made. It's kinda like cutting bread. I quietly entered the safe whilst everyone was still panicking about the electricity outage. Inside, I quickly got to work and gently ripped open the locks of all the deposit boxes, placing everything that resembled what Shigaraki said he wanted. I don't really want to take more than needed. Well, a few rings missing won't hurt anybody. Oh, and that necklace will look awesome in my collection. Alright. It's decided, I will just take everything. I can decide what I want to keep later. The rest I can just fly by and drop back at their front door. I obviously didn't bother taking any family heirlooms and whatnot. I don't feel like looking through photo albums. In the end, I think I managed to find at least 3 million yen. Which should be around $30,000? Maybe? It's not a lot, but I also found a gold ingot. So Shigaraki can shut his mouth. I left the bank the same way I entered, invisible and through the front door. The employees are bound to realize that the safe door can't really be locked anymore. So they will call the police soon. Now, time to go on a random rooftop and look through the loot. In the end, I decided to keep a few valuables. I will place them in a stash in the woods that only I will know about. As for the rest, I just threw the sack of goods through the roof window. I am a generous person. That all took like 4 minutes. The robbery itself took me around 30 seconds, the rest was me picking the loot. After that, I quickly flew off into the mountain range. I just picked one at random. And left the package in the trunk of a tree. Ha, loot secured. That's a successful robbery if I've ever seen one. Now, to go and give Shigaraki his cut. I flew to the bar and entered Shigaraki's room, letting the bag down on the floor. He quickly took it and started rifling through it. That's all. Great, I bet he will somehow blame me for his shitty planning. Why is it so little? He looked at me, I don't really know what he's expecting from me. I am not capable of speech in their eyes. Ugh. I'll have to tell teacher that the tool he lent me is defective. Great, you go and do that. I'll just go back to the bar to sit down on my favorite stool. And just like that, I am back to my never-ending quest of avoiding sobriety. Underscore 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 un. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 29, smile. Underscore 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 POV barrel underscore 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 underscore. It's already been 3 months since that brat got mad at me. It's been mostly quiet, with me going to the forest and testing out quirk combinations. The bank robbery went so well that no one could even pin it on me. Security footage didn't catch me, and there's no eyewitness. Shigaraki complained to All for One about the little amount of money I brought him. But that didn't really get anywhere. Big boy All for One has other stuff to do than hearing his disciple cry about the lack of money. I don't even know why this brat needs money. Did he start playing gacha games or something? Well, whatever. There are some things I could do now. I could go and try to pick up some chicks. I always had my way with words. Oh yeah. I can't, cause I am the most wanted villain in Japan or some shit. Apparently, the guy that I fought with was a bit more popular than I thought. And me giving him a good fight was seen as a villainous action. Boo-hoo, people got scared, now I'm a villain. I didn't even do anything bad. Most of the property damage was done by that guy. My punches mostly absorbed the shock of his, but I didn't actually release shockwaves of my own. Well, not as many as he did. So even that can't really be pinned on me. It was a mutual effort. And I even helped that one civilian. No one on the news seems to be talking about that though. Maybe because I cut up that one villain in the beginning? Well, I didn't really kill him, I even held back quite a bit. Or maybe it was the other villain with the tails. Or maybe all the warehouse people I killed. Did they finally find out about that? Could be anybody really. I guess I can only pick up chicks that are also villains? Nah, I don't dig these types. I've had my fair share of dangerous women in my past life. From daughters of heads of the Italian mafia to hitmen sent after the boss, even the occasional junkie. Some were good in bed too. But they always had some weird shit in mind. One tried to kill me, another tried to cut off strips of my flesh, she said she wanted us to both eat a few bites. I remember one that was obviously trying to get information out of me. Well, I still slept with her, but I didn't talk much. And, the worst of all, one lady actually asked for a commitment. You can guess that I dived out the window the second she took a bathroom break. Simply put, I don't really trust chicks with a criminal background. Words of wisdom, if she's a beauty and a criminal, there's a 50/50th chance she's also bad shit insane. And I always lost that coin flip. So, what should I do now? I looked at Kurogiri, he looked back at me, waiting for me to finish my bottle of vodka. NOMU. Great, I guess I won't get to finish it now. I walked towards the crybaby's room again. When will he mature? I mean, he probably won't get to, I don't think I'll wait that long. When I entered his room, the usual smell of stale air and expired personality hit me in the face. He had another picture in his hands. I want you to kill this person. He shoved that picture into my face. I really don't like his attitude. I ripped the photo out of his hand, a small piece of it was ripped off, but I didn't care. I just looked at the photo for a bit. This guy has been getting in the way of our informant and recruiter for a while now. What? Shigaraki actually asking me to do something productive. Is this a prank? Where are the cameras at? I need you to kill him. He goes by Muscular. He's a villain, like us, but he's a bit too uncontrollable to keep alive. He is actually giving me concise information. What is this supposed to mean? Is he changing? We don't know where he is, we just know he's in the city. But you should be able to find him easily enough. Why is he so serious all of a sudden? Just yesterday he was complaining about the way his teammates, bots, played. Now here he is, acting logical and composed. His quirk allows him to have complete control over his muscle mass, expand it and strengthen himself. Alright, that's all. Get to it. Oh, I get it. This is a mission from All for One, I guess he decided to give it to me through Shigaraki to see how his disciple would handle the situation. I mean, it's not that I don't believe he would be able to change, but this is a bit too fast. I left the room to look for this muscular guy. Who names themselves muscular? He sounds like the worst type of gym bro. The one that Loki takes steroids and brags at every given opportunity. And makes opportunities when he can't find them. Still, finding a single man in a city will take me a bit. Much like it took me a few days to find the tail guy. Now that I think about it, I have yet to actually use his quirk in a fight. This is a good enough opportunity. I can also take this gym bro's quirk since it sounds like it could go well with a few of my own. I quickly flew out, scouting the entire city and looking through every dirty alleyway. But I failed to find anything. So, I decided to expand my range by a few dozen kilometers. Checking the villages around, just in case. And, bingo, first try, not really, this is like the fourth village I check, but give me a break, I'm tired. He seemed to be in an altercation with two other, weirdly dressed people. I've come to call all people that dress oddly heroes, so I'll call them that for now. I looked at them for a bit, a man and a woman. They seem to have water-related quirks, trying to keep the villain at bay with streams of water. But Muscular isn't really having any of that. He's brute-forcing his way through the tides with a sadistic smile on his face. I don't really like it. I can already tell I won't be friends with this guy. He seems to be winning. He managed to punch the man, who was sent flying into one of the houses. The woman is also about to take a punch, but she looks hot, so I'll save her. Hey, at least I'm honest. Just as his hand was about to reach her, I appeared by her side and pulled her towards the other wounded hero. What happened? The woman asked in a panic. Calm down, I'll take it from here, I said in my usual voice. She looked extremely startled when seeing me. The villain's fist hit the ground, he stared at it in confusion for a bit. But then noticed me. Oh. Japan's most infamous villain is saving a hero. The demented smile on his face seemed to get larger and more stretched. His mocking words don't really affect me much. But that smile. It irks me. I guess I have to wipe it off his face. Underscore 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 un. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 30. Undeveloped muscle and help. Underscore 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 POV barrel underscore 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 underscore. I looked at this sorry excuse of a villain in front of me. Seems like Shigaraki was right, this man might be a bit too rabid to keep alive. Well, not that I mind. 2 purple tails sprouted out of my back, they were quickly covered in a thick exoskeleton. The green veins on them were visible in the joints of the exoskeleton. Both of them received a sharp pointed tip. Muscular also started covering his body in muscle mass. He looks a bit intimidating. But that doesn't really mean anything. I've killed intimidating people before without much of an issue. He rushed me with a decent speed. It's still got nothing on All Might, but I think comparing people to him is unfair. I first thought I'd find more powerful people around, but now I realize that there aren't really all that many. I only know of All Might and All for One. He raised his fist upwards, preparing to smash it into my head and crush me into the ground. One of my tails blocked its path, the impact of his fist was decent, but it didn't harm me at all. The shockwave broke some of the trees around us and pushed the heroes backwards a bit. Muscular looked quite shocked at how little his strike had managed to achieve. It didn't even make my tail flinch. But that's just because my shock absorption extends to my tail. The bulky villain wasn't really discouraged, he started swinging his fists around violently. All of his strikes were swiftly blocked by my tails, I didn't even take one step away from my initial position. The ground underneath me was cracked and the houses around us were broken down. The shockwaves his punches were releasing was compressed, he is no doubt strong. In pure physical strength, I'd say he's about half of what All Might was. Well, at least in the initial punches. The hero seemed to get progressively stronger. This guy is likely hoping I would tire out so he can finish me off. But things aren't exactly going as he planned. Weak was all I said, a simple observation. But it was enough to tip him over the edge and make him explode in anger. You fucking bug. He tried coming from different angles. But I am starting to get bored of this man's useless struggle. One of my tails parried his fist, making him take a step back as he lost his balance. While he was doing that, my other tail whipped around and struck his left side. He put his arm up to block it, but it was broken in seconds, he was sent flying into the forest, breaking many trees in the process. He went flying for a good 300 meters. I did hit him with a lot of strength, it's quite impressive that he's already struggling to get back up. It's a bit of a shame. While he is physically strong, there's nothing else redeeming about him. Well, I guess you could say that the most undeveloped muscle in him is his brain. His attacks are predictable, the second you get used to his muscle augmentation, reading his moves becomes children play. Overall, this guy may be strong, but I think I could have beaten him when I was 10. Even if he was much faster and stronger than me, I have a hard time thinking of a way he could defeat me. Well, it's about time I wrap this up. He was already on his feet when I reached him. It's not like I ran to him, I just walked calmly. This fight was decent enough for testing the tail quirk. I guess I could test another one. Hey, one last hit, give it your best, I told him with a bored tone. He gritted his teeth and growled like a wild animal. His still functional arm was instantly bulked up. All of the muscles from the broken arm strengthening this one. My tails retracted themselves into my body, as I clenched my fist and used a few strength-enhancing quirks. My arm became a bit bulkier, my exoskeleton shifting to accommodate my bulking muscle mass. We both took a running start, I decided to match his speed, to let him build the necessary momentum. He strengthened his legs with his muscles, preparing for a clash. Our fists met at the same time, creating a shockwave that blew away all of the trees in a 200-meter radius. It seems his full strength is quite decent. He was also constantly piling up more strength as he pushed his muscles beyond his limits. His legs were firmly planted into the ground, his position perfect. He might even overpower me if I don't use more strength. Strange tubes started appearing around my arm, all pointing backwards, my mouth released some steam as the engines in my calves started running on full power. I could hear a sickening crack. Our standstill was instantly broken, my fist crushed his hand and reached his chest, breaking some of his ribs. His legs gave way as his body was broken, he was sent flying even further into the forest. This engine quirk is actually quite useful. I looked at my bloodied hand as it shrunk back to its regular size. I licked off some of the blood. I may not like this guy, but his quirk is a bit useful. After assimilating his power, I slowly walked towards him. I need to make sure he doesn't survive that. As I expected, he didn't get back up after that. It would have been odd if he did. But he was still conscious. What? H happened. Confusion was clearly written on his face as he coughed out blood with every spoken word. I guess he was winning that exchange at first, at least from his perspective. I walked near him, towering above him and looking down at his broken body. No hard feelings, you just died because you were weaker, I said with a cold tone. He didn't get to respond as my leg came down and crushed his head into the earth, cracking his skull and breaking his neck. That stomp also shook the forest a bit and created quite the crater. He does seem like the type of guy to have this type of mindset. Strong rule the weak and whatnot. I always found that to be a bit wrong. Strength alone won't get you all that far. At least not in all aspects. You need a combination of both strength and intelligence. Something that this guy didn't really have. Oh well, I guess I can head back to the bar now. Or I could check on the heroes for a bit. I did save them just now. I am also a bit curious about the guy's state. I flew my way back to the scene. My clashes with Muscular destroyed quite a bit of the village. Thankfully, the woman managed to drag the injured man away. I flew towards them. The woman was still struggling to keep the man awake. She was so focused that she didn't even notice my presence. But the man looked up at me, tired but thankful. He then turned to the woman, who I assume is his lover. Damn it, she was hot. Dear. I might not make it. Please, take care of Kota. Why is this guy acting so dramatic over getting hit once? I guess he did take a full-on strike from Muscular, and he doesn't really have a strength/endurance related quirk. The woman cried out. She seemed to be trying her best to stifle it. But she still failed. Well, I guess I can heal him. He seems nice enough. I walked near him and crouched down. The woman was startled by my sudden appearance. She almost jumped away, like a cat seeing a cucumber. It made the dying guy snicker a bit. I put my hand on his abdomen for a bit, using my X-ray vision to check his insides. Oh. I get why he said he might not make it. His broken ribs have pierced his lungs. He might have made it if they were near a hospital, but this is a village quite far away from one. I can keep him alive for a while, but he still needs medical attention. I only have one healing quirk. Well, the others are only self-healing and regeneration, and it's puny as all hell. I grabbed him. The woman instantly tried to stop me, but the man raised his hand. I'll take you to the hospital, I said as a faint yellow light enveloped him. He grunted a bit as I picked him up in a princess carry. Not really what I thought I'd be doing with my day, but it's not like I have anything better. My tail sprouted out of my sides this time, covering him perfectly and preparing to shield him from this bumpy ride. Nearest hospital, come fast, I told the woman as I flew off. I can make it there really quickly on my own, like 6 seconds or SMTH, but I need to mind the speed when carrying an injured man, no matter how much protection I provide him. The journey took me around 4 minutes. I reached the hospital and directly entered through the front door. My tails uncovered the man. He looked a bit confused, but instantly realized he was in a hospital and smiled through his bloodied teeth. The nurses and doctors instantly got scared and panicked when seeing me. Sheesh, I really am famous. Hey, totally not proud, it's actually infamous, but whatever. I looked at the nearest nurse and said. Broken ribs pierced his lungs, needs immediate surgery. My words were clear enough, as the people that heard me scampered off to and brought a stretcher. Although they seemed a bit hesitant to get close to me, I instead walked towards them and placed the hero on the table. He muttered something to me as I walked away. Likely a thank you or something like that. Yep, he was a nice bloke. I'm sure I'll go drinking with him someday. All for one will also likely think I did this in the same vein I saved that random woman. Because he told me to avoid too many casualties at some point. Underscore 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 un. It was one of those long ones. Uploaded a bit later cuz I had an exam today, end of year. Oh yeah, and I hope you don't find the MC helping PPL surprising, he's not really a villain. And it's not the first time he does that. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. 31. Resolution. Underscore 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 POV All Might underscore 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 underscore. A child. Abandoned by his parents, hated and persecuted for something that is completely outside of his control. Kidnapped and left to die on a mountain, miles away from any civilization. left to fend for himself from a fragile age. In his early life, he had no adult he could trust. He was always alone. Then, he was miraculously found, having broken up a bank robbery at the age of 5. He was sent to a special orphanage. Only for the police to later find out that the orphanage owner worked with a certain ring of human traffickers. They were too late to help the child, once again. How many times has our society failed him? I am ashamed of having injured Beru. But it seems he was able to recover properly from it. Even when he was injured, he didn't seem to have any reaction to it. He has been dealt an unfortunate hand in life. But it seems like he hasn't let that keep him down. He should be 15 years old this day. His quirk may make him look different, but he is still a child. And here we are, vilifying him on the news. It doesn't matter how many statements I make, the public was hell-bent on believing that Beru is not a safe individual. But his latest action seems to have changed the perspective of the public quite a bit. He fought and took down a villain that was terrorizing a village and that almost killed a team of heroes. Even though he is hated, even though everyone seems to look at him with fear and disgust. There he is, saving a hero without asking for anything in return. Even after going through all of that, his heroic spirit is still well and alive. I cannot help but feel shame. Shame at not being able to save this child. I am not naive enough to believe that I can save everybody, but he was there. He was in my reach. And I didn't do anything. He is driven by something, be it revenge for his captors, or the society that wronged him. But he will get it before he allows himself to get caught. At least that's what I understood from his words. I doubt I can catch him with my current state, he is young and is only going to grow stronger, I am already becoming weaker. There isn't enough known about his abilities to understand and counter them. It was only recorded as having unnatural strength, flight, sharp claws and a tough exoskeleton. But he seems to have so many more abilities. From that extension of his claws to tail growth to the odd way his arms gain mass when he winds up his punches. There is not enough information to combat him effectively. So. Here I am. Pathetically waiting for him to turn himself in. This is one of the times where I regret being as weak as I am. I can only hope he is not in any danger. Underscore 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 POV Beru underscore 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 underscore. Well, killing Muscular was fun. Shigaraki wasn't really interested enough in the details to realize I had saved a hero. He was too busy playing his games. All for One did notice it though. I could hear his conversation with Kurogiri. Was this truly due to your command to him, master? Asked Kurogiri, his suspicion of me is quite well founded. He's spent the most time with me, he can likely tell that I am a bit more intelligent than I let on. I may be a decent actor, but I do slip up from time to time. It must be, he has developed more and more intelligence as time passed, but he is still fiercely loyal. If I told him to avoid unneeded casualties, he will. All for One is just as arrogant as ever it seems. I do not doubt you, sir. But it still strangely irks me. He said, still wiping that on whiskey glass while looking at the table. Then, perhaps we can give him a mission. One that will erase any trace of doubt. Make him hunt down and kill the same hero he saved. All for One seems to be just as cold as usual. I should have expected something like this to happen, but I won't kill that dude. I don't care what All for One believes about it. If need be, I will hasten my plans. I am sure I can kill All for One as I am now, although I doubt it will be easy. There is no need for that, master. I trust your sound judgment. It seems Kurogiri is unknowingly doing me a solid here. Very well then. Do watch over Shigaraki, will you? He's been a bit more irritable lately. Probably due to those games he always plays. Geez, didn't know All for One was such a boomer. Video games bad, didn't know he was in parent advice Facebook groups. I guess that's where he takes his advice from. Is it really hard to believe that Shigaraki is just a piece of shit? I mean, he may not need to be one. Maybe he was a nice kid at some point, but he's not anymore. He's an adult, he should be able to take care of himself. At his age, I was already the boss's right-hand man. Making deals with other large gangs and taking down smaller ones by myself. Holy shit! Am I also becoming a boomer? Comparing the younger generations to myself and complaining about how I was better and shit. Oh no! I am still too young to be a boomer. You know, this would be a great time to get drunk, but I can't really. Kurogiri already finished his conversation with All for One while I was contemplating my age. I walked to a corner of the bar and started throwing darts. It was a lot better than not doing anything. Although I always run out of space on the bullseye. I think I will go and train my quirks for a bit tomorrow. I need to test out the combinations that I can make with Muscular's quirk. It should be quite extensive, it was a really versatile quirk after all, even if the previous user wasn't all that keen on experimenting much with it. Muscular's quirk gives me complete control over my muscles, and only using this ability to give myself physical power would be an insult to my intelligence. I don't plan on doing anything today. I've had my fill. I will just laze around the bar. Underscore 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 un. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. It's like 22 chaps ahead. 32. Group of weirdos. Underscore 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 POV barrel underscore 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 underscore. Okay, so there I am, training my muscle quirks and admiring the gold I gathered, stole. Kinda Scrooge McDuck-like. I visit my little stash of treasures daily. Just to look at it and wonder why the fuck I even bothered keeping them. I mean, it's not like I can even wear rings, and gold necklaces don't really match my black exoskeleton all that well. I guess it was more of an impulsive move, like buying, or stealing, an engagement ring for a hooker. That may be an odd analogy, but I did see a few guys do that. It always ended up in divorce. The guys likely just tried to be saviors or whatever, whisk them away from a life of prostitution. But it was usually done with the wrong women. As a lot of them did things willingly. It was easy money. And yes, my gang obviously ran a few brothels. It's highly profitable and there's no reason not to run them. We did have a certain set of rules for them. Members of higher ranking would also often look at the way they were being run. Now that I think about it. Weren't we more of a crime syndicate than a gang? We never really gave ourselves a formal name either. The members in the primary circle, nearest to the boss, also includes me, were called the Californian Killers by the public. We weren't really a friendly bunch now that I think about it. And I think the gang was actually called something like the Dirty Rats. It was a stupid name that Vladislav, the boss, found amusing. It was also a bit fitting considering our expansionist business practices. We did take out our competitors through underhanded means and were even proud of it. Well, enough thinking about my old gang. Some interesting things are happening right now. Like this random kid that just stumbled upon me. He is really small, I think he's around 3 or something. He's got short spiky black hair and a red cap on his head. What is a kid doing in the middle of the woods? Are his parents irresponsible enough to let him wander off like this? He looked a bit scared at first, but then he looked happy. Mr. Bug. Great. He both insulted me and screamed out in a manner I find innocent and cute. Thank you for saving my parents. He bowed a bit. I mean, that's cute and all. But what's this kid talking about? I think you've got the wrong person, I said in a confused tone. Think, who did I save recently? There was that couple in that car a few years back, but they were just horny young adults. And why are they the first people that came to mind? Am I an idiot or something? Likely. The hero couple should be the most obvious option. Then, I guess that woman was a MILF. No. You saved them from that big villain. Holy shit, kid. No need to scream it out. You'll wake up the birds or something. What's your name, kid? I don't want to call him kid the entire time. Oh. My name is Kota Izumi. He greeted with excitement. Oh, why are you here? It seems my mouth finally decided to ask something useful. Good job, mouth. Oh. I'm staying with my cousin while mom is helping dad recover. Great, well the kid seems to be a chatterbox. Are you lost? My question seems to embarrass him a bit. It's a bit odd for a 3-year-old to come all the way here unsupervised though. Yeah, we were playing hide and seek. I wandered off a bit. But my cousin and her friends will find me quick. His smile is really odd to look at. Why is he so happy about getting lost? Do you need help? Is a genuine question anyone should ask a child they find lost in the woods. I should know, I was one. And while I didn't really need any help surviving, a foraging guidebook would have been helpful. No, my cousin and her friends must already be looking for me. I'll just wait near here. Great, now I need to keep an eye out for this kid too. Mr. Why is everyone calling you a villain on the news? You are clearly a hero. God help me. Why am I talking to a 3-year-old? I am not really a villain, but I wouldn't call myself a hero either. My answer seemed to be somewhat confusing to the kid. I don't get it. But I want to be like you when I grow up. Oh lord, that's not a good idea. I mean, I get that he's happy to meet his parents' savior, but it would be a bit irresponsible of me to just encourage him to become a crime-fighting and oddly dressed hero. But then again, his parents are also heroes, maybe they can train him or whatever. Sure kid, you'll be a nice hero, now leave me alone so I can admire my jewelry in peace. Wait, didn't he say someone was supposed to come for hi? I didn't even get to finish that thought as the earth underneath me gave way. It was an odd feeling, kinda like climbing up a staircase at night and forgetting how many steps there were, taking one in empty air and panicking for a second. Yeah, that's the same feeling. But I have wings now. So I just floated in place as the ground underneath me formed a whirlpool. I quickly grabbed Kota, who was being pulled away by the earth. I don't really know who this is, but I'm not about to let a kid get dragged around by dirt hands. Whoa! We're flying! The kid got excited really quickly. Let go of the child, villain! Shouted an oddly dressed woman. She's got short hair, she's wearing large cat paws. Oh! Auntie! I'm flying! Well, calling her auntie might be a bit much, Kota. I think this is her cousin, to be honest. Don't worry, Kota. We'll rescue you soon. What? Do they not recognize me or something? I saved this kid's parents like a day ago. I landed in front of the woman, she was startled. Then, something even more bizarre appeared. A burly man wearing similar clothes and paws as Kota's cousin just appeared from a bush. Wait. What? Why is he wearing a skirt? He quickly tried to take Kota away from me, but I don't know if it's safe for him to be touching kids, so I didn't let him do that. Stop, I said. And to my surprise, they actually stopped. That usually doesn't work. Take care of the kid, you idiots, was all I said as I held him up to her cousin. She took him from me, a bit confused. The guy also scratched his head a bit. Why are you cosplaying in the middle of the woods and not taking care of the kid? I started scolding them as any responsible adult should in this situation. My scolding continued for a bit, as the two of them watched me a bit flabbergasted. Two more women came out of the woods to watch with the same shocked face. Kota seemed to be having a bit of fun, but he didn't really understand a lot of what I was telling the heroes. I even threatened to call Child Protective Services. One of them finally had the courage to speak up after my long tirade. Aren't you supposed to be a villain? A blonde woman with long hair, wearing similar clothes to the cousin. I think these guys might be a group of heroes or something. What? No, he's a hero. He saved mom and dad. Kota looked a bit annoyed at his cousin's friend. Then I could see them look at me for a bit, taking a pause. Their eyes widened at the same time. Oh. Said the cousin. Well, we're sorry. She bowed a bit. At least she's polite about it. I turned around to leave. I also need to find a better place to hide my stash. But I can do that later, it's not like they'll randomly start checking tree barks in the area. Wait. Thank you for saving Kota's parents. She bowed again. I think they are also a bit confused about what to do in this situation. I think their job is to catch me, but they clearly don't want to. As I helped someone close to them. So they'll just watch me fly away, I guess? Whatever. I need to go to the bar anyway. The drama Kurogiri always watches will begin soon, and I don't want to miss an episode already. Underscore 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 un. A few things I feel I should talk about. Since this is getting a bit irritating tbh. People keep wanting the MC to leave the bar. But where exactly is he supposed to go? He doesn't have a home, he'd just be on the run, from both the police, heroes, and villains, and with no clues as to how to find AFO. I didn't even see this as an issue when writing, cause I didn't think it was that big a deal. But it seems that the MC experiencing a slight inconvenience is too much. Let's be honest, this is all this is. A slight inconvenience. What? He's just asked to do something once every month or week. People keep saying that I am dragging this out, but what do you want me to do? Just make the MC magically teleport to AFO and take him out? AFO will die, just read and stop worrying about it. Sready for the rant or whatever this was, smiley face, something something support search Vegan Master on Patra underscore on. 33, Confusion and Burglars. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. The wild pussycats were left a bit confused by their strange meeting with the most infamous and controversial villain in Japan. They were just playing around with little Kota, they obviously used Ragdoll's quirk to constantly keep an eye on him. Kota was never in any danger, the heroes let him wander off for him to have some fun. They knew the child liked exploring the forest. And Kota hadn't even wandered that far off before he had met Beru. And the heroes instantly noticed their meeting and tried to find an opportunity to separate Kota from him. They didn't recognize him at first, somehow, but Tiger and Mandalay did recognize him after coming closer to him. Still, they wanted to keep Kota away from him, as the man was still a villain. They didn't know much about the situation with Kota's parents. They had just heard that the two were dealing with a villain and that Beru also happened to hunt down that villain. Kota's parents also didn't really go into detail about the way that Beru had helped them to the wild pussycats. Since they were still on the mountain training when that happened, they weren't keeping track of all the news. They just accepted to take care of Kota momentarily. Still, their encounter with Beru was a bit embarrassing. Mandalay was having a hard time looking the insectoid in the eye as the villain actually started scolding the heroes for child negligence. It went as far as him threatening to inform the authorities of it. A villain. Unironically threatening to call the cops on heroes. The wild pussycats could only stand there and stare blankly at the oddity of the situation. The villain turned to leave after placing Kota on his feet and giving him a small push. It was bizarre to see Mandalay's young cousin idolize a villain. Mandalay still stopped him from flying away to thank him for saving Kota's parents. Even if she didn't really know the full situation yet. This villain was a lot more like a jaded cop or a retired hero. He seemed to be both bad and good. On one hand, he had no qualms about killing other villains. He had yet to murder any heroes, but he had injured a few, including the symbol of peace and endeavor. On the other hand, he seemed to be oddly protective of children. He had reportedly saved people before, including the water hose duo. Later, Mandalay started looking a bit into the situation. She managed to find a few reports of the villain carrying Kota's father all the way to the hospital. That came as a shock to her, as it seemed the news stations were deliberately trying to be vague about the situation to avoid painting Beru in too positive a light. Mandalay found it weird. But she couldn't really do anything about it. Besides, there were already a lot of people that had seen the same articles she had. Those that reported fairly on the situation and gave the gist of what happened. Slowly, those people would spread the word of the true nature of this villain. Underscore 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 POV Beru underscore 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 underscore. Ha, I wonder if it's safe to let the kid go with those people. But Kota did seem to know them, and he said they are his relatives, so he should be safe. I don't really feel like training right now. This whole encounter really took the wind out of my sails. Kurogiri's favorite drama is also on hold as some other bullshit urgent news is happening. Some villains attacking a mall somewhere around Musudafu. A burglary turned into a hostage situation. And guess who needs to go deal with that? Of course, no one other than me. Why? Because Shigaraki was also planning on watching the episode. And I really wonder if I will get any fun missions. Really, I've had a few calm months and now missions are coming back to back. I barely had the time to drink. I just killed Muscular yesterday. So anyway, I flew to the mall. I might as well check the situation first. It seems like a few kids are playing hero during a hostage situation. Well, there's two of them. They seem to be quite young though. Should be in middle school or something, they look like 13 or 14. A guy with black spiky hair that seems to have some sort of hardening quirk and a girl with pink hair and pink skin, she's also got antennas on her head. She seems to be throwing acid at the burglars. So I guess her quirk has something to do with that. How do I know it's acid? Well, it's melting the fucking ground. I don't really know how often this happens, but I don't really like seeing kids take on criminals. It's only okay when I do it. The guy seems to be a bit of a coward though, he's just running around as the villains try to shoot at him. The girl is also just throwing around her acid like it's water. She's melted the ground in several patches. But only managed to touch around 2 villains. And the group of villains has at least 16 people in it. They seem to have varying quirks, mostly violent. They are also using guns. Something that reminds me of good old America. I guess gun laws being strict in Japan doesn't really matter to criminals. I mean, most of the villain gangs I've seen have fire weapons. And this particular group seems to have injured quite a few people in the mall. The police are likely hesitant to enter because of the possibility of more civilians being injured. They likely don't know that a few kids are stirring up trouble. I think they will rush the building soon though, as the sound of gunfire won't just fly over their ears. But, while the guy will likely be fine, the girl doesn't really have any resistance to bullets, and she's about to get hit by one. Well, she would be hit by it if I wasn't here. I appeared in front of her. Neither the villains nor the civilians could follow my movements. To them, I just appeared in front of the girl as the roof above their heads cracked and the ground quaked a bit. The bullets just bounced off my skin harmlessly. The villains were instantly spooked by my appearance. I think I can see some recognition in their eyes. I'm famous after all. I could also hear the girl behind me give a small eek. In surprise. I looked back at her, there was little fear in her eyes. She didn't seem all that disgusted by my appearance. But then again, not everybody is. I guess I did just block a few bullets for her, and it's not like she didn't see them rolling on the ground after hitting my abdomen. You kids should stay back, I said with a calm voice. The hardening quirk teen was still being chased around. He was running around on the upper floor of the mall. I flew and grabbed him too. The villains chasing him were left wondering where their target had disappeared. I dropped the boy near the girl. The boy was confused at first, looking around all confused. He finally gave off a girlish scream when his eyes finally landed on me. I looked the girl in the eye a bit, she seemed to just sigh in relief and sat down on the floor. The boy on the other hand. Villain. Please don't hurt us. He may be a bit too panicked to read the situation properly. The girl just looked at her friend and shook her head. Thanks, mister. Is all she said. She looked at me with gratefulness. I guess she's not one to judge by appearances. Now, while this was happening, the villains regrouped and prepared to come towards me. I don't really get why they think this is a good idea. My antennas danced around in the wind as I was hunched a bit. My hands were just hanging by my sides, I stared at the approaching villains. My gaze was enough to make most of them flinch. Now, I kinda wanted to just dismember these idiots and be done with it. But I don't want to traumatize these kids. Mr. We are honored to meet the arch-nemesis of the symbol of peace in person. One person in the group stepped forward and bowed his head. He was about to continue speaking, probably emboldened by my lack of adverse reaction. Not interested. I don't know what he wants to sell, but I ain't buying it. I dashed towards them. Most of the gunmen were embedded into the concrete floor before they even realized I had moved. Only one man was spared. And two of the gunmen got back up. I guess they have endurance quirks. One of them seemed to transform his body into a rhino. He tried to rush me and impale me with his horn. I just grabbed his horn with my hand and lifted him by it, smashing him into the other people that were still standing. After that, I just dusted my hands as the police entered the mall. They were a bit shocked to see the chaos that was around. I simply flew away. The police didn't bother stopping me as they quickly transported the injured to ambulances and hospitals. The situation ended quickly, but I can't really complain since they weren't really interesting villains. They were just two bit thieves with guns. Underscore 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 un. Bonus chap today, since I managed to write one while I was procrastinating. How does one get the will to study? This question will likely elude me for the duration of my college years. Oh yeah. About the MC's powers. He basically has every single quirk AFO does. Minus the teleportation one, shock absorption, spear-like bones, hyper-regen etc. And he also has the quirks he absorbed before and after he started working for AFO. The Dino quirk, Hellfire, Endeavor, Engine, Ingenium, Tail Guy, Fire Aspect, Sword Weep in the Warehouse, Acceleration, forgot its name, but it's the one the fat guy used. Other than that, he has poison from eating poisonous stuff. His exoskeleton is hard from both hardening quirks and eating tough materials. And that's about it. His strength would be comparable to AFO in his prime. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on, it's like 22 chaps ahead. 34, Outcome and Motivation. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. Mina was not having a great day. First, she finds out her exams were a bust, then the mall she was trying to buy clothes from gets raided by villains. She first started complaining to her friend, then the villains heard her and got mad. She, however, wasn't scared by them, even taunting them and whatnot. It was only after the fight started that she realized she could be in grave danger. She had also put Kirishima, her friend, in danger. Especially since the skinny black-haired teen was not a fighter. He could just run around and block attacks with his body. Mina herself didn't really know how to fight. She was just throwing her acid around and hoping to hit the villains. She thankfully didn't injure any civilians, but the villains were also not really affected. Even if Barra considered them trash, and two-bit thieves, they were still a dangerous group of villains. Even some pro heroes would have trouble dealing with that much firepower. And, when they actually started shooting everywhere, Mina panicked a lot. She didn't want to implicate so many people because of her hot-headedness, and yet there she was, fighting villains because she couldn't keep her mouth shut. And she was almost shot too. Well, almost. Mina didn't really know how to describe the man that saved her. She knew of his reputation, few people didn't. He was the arch-nemesis of the symbol of peace. Considered the strongest villain in Japan by far. His identity was also unknown to the public. Any reporter that tried to look into it would be silenced by the authorities. So, there he was. The strongest villain in Japan, blocking bullets for her. With his body no less. It gave her a strange feeling that she couldn't really put her hand on. Seeing his hunched back, his moving antennas. It made her feel somewhat safe. He was by no means looking like a hero. But it still gave off that feeling. The only hero that could make people feel like that was All Might. Kirishima however wasn't really feeling the same. He was beyond scared, trembling in place and crying in panic. Barra didn't seem to react to that. So Mina didn't really say anything about it either. Her friend had always been the type to be scared easily. And Bear's image was, by all means, intimidating. Mina could see the previously bold villains shrink as their courage disappeared instantly. No one even dared to shoot towards them anymore. The leader of the group of villains instantly tried pacifying the insectoid. But he didn't even get a few words out before Bear had knocked most of his group into the ground. It was like that Mina understood how powerful heroes and villains could actually become. It gave her a bit of perspective. She wanted to become a hero and this was a good wake-up call for her. She had no time to waste if she wanted to become a good hero. She needed to start training as soon as possible. Kirishima was having similar thoughts. But he was also feeling ashamed at how weak he was. It was a nagging feeling that he's been having for a very long time. The feeling that he was wasting his time away and not striving for anything. He wanted to become a hero, yet he was not working towards improving himself at all. That wouldn't cut it. His fight with this villain group had shown him that he needed to change if he was to become a hero. Bear's actions and strength had motivated the two to become better heroes in the future. But only Mina saw him as a strange hero more than a villain. Kirishima, on the other hand, silently vowed to be the one to capture Bear one day. Making Bear his goal and using it as a motivator to train. And Bear himself was obviously oblivious to anything of the sort. The police were a bit surprised to see him there. But they also didn't have any time to capture him, they knew better than to even waste time trying. They had injured to take care of. They were in a silent understanding to just ignore the insectoid villain as he left through the hole in the roof that he had created. The media also ate up the story. This time, painting him as the villain wasn't really possible. Therefore, most publications were forced to take a neutral stance. Merely calling the confrontation a fight between villains. The injured civilians were also pinned on the group of villains. Mina and Kirishima only had to pay a fine for public quirk usage, as the police also didn't want to incriminate them for something like this. The people that were injured were quite glad to see the entire group of attackers behind bars. Bear had not killed a single one of them after all. POV Bear Another boring month passes by. It seems Shigaraki doesn't have any more ideas for missions to send me on. All for One has also been silent lately. I've been spending my time combining quirks and training to be proficient with them. It's a bit annoying to have countless abilities and zero mastery over any of them, well, basic mastery, but still. Sure, the muscle strengthening ones and enhancers didn't really need training, I already know how to fight using my body. But things like the tails, the fire I took from that hero. Even air cannon, all need to be trained a bit. I am only using them in a basic manner. Sure they may still be strong, but that's just because I have a lot of enhancing quirks. Overall, I've been doing my best to master quirks. Then combining them properly. Taking things step by step and exploring the large number of quirks that Kaihude and All for One stuffed into me. I've also changed the forest in which I train. Because I really don't want to play babysitter while trying to control a forest fire. Oh yeah, I did almost cause a massive forest fire by mistake using that hero's quirk. Actually training some quirks is harder when they are stronger than they should be. I thankfully also took that water hero guy's quirk. I mean, I had the chance, and I didn't see any reason not to. Anyway, instead of a forest fire, I flooded the forest. It's such a great trade-off. I really should be careful with all of these. But then again, I did try to train an extremely volatile fire quirk in the middle of a forest. So I don't really trust myself to be careful. That's why I started training more area of effect quirks above the clouds. I doubt I'll have much to do for now besides training. I've been trying to watch TV, but Kurogiri is really mean about it and always stays on that shitty drama. Stopped liking it after missing an episode. Other than that, I think I could try and go for a drink with that water hero. Maybe I'll do that after training tomorrow. Underscore 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 un. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon_on. 35, meeting heroes, and weirdos, again. Underscore 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 POV barrel underscore 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 underscore. Now, I have run into a hurdle already. I plan to go drinking with that water dude hero. Well, I guess that's both the plan and the goal. Whatever. This first hurdle would be. How exactly do I even contact him? I don't know where he lives. Now, I realize that this is like tripping over my own feet at the start of the race. But it's not like I'm used to inviting people for drinks. Vlad was usually the initiator in those exchanges. Wait. I think there was that group of heroes that were taking care of their kid. Maybe they know where I can find him. Problem is. Where do I find them? I don't want to just fly over the entire forest all day and hope to find them. But that's exactly what I ended up doing. I did eventually find a few buildings in the middle of a clearing in the forest. It was easy to see, but I didn't really look in that side of the forest a lot. Anyway, I found them, doesn't matter anymore. I landed near the front door of the building. And surprisingly they weren't actually there. I guess they just happened to take the little one for a small trip to the woods? Well, regardless, I am now a bit confused. I guess I will wait around here for a few days. It's summer anyway, I don't have anything better to do. So, I kept coming back to that place for about a week. Then I decided to spend a night there. 'Cause nobody cares what I do with my free time anyway. I didn't really get specific instructions, I can just pretend I was training the entire night or something. Not that they'll ask me or anything. So, I may or may not have broken into one of the apartments there and just fell asleep. I didn't expect to wake up to an entire group of kids. Well, I guess they are all my age currently, like 16. Well, they aren't alone, a few adults are with them. By their clothes, I can tell they're heroes. The kids are a bit out of place though. Teacher. A stranger's here. What? That's the reaction I get? What happened to my fame? That's strange, this place was supposed to be empty. Oh. One in the group of cat people finally noticed me. She's the cousin of that brat. I just waved at her, she seemed to rub her forehead for a few seconds. I could see the teachers tense up. Wait, is this one of those hero schools I've heard so much about? It seems like it, teens studying to save people under other heroes. My wave seemed to confuse said, teachers. I don't really recognize any of them, but there's only 2 of them, and I am really not that great at remembering names. One lady in skin-tight clothes and bondage gear, nice, and a guy with the head of a killer whale, dope. Are villains attacking us? Bondage woman asked. She seemed confused as she held her whip with both hands. He doesn't look that aggressive. Why are they just speaking to each other? Oi, don't pretend I'm not here. Notice me. Oh, sorry about that. We're just wondering if this is a villain attack or not. The orca guy rubbed his head a bit. Nah, I'm in my free time, no villain business, I said reassuringly. This may not have sounded as peaceful as I wanted it to, it kinda implies that I would attack them otherwise. I see. Why are you in our secret training location? This time, one of the cat people spoke up. She's the blonde one, I think she's the one that controlled the earth. Can't be sure. The students just watched with intrigue. I guess they were expecting some action or something. Oh, I train near here usually, but I was looking for you weird cat people. I could hear a few snickers at the mention of cat people. The blonde woman also seemed a bit annoyed. Well. Hello? What did you want with us? Asked Koda's cousin. Where do I find Koda's parents? Water hero dude that I saved. Now that I think about it, if I just flew around the province for a bit I would have found him faster. But I was just lazy. Why do you? You know what? You do you. Kids. Everyone go take your stuff to your rooms. Shouted bondage woman. The students listened to her, a few of them were still giving me wary looks, but the teachers were just ushering them to move on. That's odd, I was expecting them to at least try and fight me, you know, since they're heroes and all that. Unless they were specifically told not to fight me. Did that All Might dude have something to do with this? Maybe, I don't know. Well, I'll tell you. But you better stop calling us weird cat people. Said Koda's cousin. She then introduced everyone to me. She told me both their hero names and actual names. But I'll just use the hero ones. Mandalay is the cousin, Pixie Bob is the blonde earthbender, Ragdoll is the green-haired gal that seems overly excited all the time, and Tiger is the cross-dressing burly dude. I'm very nice to meet you all. It's only polite that they also get to know my name. They looked at each other a few times. I guess they're contemplating what to do in this situation. Eventually, one of them decided to answer my question, finally. I guess you are looking for Uncle now. But I still need to know why you are looking for him. I don't want to just give up his location all willy-nilly. Mandalay spoke up. Now, she calls that guy uncle, but he's only like 10 years older than her. And, fair enough, she would want to know my reasons. I want to drink with him, no reason to lie about this. It's not like I'm doing a crime. Well, I guess I'm still underage, but they don't know that. They looked at me for a bit. Tiger just widened his eyes and blinked a bit. Is it really that unusual? Or is drinking not acceptable in Japan? I mean, I think it is, they even have alcohol produced in the country. It must be. Sure? I guess. He lives in Musadafu, at this address. Say hi to little Koda for us. Mandalay just said with an empty face. Why do I feel like they're judging my drinking habits? Well, whatever. Thanks, good luck with the training. I said as I flew off. They just waved goodbye at me. Finally, time to meet that dude again. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. Can someone explain to me what just happened? The blonde pixie Bob asked, still flabbergasted at the odd encounter with Japan's most infamous villain. That title itself now seemed more like a joke than anything. I think I don't want to think about it too much, said Tiger, as he slapped his face with both hands. I mean, he seems like a fun person, said Ragdoll. She seemed to find amusement in the situation. I guess he is. We already know he's not dangerous though. At least not to Koda's family and us. Mandalay said as she thought about the situation a bit. The wild pussycats were not the only ones confused by the situation. Both Gang Orca and Midnight didn't really know what to make of Barra's appearance. They already knew about him and his identity from Nizu. They were advised not to engage when meeting him. Same for every hero in UA. They all knew of this, student-aged, powerful villain. Now they found out that he was also a weirdo. But Midnight knew something now, Barra was by no means a danger to society. The guy seemed far too uninterested in fighting them. Even when they all prepared for combat, he just stood there and stared at them, like the situation had nothing to do with him. The two teachers obviously asked the wild pussycats about what Barra wanted. And they were told about their previous encounter too. Thinking about that made Midnight smirk a bit. Although she was not one to advocate for underage drinking, she found the idea of an infamous villain befriending a group of heroes to be quite interesting. It was clear enough that Barra didn't really care about those titles though. He just seemed to be living his life. Still, the teachers were worried about what he was planning. Nizu had said that the plan might be entirely related to his abductors and that it may not affect anyone else. Either that or he planned on taking revenge on society itself. From these short encounters and his actions in the past, Midnight and Orca could easily deduce that Barra had nothing against heroes and their society. And Nizu would obviously find out about this too. Not like they would keep it a secret. Underscore 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 un. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 36. Thankful Family. Underscore 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 POV Barra underscore 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 underscore. I instantly made my way towards the address Mandalay gave me. Honestly, even if she lied to me, I'm just glad to be out of that awkward situation. Really, how am I supposed to act when I'm surrounded by kids and heroes? It's also a bit odd how quick they were to just write this off as a normal event. Oh whatever, it's not the strangest thing to happen in the last few years. I've been through a lot of shit in this second life. I can't wait to be done with all of this crime shit so that I won't need to worry about being awkward around law enforcement. Well, I am technically still at the front door of a hero couple. So I guess I'm not exactly that bothered about it. I just feel a bit strange because everyone is always ogling me like I'm a time bomb. This was usually the look that lackeys gave me in the gang. And it feels a bit sad because I want to leave that life far behind me. But I guess it's hard to forget about it now that I'm technically back in it. At least I am not really considered scum by the cops. Heroes, the ones at the camp seemed rather friendly even. I mean, I would have been all over that bondage lady if we weren't surrounded by kids. And then there's the orca head dude, he looked really cool. Now that I think about it, I don't think many people would consider mutations cool, besides teenagers, but they don't count. I guess I am a bit immature, but then again, so is every man-child in existence. I prefer not to act all uptight and self-important all the time. Being carefree is nice, and I can also be carefree while killing all for one later. Ah, such a nice life. I'm still debating the most painful method to kill him. I have a decent grasp of his abilities, and he does have a good healing quirk. So I guess I will need to cut him up a lot and watch him squirm? Well, I'll just think of the details when I get to that point. I still want to see what his plans with Shigaraki actually are. You know, so I can tear them down effectively in front of his eyes. Time for a little home visit. Mandalay called the water hero dude uncle now, so I guess his name is now Izumi. I knocked a bit on the door. I am invisible right now, if a passing civilian saw me and called the cops things would get a bit annoying. The door opened, Koda looked around the outside a bit confused. Until I appeared in front of him and said, "It's not safe for a child to open the door to strangers." He jumped back with a frightened face. But then calmed down after seeing it was me. He actually even smiled. "Mister. You scared me. That's mean." "Odzie, I didn't know he had an attitude." "Shut up you brat. Call me Baru, Mister makes me feel old." I said as I rubbed his head with the palm of my hand and stepped into the house. Where's your mom and dad? I wanna speak to them, I said as I rubbed my antennas. It kinda looked like I was trying to arrange my hair. Not that I have any. Mom and dad aren't home right now. They said they'd be back quickly though. You can wait a bit with me. Kota said as he ran and did a flip onto the couch. Well, it looked more like he was jumping a fence due to his size. Yet. Mandalay and her friends said hi. I said as Kota perked up again from his couch. Oh. Did you meet cousin Shino and her friends? That great. They're always busy when I ask them to play with me. Great, I guess I'll spend a few hours listening to this kid speak out about his life. Not like I have anything better to do. I just hope his parents didn't both go out to buy milk and a pack of cigarettes. I mean, I guess it would be a bit unusual for both of them to do it at the same time. Kota was watching some cartoons, I wasn't going to just stand there awkwardly though. I stepped over the couch and sat down. Kota didn't react, he was quite transfixed on his television. Now that I think about it. Why exactly did they let him home alone? It's probably some hero business or something. I mean, I doubt they would leave him alone for that long. So I guess it's fine, I don't have to also start reprimanding them about childcare. I am really keen on not seeing children be mistreated. It's probably a product of my troubled upbringing. I remember one time a guy tried to rape a little girl in an alleyway. He was technically a high-ranking member of an allied gang. Their boss was friends with Vlad or something. Well, I made sure to bash his head in. It may have started a gang war, but Vlad made it a point to only send me out on the turf wars that ensued, and I basically took care of it all. He said that I should clean up my own mess. He didn't even blame me for it. He said it was just principle. But I think he was planning on taking them over anyway. I mean, he even had manforce prepared to take over all of their establishments and territories. He always made sure the bodies were cleaned up in my wake too. All that thinking made me hungry. I just kinda walked into the kitchen and grabbed an apple. I don't want to just raid the kitchen of this random guy. Grabbing an apple is already a bit much. Kota didn't seem to mind though. He was still transfixed on his television. Were kids these days really this into cable television? I always thought everything is on the phone nowadays. Is Kota a boomer? No, that can't be right. I think most people watch television because of this strange hero idolization. Heroes are everywhere in the media now. And their fans would obviously watch them anywhere they could. I munched on my apple as I thought about more uninteresting things. I obviously ate the entire thing, including the core. 'Cause I'm an animal. Then I went and grabbed another one. Can't really blame it on me if they leave them out in the open like that. When I sat back down and took a bite out of the apple, I heard the door swing open. I guess the parents are at home. Either that or a home invader, like I'm not one, that I need to cut up a bit. Kota also rose from his place on the couch. Mom. Dad. We have a visitor. He said excitedly. Kota. Why did you not lock the door? Geez, I hope this kid realizes how dangerous this is. Even his mom is shouting at him. I decided to also walk in the hallway for a bit. And who would even visit us at this time? Then she saw me. Hello. Yeah, that's about the reactions I expected. Good day. I'm Bear, by the way. I just waved at her a bit. Feels a bit awkward, but I'm sure Water Dude can clear up the air. Now, Kota's father also entered the house, carrying a few bags. He spotted me. He stood still for a moment. Shock was evident on his face. Then he smiled and greeted me warmly. It's great to see you again. I didn't get to thank you properly back then. He even shook my hand. Really polite and all. Yeah, sorry for coming unannounced. Didn't know where to find you. He doesn't seem to be all that mad. I mean, I wasn't really expecting to just find you inside though. He said as he rubbed the back of his head. What did you expect? I'm a villain. Although most other villains would seem to disagree. I let him in, Dad. He's a friend. Kota is really defending me right now, hey. It doesn't help that I'm munching on an apple as we speak. The woman of the house finally intervened. Kota. What did we tell you about answering the door when we're not home? Yep, she's mad. I'm not going to defend you, brat, don't give me those eyes. I know. Big Bro Baru also told me about it. He looked down all guilty after seeing that I wasn't defending him. I mean, it's something he should learn. And being called Big Bro makes me feel much younger. Well. Baru, would you tell me why you've come here? I'm sure you have your reasons. He seemed to turn a bit serious. His wife took Kota to the living room, likely in an attempt to distract him or something. What are they expecting here? A confession or something? Just thought I'd drop by for a drink. The atmosphere was instantly broken. The man stared at me like a scarecrow. I could hear the woman choke in the living room. Again, this reaction bothers me. Is day drinking unacceptable in Japan? I voiced a genuine concern in the form of a question. He composed himself by coughing a bit in his hand. And no, but it was a bit unexpected. Also, aren't you a bit young? Oh, so he knows my identity. I guess it's not that hard to find out. My case was pretty famous when I was younger and my appearance didn't change all that much, only my size. I'm a villain? I can drink underage. I really don't know how to respond to that. He also seemed to have difficulty responding to my statement. I can't really condone underage drinking. How about some tea? You know what, that's good enough. Not like I can get drunk anyway. I just nodded and we both walked to the kitchen. His wife and Koda soon joined us and we just talked about random stuff like dramas and cartoons. I also told them a few stories about my delivery missions. I obviously let out any unfriendly details, wouldn't want Koda to hear about anything too graphic. We did that for a few hours. I also learned that Koda's mom is named Reiko. My time there was quite relaxing. We also talked a bit about the muscular incident, and how thankful both of them were for me saving them. Koda was also happy to see us all get along. I left after a while though, didn't really want to overstay my welcome. Now said I could drop by any time I want though. Which is nice. Underscore 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 Here I go procrastinating again, I'm gonna regret this tomorrow. If you want to support me look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on 37, a year. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. A year quickly passed by, with Beru's visits to now Izumi becoming more and more frequent. The insectoid was spending most of his time off with the family. Now had also come into contact with the principal of UA, who provided him with more information on Beru. And, in turn, now also told him more about his encounters with the villain. Now didn't really know what to make of his friend. One word to describe him would be eccentric, but he also seemed quite caring and good-natured. He found it hard to believe that such a person could harm anyone. And yet, Beru was shown to be one of the deadliest villains. Even recently, he was spotted hunting down a group of villains. None of which survived. They were all cut to pieces, some were crushed to death. The only reason now didn't talk to Beru about it was since he always made sure to not harm any civilian or bystander. He knew Beru had his reasons, and he didn't feel like prying into them too much. He had no way of knowing that Beru didn't really consider his actions wrong. He saw those villains the same way he saw rival gangs back in his gangster days. Simple-minded fools that chose a life of crime thinking it would make living easier. He considered everyone that chose such life to be automatically prepared to die. As that was the ideology that he had instilled into himself from a young age. It was how he justified his killings at an early stage. Before he stopped caring completely. For now, Beru was a strange teenager. Talking to him felt more like talking to a childish adult. It was evident that he knew his way through life, but he also didn't stress himself with anything, he didn't bother with responsibility and he didn't take many things seriously. Now could only assume that was because of his lack of upbringing. He had matured faster, but not as conventionally as others. A lot of the serious issues that others had simply flew over his head. He was mature as he understood how his choices affected others, he understood the consequences and weight of his own actions. Now had managed to have a serious talk with Beru at some point. They talked about what he would do after he finished his revenge. To which the insectoid responded. I'll likely talk with the authorities. I will decide when the time comes. It was clear that he was aware of his crimes. He knew that living a normal life would be difficult after he was done. But he also seemed to be happy knowing that. Nizu also didn't like the situation all that much. If not for the knowledge that All Might himself had no confidence in defeating Beru, he would have tried to capture him at some point. But All Might was also busy training his successor. A child that was to join UA as well in the upcoming entrance exams. Toshinori Yagi may have tried to hide that from his boss, but he was easily seen through. Therefore, Nizu knew that the chances of them winning was even smaller with All Might transferring one for all. So, the situation was going to end in Beru getting his revenge. At least Nizu now had assurance that his revenge wouldn't harm any innocent lives. He didn't care as much for the villains, he was smart enough to understand how little villains contributed to society, the rat bear dog, didn't see their deaths as important. Although, some people still acted as their lives mattered. Nizu understood that some of them could change, but he also knew that many of them were way past the point of no return. He, and most of the heroes that were informed in this issue, knew that there were almost no chances for reform for villains. The prison system was just a way to keep them locked down, not to rehabilitate them like it was written on paper. So, for now, Nizu waited to see if he could help the mutated teen when the time was right. Underscore 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 POV barrel underscore 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 underscore. Ha! An entire year has passed by. If not for now, Raiko and Kota, I would have died of boredom. Well, I didn't grow all that much. I think I stopped at around 2 meters, 6.5 legs/feet whatever, tall. But I do have a constant hunchback, so I guess I am a bit taller than that. Not much has happened in the last year. Well, I guess Shigaraki has started sending me on less moronic missions. But my bar is really low with him. He's also gotten quieter, God bless, he seems to be cooking up something. Well, both him and All for One. But the guy still doesn't show his face. At least I learned what Shigaraki's supposed to be. He's supposedly All for One's successor. I guess All for One also has low standards. Regardless, I doubt he genuinely cares for Shigaraki. But killing him would likely mess up some of All for One's plans. But this brat isn't as important as the person I plan on killing soon. I realized that Kaihude is vital to All for One's plans too. I'd even say that he's a lot more important. He's been making these biological weapons for a while now. I am one of them, I guess, but the rest are a lot weaker. And they also don't have much intelligence. Which is quite strange to see, they were all humans formerly. Well, there are very few exceptions, but they are mostly brain dead. I know that some of these biological weapons are the kids I failed to protect. So it obviously falls on me to put them out of their misery. I will do it when the time is right though. I can wait a few weeks more before taking out Kaihude. That madman has his days numbered anyway. I've trained a lot in the past few years. I mastered most of my quirks already, well, at least the ones I like and use. The rest are kinda just there. Now, I guess I'll go take a piss or something. I mean, I do drink a lot. I kinda gave up on alcohol and just moved to sodas and other stuff. And yes, I have a penis too, I can just hide it inside my body though. It's a bit weird. But I got used to it. Oh yeah, I can now also pretend to have more sentience. All for One already considers me as intelligent as Kurogiri. Although I only communicate with short phrases and words. It's still enough for me to annoy Shigaraki from time to time. He always cries to his daddy though. Although All for One doesn't take it that seriously. He just considers me talking back to Shigaraki to be amusing. He thinks that my loyalty lies with him, kinda like Makia, so he's not really worried at all. Well, things are about to get a bit less cordial between us soon. Underscore 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 un. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon _on. 38, planning an assault. Underscore 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 POV barrel underscore 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 underscore. Well, I think I managed to find out what Shigaraki and All for One are cooking up. It seems the baby delinquent Shigaraki has had it with the heroes and has decided to attack the symbol of peace. Something about him growing weaker. It also seems like All Might has started teaching a newer generation of heroes. Which sounds quite nice. Now, Shigaraki has started gathering a large group of dangerous villains. It's quite strange that they seem so confident about attacking a group of high schoolers, but I guess they don't really have the brains to realize how stupid this sounds. Why exactly does the attack need to happen in a high school filled with heroes? Even if the site of the attack is a dozen or so kilometers away from the actual school building, it just seems like an idiotic move. If I wanted to execute someone like him, I'd choose something more practical. Like a public hostage situation with civilians. Followed by an ambush. But then again, I am not really the leader of the operation. Still, now that both All for One and Shigaraki are distracted, I can go and take out Kaihude and every Nomo inside his shitty laboratory. The only one that can actually pose a threat to me might be Gigantomachia. But he's a bit dull. And I am also a lot faster than him, so I'm not really worried. His regeneration doesn't really work well with beheadings. I will attack Kaihude an hour before I need to attend the attack on this UA school. It's still strange to me that adults are finding attacking teenagers a worthwhile way to spend their time. I mean, most of them are gathered to take care of the students. They are mostly cannon fodder, with a few PPL that have decent quirks. Shigaraki and All for One decided to use a Nomu to take down All Might. It's supposed to be on the same level of strength as me. And the two of us together should be able to take down the symbol. Kurogiri will also provide support. Now, this Nomu is somewhat familiar to me. A bulky body, exposed brain, and a bird beak. This is obviously little Suma. Or what remains of him. I remember the Mad Doctor and All for One talking about the kids at some point in my incarceration. Apparently, only 3 of them survived the experiments and were turned into Nomus. Suma being the strongest one. They referred to him as the brat with the regeneration quirk. Which is how I even realized they were talking about him in the first place. He should also be a teenager now, but he's been turned into whatever this abomination is. I will make sure to put him out of his misery. I can't do much else to help him the way he is now. And I don't want him to be kept in a laboratory for the rest of his existence. I doubt anyone can help him recover. Well, maybe I should still give it a chance. Just trap the Nomus in the lab and capture Suma. Yeah, I think doing that would be a bit better. I mean, if Kaihude can do something like that, there must be someone out there that can undo it. The world is vast. And if there are a lot of Nomus, the government won't experiment on all of them. Regardless, the attack on the high school will be in a few days. I need to prepare a bit for it. Well, I don't have a lot of preparation left to do, it's all I've been doing for the last few years. I can barely wait. I will take out all for one's most useful and loyal subordinates in one fell swoop. Then I will attend this raid before they notice anything is wrong. And kill his beloved disciple. Killing Shigaraki is also something I've been wanting to do for a while now. His arrogance is annoying, but it's also got a weird feeling to it. It's almost like I'm dealing with a child throwing tantrums than a villain. I don't really know what to think about him. It's pretty clear that he's been groomed by All for One too, so he's nothing more than a pawn. I somehow can't bring myself to actually be mad at him. But I still need to kill him to fuck up All for One's plans. Well, I still have more time to think about it. He's pretty harmless all things considered. Well, minus all of the murderous tendencies he has. He keeps trying to send me after people that cuss at him online. He graduated from playing with bots at some point. I obviously don't take his requests seriously. But he's quite chill when he's not throwing a tantrum. I would also like to warn that All might dude about this assault, but then he might do something unexpected and I won't be able to properly fight All for One. Baru. Can you go and check on Jiren? He's the one handling the recruiting that I told you about. After I've also learned to speak, he started calling me by my name. He's also been a bit more careful with his requests. Although most of them still have that tone of superiority. Sure, I said in a distorted voice. It's nice to see how unnerved people are by it. But I don't really use it when speaking to friends, like now and his folks. But it does provoke fear in most listeners. Well, it depends on the situation too, but it's fun anyway. I left towards Jiren's hideout. He's some information broker in the underworld of Hosa City. He's the one tasked with spreading the news about this attack and recruiting members. He already had over 100 villains when I last checked. This recruitment drive is pretty impressive, but not as much when you realize that they are just 2-bit thieves and useless murderers. They will have to do though, although, I have my doubts these guys are even capable of killing those middle schoolers I saved at the mall that one time. Oh well, the assault on UA is bound to fail. My plan is centered around the failure of everything All for One has his hands in. I dropped by the alleyway where Jiren has his office, a broken down barbershop repurposed into a bar. Not really fancy, but it's not that bad. I've been to worse pubs before. Hello. I said as I opened the door and the bell above it ringed a bit. The bar was mostly empty. Only 1 or 2 people inside. And all of them are criminals. They are either here to act mysterious or ask Jiren about a job. I mean, that's usually the case with small-time criminals that think killing and stealing makes them cooler. Oh. Did Shigaraki send you to get the details on the recruitment? Jiren asked from behind the bar. I guess he wants to get straight to the point. Indeed, then I looked at the other stooges inside the bar. They all looked away from me. I guess I do have a bit of a reputation for hunting down people. Usually, criminals would try to intimidate you to feel better about their sorry lives. It hasn't worked with me in my past life and it won't work now. Well, it especially won't work now since most of them know and fear me. Don't worry. They are also getting recruited for the mission. Great, more cannon fodder. I mean, I will likely have to be the one to clean them up. And I can't really dismember them in front of children, so I will have to break their bones instead. So difficult, oh lord. The participants are all mostly listed on this file. Well, at least the villain names they used when registering. They will all come to the warehouse at the agreed upon time. Ha, this guy is pretty thorough. The information dealers I dealt with in the past were mostly hookers and drug addicts. They weren't reliable, but you would be hard-pressed to find anything else at an affordable rate. I took the file from him and nodded. Then I sat down on one of the stools. Whiskey on the rocks, I mean, might as well. It's been a while since I've had any. And Jiren does also sell drinks. It's also not the first time I drink from him, so it's not that big a surprise for him. And he also poured it in a large pint, just the way I like it. An actual whiskey glass is a bit too small for me to even get the taste in my mouth. Thanks. He seems to like a polite customer. I guess most of the responses he gets usually are grunts and whatnot. Like I said, people, trying to act mysterious. As I was sipping on my pint of whiskey, one large bloke, Drinking from a pint makes me feel British, decided to come to me. Ha! Why is a kid drinking with adults? Great, a dipshit. You think people wouldn't realize your identity? You fucking bug child. Now. He's getting the attention of the rest of the bar for no reason. You think the authorities hiding your identity would stop people from noticing? Hey! He looked around at the small crowd of villains that were looking curiously at the situation. Jiren was about to drag this dude out the back, but I raised my hand to stop him. He was so caught up in his speech that he didn't even notice it. Listen to this, guys. The symbol of evil is a fucking 17-year-old bra. He didn't even get to finish his sentence when I swiped my arm lazily at him. I severed his neck with one finger as his blood started spurting out instantly. Now, it's not that he made me mad or anything. But the best way to approach situations like this is to be decisive. Sorry for the me's. Jiren just shrugged as the idiot slumped to the floor, still holding his neck in shock. I don't get what he was trying to achieve. But I guess he was one of those attack the strongest looking guy type. They are idiots most of the time. I downed the rest of my drink and stood up. Jiren had already told 2 of his associates to start disposing of the body. The rest of the bar was quiet, everyone was once again staring at their drinks and doing their best to avoid eye contact with me. I just left after saying my goodbyes to Jiren and giving him a gold necklace from my collection. I don't really have any cash, but he takes those in exchange for a few drinks. So the next few times I drop by I won't have to pay anything. I walked out of the building and was about to spread my wings. Something strange caught my attention though. I was followed out of the bar. Now, this is a bit interesting. I didn't even realize a blonde girl was inside the bar in the first place. Underscore 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 un. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 39. The Psycho and the Sociopath. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. Himiko Toga was not having the best of times. She had just started her career as a villain and she wanted to see what she could do around Hosa City. She had heard something about some mass recruitment and decided to check it out. But it turned out to be quite boring for her. It was some plan to kill the symbol of peace and she really didn't care enough about that to join up. She was about to leave when someone that she found intriguing entered the bar. The tall insectoid that was also known as the symbol of evil, the only known villain to have fought the symbol of peace to a standstill. Now, Toga wasn't the type to care much for titles and other things. But she found his appearance exotic. She suddenly got an urge to see how his blood looked like. It wasn't something she could help, it was the nature of her quirk. She was quite excited when that villain had started riling up the insectoid. She was hoping that maybe Bear would get injured. But something else happened instead. She couldn't even see it properly, but the man's neck was cut open. She knew Bear did it, she could see the blood on his finger. More and more blood spurted out of the man's neck. Bear didn't even spare him another glance. Even when some blood got into his drink, he just kept gulping it down. Not even looking at the corpse of his previous attacker. Himiko found that scene extremely exciting. She was hoping for some blood to get spilt. And she had gotten her wish, the floor was soaked in blood. Just not Bear's blood. She also found Bear interesting, she started seeing him as someone like her. Someone she could befriend, someone that would accept her for who she truly was. She decided to follow him out and see if she could stir up the courage to talk to him. But him suddenly spreading his wings startled her, as she hid behind the nearest object she could find. She was trying her best to hide. Even though she actually wanted to speak to him. Her fear kept her from approaching the insectoid. She wasn't afraid of Beru, she was afraid of being rejected. Underscore 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 POV Beru underscore 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 underscore. This girl is pretty good at hiding her presence, not gonna lie. I almost didn't notice her at all. Well, almost, I can still notice it. I can literally hear her heartbeat from behind that dumpster. Well, it's more like a trash can than a dumpster. I can see some of her hair as it is just wiggling around in the air. She didn't choose a great hiding spot. You can come out now. I just stared at the hair. The girl rose from behind that trash can and looked at me with a strange smile. What's her deal? This isn't exactly a great ambush if that's what she was going for. Well, she's blonde, wearing her hair in 2 buns. She's also in a high school uniform. I don't recognize her at all. But she looks kinda cute. But she also looks completely crazy. Just my luck. Hello. I am Himiko Toga, a pleasure to meet you, sir. I mean, that's great and all. But what's your deal? Hello, I am BRU. I will respond to her greeting. The only reason I'm not leaving right now is that I have a lot of free time after this. Hey, so. I just wanted to see if we could become friends. Toga just spurted out frantically. What? I just told her my name. Does she already want to be friends? What does she want out of me? Paranoia lenses on. Why? I barely even know you. You look young, and you are plenty cute, go spend time with your friends or something. I stopped making my voice distorted for a while. I'm also kinda curious about her now. It's not like I get to talk to all that many people usually. Shigaraki and his folk don't count. My high skill in social interactions conveyed my message clearly. The message was leave me alone, I don't care, they didn't BTW. Why is she turning red though? Why you think I'm cute? I wasn't expecting our relationship to develop so quickly, now hold the fucking phone. What? This is what she took from my roundabout way of telling her to fuck off? She just singled out the compliment and ignored any other word. She doesn't even look like she heard the rest of the sentence. How old are you again? I am a bit concerned about how simple she is. She might get taken advantage of or something. Oh. I am 16, perfectly grown up. No, you aren't, you're a teenager. I barely even consider myself a grown-up, and I'm like in my 30s, didn't keep track, if I put both my lives together. I mean, you are young. You shouldn't be spending your time in shitty alleyways and villain hideouts. I will try to persuade her to leave me alone after building some trust. Maybe I can also tell her not to get into this kind of life without any good reason. It's not like she can get anything good out of it. Women usually have it rough in the underworld. Although, her smile got really wide when she heard my question. I'm glad that you care, I don't, but go on. But at least I can be myself in this place. I don't need to worry about what others think of me. Well. That's not exactly odd to hear from a 16-year-old. I looked at her a bit, she squirmed in place for a while. She clearly has something on her mind. Not gonna lie, her mannerisms are quite cute. What is it? Speak out, my words immediately made her talk. Sir. Can you please give me some of your blood? There it is. My hot to crazy scale was warning me of this. It's not that I want to hurt you. But, my quirk makes me want this. Well, that's a better reason than what the other crazies I've dated had. I guess? But I won't give you much. She looks a bit desperate, which makes me pity her. And any open wound would close up in seconds for me, so this isn't that big a deal at all. It's kinda like bending down and helping someone pick something up. Really? Thank you. She jumped and hugged me. Geez, she can jump quite high. I wasn't expecting that. Well, I saw it coming, but still. Then, I felt a knife trying to dig into my back. Well, she couldn't really scratch it at all. But she tried. You won't get far like that. She looked a bit surprised, but I think it's more that I didn't react violently to her attack. I mean, I did say I'd give her some blood, she likely just took that as an invitation or something. She broke the hug and looked up at me. I just cut open my palm with my claw and let some of my blood flow in front of her. She quickly opened her mouth and brought it close to my slowly regenerating wound. I slowed it down on purpose, I mainly wanted to see her reaction. Didn't think it would be this major. Drinking blood is not that big a deal. At least she's all that weird. I've seen much worse. She opened her eyes while licking my palm. It looked like she had stars in them or something. Eventually, the cut closed up. She was still licking my palm though, I ended up having to stop her by pulling it away. I mean, no reason to get weird about it, she's a bit too young for me. I'd say she should come back when she's a bit older or something. Thank you. Can I please come with you? I put my hand up, stopping her from speaking more. Nah, I don't really have my own home. And I really don't feel like looking after you all the time. Oh, by the way, don't join the mission Jiren is recruiting for, it won't go well, I said as I spread my wings again. Till next time. I flew off, not giving her a chance to say anything else. She still had time to smile brightly and wave at me. Really, what an odd encounter. I didn't expect something like this to come out of a shitty walk to a bar. I think I'll just sleep a lot to pass the time or something. Underscore 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 un. BTW, Toga isn't really the love interest. She's still 16 at this point. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 40, the laboratory in the mountains. Underscore 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 POV Bear underscore 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 underscore. The day has finally come. The assault on the high school is going to happen in a few hours. I have just enough time to go deal with the doctor and Gigantomachia. Kurogiri and Shigaraki are still getting prepared for the raid. I can just leave them to get to it, as they don't really need me to be here for now. I just need to be there when the attack starts. I do want to see if they truly want to kill kids for whatever reason. I mean, they may be villains, but they should have some code of conduct. At least my gang had some strict rules against harming children. I remember having to get rid of a few members for doing that type of thing. They usually got the same treatment as the snitches. Although it was always annoying having to buy more buckets. But I guess we weren't really 2-bit thugs. So I shouldn't expect them to have a code of conduct at all. Well, I'll take care of it when I get to it. No reason to worry too much about it, they are all weaklings anyway. I mean, what's the use of superpowers if you can't even use them properly? I'm pretty sure I could have taken care of them in my past life. They are pretty much useless. Beru? Can you go and check on the warehouse? Great, there's my exit ticket. I kinda expected Shigaraki to ask me to do something like this. Although my presence isn't needed here, if I just disappeared it would be a bit suspicious. But, now I have an hour to go deal with Kaihude in his lab. I just nodded and flew away out an open window. Of course, doors are outdated. I quickly flew above the clouds and sped towards Kaihude's laboratory, pipes coming out of my back and speeding me up further. I reached the hospital in the middle of that stupid forest quite quickly. The actual laboratory is underground. I don't really like this place, but I guess I can't do much about it. I'm basically going in to ruin it anyway. I just entered the front door and went towards the basement. I already know the route. And, like always, it was filled with all sorts of nomas. They obviously didn't attack me, they know me. They are just told to patrol the area and make sure no one suspicious comes in. If I kill Kaihude, most of them will turn idle. As they take their orders from him. All for One is more of the man behind the scenes, or the monitor if you want to be specific. He barely does anything himself. It's a bit odd, he seemed to be quite the hands-on guy when he came to get me and the other brats. I guess first impressions can be wrong? Well, it doesn't matter, I'm more than ready to fight him. I don't have much to worry about him. I mean, I'll still have to be careful. The dude is strong, but I at least have some confidence in defeating him. I eventually reached Kaihude's laboratory. I obviously took the elevator, as I am a civilized man. He was there, operating on a Nomu or something. He's a short old man, white lab coat, bald, steampunk goggles, bushy mustache. He looked quite surprised to see me. Gigantomachia was just sitting in a corner, I think he's just staring at the walls. He's a bulky dude, body filled with rocky muscles. He has spiky brown hair, a prominent rocky jawline and large canines. Kinda like those of an orc. He may be strong, but he's not all that important. He's quite dull and easy to deal with. He also won't be able to fight all that well without his gigantification quirk. This is quite the enclosed underground space after all. Kaihude is actually the first person I need to take out, all he needs to do is press a button and every Nomu in the building will rush this place. And I don't want that. Oh, Beru. Has Master sent you here to fetch something? Kaihude isn't really suspecting anything. I guess he wouldn't. He probably thinks I'm as simple-minded as Giganto. Yeah, something like that. I don't need to bother too much with him. I don't feel like listening to him talk all that much. I stepped closer to him and looked him in the eye. He just raised an eyebrow, likely finding my approach to be quite strange. POV narration ___________________________________________________________________ Thanks for the quirks, Beru said in a happy, childlike tone. He swiped his hand much in the same way he did at the bar. Severing the doctor's neck while keeping eye contact. His clear voice startled the mad doctor, then Kaihude's eyes widened as his neck started bleeding. Beru decided to just let him bleed out. A slow death, just so he could watch his master's other faithful servant get cut to pieces. Beru swiped his claws at Kaihude a few times, cutting off his hands and legs to ensure that he couldn't pull off any funny moves. He just stared in shock. All of that had happened in 2 seconds. Gigantomachia quickly got up from his sitting position. He looked at the Ant-Man warily. He wasn't sure of how to approach Beru. He wasn't all that intelligent, to begin with. And he also wasn't sure why Beru would attack Kaihude. Did their master want him dead? Had his service been unsatisfactory? He didn't expect Beru to rush him too. But he quickly blocked a claw to the side. It was a casual attack from Beru, yet it still almost severed his hand. Why are you attacking me? Have you gone mad? He was growing angrier as his body was being filled with cuts. His hardened muscles were not even remotely helping him. He also couldn't grow in size due to their current location being underground. So, he was stuck with having to tank hits. But, slowly, he was running out of stamina, and his morale was falling greatly. He couldn't feel any pain. But he could feel the numbness spread around his body as he was quickly losing blood from the many cuts inflicted on him. His arm that had been dangling from a few strips of muscle had already fallen off. Bear just stared at him as he slowly sunk to the ground. The numbness spreading all over his body. Well, that was quite easy. But I did take them by surprise, was Bear's thought. But the way he started the attack determined this easy outcome. First, he claimed that he was sent by All for One. Then he murdered the only person in the room that could disprove his lie. It took a while for Giganto to wrap his head around the severity of the situation. He was taken by surprise, and he didn't even have time to react. By the time he started swinging his fist in retaliation, he was already filled with cuts. Bear even allowed Giganto's punches to land, as they didn't even make the insectoid flinch. The fight was one-sided and ended quickly. Bear just left the room with a happy mind. He was now excited to finish off his plans. POV Bear ___________________________________________________________________________________________________________ I left the hospital, most of the nomes were still doing the last tasks they had received. But some of them remained idle. Still, they didn't attack me, they aren't really intelligent enough to realize I had just killed their creator. I think Kaihude was trying to create more intelligent ones. But he probably didn't get to go that far into his research. Oh well, he won't be doing any of that anymore. I honestly thought I'd find Kaihude's death to provide me with more satisfaction. But I just felt he was pathetic in his last moments. Same for Gigantomachia. Neither of them proved to be anything special to me. I guess only All for One himself will provide me with that feeling of satisfaction. Well, his turn will come. Sooner than later. I wonder how long it will take for him to realize that his loyal servants are dead. I hope to be there to watch his reaction. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon. 41. Gathering of Villains. POV Bear So, here I am at the warehouse, waiting for Shigaraki, Kurogiri and Nomusuma to arrive. There are around 160 villains altogether. And, you know, I really got this revelation late in life, but the word villain is used really loosely in this world. I remember villains being a bit more intimidating than street thugs, you know? Like them being the enemy of powerful heroes and whatnot. Venom, Green Goblin, and others. I guess reality is oftentimes disappointing. But there are two problems on my mind right now. How exactly do I bring All for One out of his hiding hole? I mean, I can slaughter all of his associates, which I've already started doing, but I haven't seen the man in person in a long time. How exactly should I approach this? I've no doubt he wouldn't come out if I take Shigaraki hostage. I don't think he considers him important enough. Oh well, I'll think about it when I get to it. Now. About my other problem. Beru. This is my other problem. This clingy psycho decided to join the raid for some reason. She's currently hugging onto my back like a koala on a tree. She keeps rubbing her cheek on my spine like a maniac. Now, I don't have any confidence issues, but I did look in a mirror recently. What's her deal? Is it because of the blood? It wasn't even that big a deal. I mean, Toga may be cute. But I advised her not to come to this raid. And here she is, doing exactly the opposite. She probably took me telling her not to come here as a sign that I was going to be present. Either that or she asked Jiren about it. Knowing the guy, he'd tell her about it with a smile on his face. Didn't I tell you not to come here? I asked once again and promptly got ignored, obviously. This gal shut herself up in her own world right now. I said it louder this time too, which startled some of the villains nearby. I think they only heard me speak in a distorted tone till now. Well, it seems Toga only halfway ignored my words. She did respond in the end. I knew I'd find you here. You did say that we'd meet again, right? Wasn't that basically an invitation? For fuck's sake. I guess I should have expected something like this to happen. Her type is usually really unstable, she can read between the lines and understand exactly what she wants to from my words. Bear, can you give me more blood? She asked while still clinging to me. I mean, it would be cuter if she wasn't asking for my life juice. Maybe later, after the attack or something. It seems anything besides outright rejection is a positive answer for her. She just started hugging me tighter. Now, I could tell her to fuck off. But she's really quite harmless, besides being a bit irritating at times. She seems quite friendly, in her own way. I see no reason to antagonize her for that. Thanks. By the way. How do you know this will fail? Seems like a pretty large crowd. It seems she's actually curious about this. I can tell from the tone, her face is still stuck to my back. Numbers don't mean much when they are all cannon fodder. Besides, there's not much here to fight that all-might guy. I said in a more quiet tone this time. Only Toga, and maybe a few that have enhanced hearing, if there are any, could hear my words properly. But Mr. Jiren said that the League had some type of weapon against All Might. That and you're basically what he used to sell this entire operation. She seems a bit more confused by my answer. And her question is also a bit strange to me. Did they use my reputation to attract more people to the raid? That's annoying. Well, I guess it's also flattering in a way. But now I have more villains I need to take out. I guess I don't need to do it alone. I grabbed Toga's arm and pulled her in front of me. She let off a small eek. She then looked me in the eyes for a bit, turning more and more red as she did so. I got closer and closer to her, she closed her eyes and waited a bit. Does she really think I'd try to kiss her? I mean, it would be weird to do so without lips. My mouth got close to her ear and I whispered, at a volume, only she could faintly hear. When I give you the signal, you also start fighting the other villains. Then I pulled back. She looked confused for a bit. But then she nodded, with a resolute look on her face. I don't really have to give her a type of signal, I'll just do something obvious, like screaming now, or something. Seeing her disappointed face is also fun. Maybe that type of teasing was a bit too much for her? Nah, she'll get over it eventually. Meanie. Ha. I guess she actually got mad. My arm was still wrapped around her though, from when I pulled her, and she was still hugging me. So I guess she's not that mad. Eventually, a portal opened up. Kurogiri finally brought Shigaraki and Nomuasuma around these parts. Shigaraki's expression was fun to watch when he saw me. He even came over to me for a bit. Well, not much of his expression can be seen through that stupid hand on his face. But his neck scratching stopping was a good enough indicator of surprise. What is you what? He can't even articulate a proper sentence. Is the sight so surprising for him? Her friend, I don't really need to act about it. AFO already considers me as intelligent as Kurogiri, which means I am capable of making some decisions on my own. Kurogiri himself didn't find the situation all that concerning. Now that I think about it, he's likely more confused about how I managed to get a girl to cling to me with my appearance. And to be honest, I don't fucking know. 160 villains already. I gave him the report he had asked me for. Well, it's why he sent me here first, to make sure the numbers are right. Well. Okay then. It seems everyone's gathered then. He said in an even tone and looked back at the crowd. He started looking around and giving a speech about how this is a mission to break down the feeble society built on the back of the symbol of peace. Toga wasn't even listening to any of it, quite rude of her. This man is clearly pouring his heart out in this speech about. What was it again? Wasn't listening either. Oh whatever, it doesn't matter. Speech done, Kurogiri portal go. Let's get on with this raid. Underscore 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 un. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 42, USJ incident. Underscore 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 POV barrel underscore 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 underscore. We were teleported to a large plaza. Thugs poured out of Kurogiri's portals and covered the entire plaza. It seems we are currently in a dome of sorts. It's certainly well lit, I can't remember anything similar to this back in my world. I would describe this as quite sick. I mean, I was never one for admiring buildings and whatnot. But this looks just that great. It's also quite massive, it looks bigger than most villages. Toga was also looking around curiously. She seemed to be expecting something, maybe to jump around and cut up the people around us. But I want to see how exactly Shiggy wants to deal with this situation. I can't see any symbol of peace in that crowd in front of us. After a large stone staircase, I can see 2 heroes and around 20 students. They seem to be cowering in fear, most of them at least. I can also see a familiar face or two. That girl with pink skin and hair and that hard guy with black hair from the mall. I guess he's got red hair right now though. The girl noticed me quite quickly, I guess I do stand out, she suddenly showed a large smile and waved her hand in a salute. Her colleagues were looking at her oddly. It's kinda nice to see that not everyone has an adverse reaction to seeing me. Some of them looked at me in fear after seeing me. I don't even think it's because of my appearance, it should just be due to my title and reputation. I mean, this is a villain attack after all. I don't really recognize any of the teachers/heroes though. There's a guy with bandages around his neck, well it looks more like a scarf. There's also another person wearing an astronaut suit, quite dope. The students are all dressed in hero costumes as well. I wonder if they will be allowed to fight. This should look like a dire situation for them. Tisk, it seems the symbol of peace is late. Maybe killing a few kids will make him hurry, Shiggy said with a shitty grin on his face. Typical villain talk. Nothing unusual about that. Kurogiri. Split them up. Well, I don't really want that to happen. I guess this is a good point to take this warp gate quirk. I've wanted it for quite a while now. He teleported to them as the hero with the bandage scarf started fighting the large group of villains. Toga, can you go help the yellow goggles one? She just nodded and jumped in the fray, her knife cutting around a lot of the villains. She approached the hero and started cutting down the villains around him. The hero was confused at first, but just went with it. He wasn't exactly in a situation to question any of the help he was receiving. POV narration _______________________________________________________ As Toga went and assisted Shota Aizawa, Shigaraki instantly started complaining. What is that idiot doing? Beru, keep your dog on a leash. He shouted for Beru to hold Toga back. But, when he looked around, Beru was nowhere in sight. Then he saw a misty body flying from the top of the stairs towards the middle of the villain army. His eyes widened as he saw the bloody figure of Beru, licking his claws as he coldly watched the situation in the plaza from the side of the heroes. What is this? Why? He didn't even know what to make of the situation. And neither did 13, she had been tasked with protecting the students, she was about to be gravely injured by that warp gate villain. Only for all of the portal mist to disperse. It revealed Beru with his hand dug into the metal plate that was protecting Kurogiri's real body. The insectoid then swung his arm around and threw the gravely injured villain back into the crowd with no care in the world. 13 could see the students shivering in fear at the sight. Mina just let off a sigh of relief, however. Everyone, calm down, he's with us. She said with a confident tone. She was smart enough to assess the situation properly. And, had she not calmed everyone down, 13 would have done the same. Sup, Beru said in a distorted tone. His voice startled everyone, they didn't think he'd actually speak to them. What is happening exactly? Asked 13 cautiously. My plan is in motion, this is a part of it, don't worry, I'll make sure none of you gets involved, Beru said in a much clearer tone to the confused hero. His answer immediately reminded her of the meeting Nizu had held. They were already told that Beru was no danger to them. So she could finally relax. What's this bullshit? A few of the students weren't quite relaxed though. Including the explosive teen, the Kugo. Beru just tilted his head a bit, his antennas flailing around in confusion. It was a strange way of expressing emotion, but a few of the students found it amusing. POV Beru _____________________________________________________________________________________________________________ You're a villain. Why are you helping us as the students started screaming in front of me? Whatever, I said as I turned around. Not paying the brat any mind and staring at the situation. Toga is a lot more skilled than I gave her credit for. I think she's actually evenly matched with me in my past life. Both in physical power and skill. Well, I guess she excelled in short blades, I much prefer bludgeoning weapons and firearms. So skills are a bit harder to identify. Still, she can take care of these thugs quite easily. The hero is also great, he's better than most of these thugs individually, by a large margin too. But the two of them are slowly getting overwhelmed by the numbers. I guess I should go help them. Bakugo no. I heard the female teacher shout. Who's Bakugo? Then I heard an explosion hit my back. I didn't actually feel it since I can resist high temperatures and I can absorb the shock from it. But it was still there. I turned around and stared at him. I guess the explosion was quite big, there's a bit of a burned crater in between me and him. Now, he may be a bit annoying, but I ain't no kid murderer, they get a bad rep in prison. I just appeared in front of him and slapped him once. I made sure not to use my claws as to not deal too much damage. The slap sent him to the ground and knocked him out. Good thing I trained my control, otherwise I would have killed this kid by mistake. Rude is all I said. The students were not really afraid of me for this one though. Most just sighed and face-palmed. I guess this is this guy's usual behavior? So this is the strength of All Might's arch-nemesis. I could hear a whisper from a green-haired kid. He seems to be talking to himself mostly though. I then looked down once again. I could see Shigaraki frantically looking for Kurogiri. I don't know if the Kuro is actually dead. Nomos are usually quite resistant. But he's certainly out of this fight. No doubt about that. The Suma Nomo was still standing idly, I guess Shigi forgot to tell it to do something in his panic. NOMU. Kill the heroes. Great, it seems his memory is still working. The Suma Nomu started running towards the scarf hero and toga. His fist was already prepared to strike. By the time the teacher noticed him he was already too close. I guess I have to block that, can't have Suma kill someone like this. I guess I can also use my new quirk when doing so. Black mist swallowed me as I reappeared in front of Suma, blocking his punch with my chest. I used impact recoil immediately. Suma's arm trembled as his muscles absorbed the impact of his own punch. The hero was shocked to see me suddenly appear in front of him. I'll take care of this one, I don't want other idiots injuring Suma. I'd rather do it myself. Well, I guess there's no one here right now that can actually do much to Suma. But hey, at least he gets to fight me. He tried to punch me again, but this time I grabbed both of his fists, keeping him in place as he struggled to get away from my iron grip. Shigaraki also seems to be approaching the three of us. Namely, Toga. He is sneaking in a group of villains, probably looking to disintegrate her as soon as he found an opening. Too bad she wasn't fighting alone. Even though I'm a bit occupied with Suma, the hero guy is still here. He caught sight of Shiggy and wrapped him in bandages immediately, taking him by surprise. He tried to disintegrate them, but it seems he's not really able to? Well, whatever, the hero used him as a bat and took down quite a few villains. I forgot that group fights were this fun. Underscore 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 un. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 43 Villains and Heroes. Underscore 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 POV barrel underscore 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 underscore. Toga was dancing around the scarf dude and cutting up villains left and right. Still, if I don't intervene they will get overwhelmed. Shiggy was thrown away like a rock from a slingshot, his hand costume flying away in every direction. He should still be recovering. And Suma is still struggling to take his hands away from me. But since I'm using a combination of all of my strengthening quirks, my arms grew to be the same size as Suma's, the only difference being that my strength is slightly better. I pulled and raised him over my head. The Nomu didn't have enough intelligence to try and get a good grip on me to reverse the situation. So, I just swung him around and threw him towards the group of villains. He crashed into them in like a cannonball. There was nothing the poor villains could do besides getting crushed by his body. The villains around me must have realized that I wasn't exactly going to be helping them during this raid. So they also decided to encircle me. A grave mistake. I guess I need to show them why I'm so famous. I then stamped on the ground with great force, using my earth manipulation quirk and creating a large wave that washed over at least 30 villains at the same time. They were all either crushed under the weight of the wave or catapulted into the air, leading to quite a bad fall and a few broken bones. I can't really send it towards more villains because it might also affect Scarf Dude and Toga. So I will just take out as many as I can before Suma rushes me. Then, my hand bulked up further, becoming like a rounded balloon as I pointed my palm into the crowd of villains. I let off a powerful air cannon, the press sunrise crushing the ground and sending all of the villains in front of me flying. With those moves, I took out at least 70 villains. They won't be able to re-enter the fight either. I would have taken out more if they were a bit closer together. But Toga and Scarfy can deal with the rest. Suma is already up and running towards me. I didn't really catch him with the air cannon, so he's quite close to me. I just pointed a finger at him and turned it in a gun barrel. I shot his chest, creating a baseball-sized hole in the middle of it and staggering him to the ground. The hole healed quickly. I dashed in front of Suma as he was struggling to get back up and kneed him in the abdomen. The shockwave of which sent most of the injured villains around us flying in different directions. Then, just as Suma was about to punch my side, I stepped back and allowed his punch to pass by in front of my chest, before kicking him into the gut and sending him flying further. Straight into what seems like a lake? Why is there a lake in a building? Oh well, it's here so I might as well use it. I used Nao's quirk, which I copied from him at some point, to encase Suma in a prison of water of sorts. It was basically a large bulb that would permanently pull him towards the center. A whirlpool of sorts that was in constant motion and didn't allow Suma to gather his strength to properly escape. I did use like half the lake for it, so it better be enough. I then looked back. Someone was scratching my back while I was concentrating on trapping Suma. It seems little Shiggy also wants to play around a bit. He's disintegrated some parts of my exoskeleton, but they are healing just as quickly as he destroys them. I just kicked him into the gut and sent him flying back into the crowd of villains. Which, might I add, was quickly becoming smaller and smaller. Some of the students also joined and started helping by taking out the cannon fodder. The explosion kid is also awake now, and taking out his anger on a few unfortunate thugs. Another kid is freezing a lot of them alive. And, before I knew it, the fight was over. Well, mostly. Suma managed to punch its way out of my prison. NOMU. Take me away from here. Does Shiggy really think I'll let him get away from me? I mean, the Suma Nomu isn't really a threat to me, it's just got endurance. Suma tried to run towards the downed leader only to get kicked in the face by yours truly. He did technically try to run past me. I obviously won't let him do that. Well, this is entertaining. I could see some of the students cringe when I turned Suma's body in a skipping stone on the lake. Shigaraki slowly got up and shakily started walking towards me. We were so close. Why did Yoi appeared in front of him and looked him in the eyes? This plan is stupid, so is your dream. I've nothing against you, but all for one will have to die. He stared back into my eyes, flabbergasted. You're nothing but a tool to him, I won't kill you. At least if you stop fighting, I don't do charity. Teacher? I see. So it was all a joke. Then, what am I even doing here? He grasped his hair and looked at the ground in despair. I didn't actually think he would believe me. But I guess I did plant a few seeds in his mind. The uncaring nature of his loving teacher isn't really well hidden when Shigaraki isn't present. I made sure that he knew that. Ever since I stopped pretending not to be able to talk. Overall, his loyalty to All for One is strong, but his mind is so unstable that a single shred of doubt can crush his reality as a whole. I'm not great when dealing with people, and manipulation has never really been my thing. But I can pull something like this off if I really put my mind to it. Well, thing are going we. The entrance door was suddenly punched open. In entered an angry-looking All Might. He wasn't wearing his hero costume, but he was still ready to fight. It's fine now. I am here. I guess the students getting involved in this is the cause of his anger. Then, he looked down, there were still a few villains left. He just dashed in and took them all out in less than a second. Then started looking for any injured students. He heaved a sigh of relief when seeing that everyone was intact. What happened her? He was about to ask the scarf hero before his eyes finally landed on me. Toga had also come to my side, asking if she did a good job. I just patted her head a bit and told her to stand behind me. Great to see you, I said while staring at the symbol of peace. Beru. Have you finally finished? I apologize for injuring you back then, I am glad you've recovered. All Might regained his smile and started speaking to me for a bit. Don't worry, the injury wasn't that big a deal. Could have been worse. Glad to see you're still here. I didn't even get to finish when I noticed some blood dribble down on his chin. He was unsteady and seemed to only be able to hold himself up. I guess he's not really as healthy as he appeared to be. Thankfully, he has his back turned on the students. My revenge is mostly done, only one last person needs to appear. I said as my antennas danced around in the wind. You should also rest. I was about to tell All Might to go and get checked up or something, but Suma decided this would be a good time to crawl out of the lake. POV narration ______________________________________________________________________________________________________________________h Bear was titled the arch-nemesis of the symbol. They thought he just helped them on a whim or something. They didn't expect Bear and All Might to just start chatting. The students just stared blankly as the supposed rivals didn't even show a hint of hostility to one another. Toga was just as confused as them. She thought Bear had told her to stay behind him because a fight was going to break out. She didn't know he just didn't want her to stay near heroes. Had the media been overplaying the events to that extent? It was the only conclusion all of the people there could reach. They clearly weren't enemies at all. The Nomu came out of the pool sluggishly. Shigaraki's last orders were still what it was trying to achieve, but its energy was drained completely. It couldn't do anything when Bear pointed his finger at it again and blew off both of its legs. The recovery speed was slowed down greatly. It was already out of the fight. Soon, the other teachers also arrived. And Bear still stood around the unconscious Shigaraki and waited. If you want to support me, look up Vejan Master on Patreon _on. 44 Heroes in Awakening POV Bear ______________________________________________________________________________________________________________________h And, a strange white rat-looking fellow. Is he a rat though? Or is he a bear? Am I a mouse? A dog? A bear? The answer is. He came closer to introduce himself to me. Who thinks he looks like a dog though? I can't really see the resemblance at all. I am Nizu, the principal. He raised his hands dramatically. That didn't really answer any of the questions that he put or that were on my mind. But whatever, I'll roll with it. I'm Bear certified insect man and couch potato. I can't really think of a more formal way to introduce myself, to be honest. He just looked at me for a bit, the smile on his face not disappearing at all. The rest of the teachers gave the two of us a blank stare. A weird-looking guy, I think he's just a square or something. Raised the ground around All Might and started creating a barrier between him and the students. I guess he needs to make his way out of here without the students noticing something's wrong? I mean, they are all somewhat fixated on me and the teachers now anyway. That's a strange introduction. Nice to finally meet you though. Like you're one to talk. Maybe I should also start introducing myself as he does? Am I an ant? A man? A T-Rex? The answer is... I am Beru. Something's missing. I guess it's not exactly correct since I didn't use that dinosaur quirk at all since I got it. I just forgot about it honestly. And the novelty of it kinda vanished at some point. Great to meet you. I bent down a bit and shook his small hand. Pa? I'll go with Pa. Well then. Mind telling us what exactly you are waiting for here? I believe we should know such things. He finally got to the point. Technically, the fight might happen on his turf. He should evacuate the place properly in advance. Waiting for Shigaraki over here to either get teleport the way or for All for One to come here. The first scenario is the most likely to happen. This is why I've seeped some portal mist into his stomach. I can teleport wherever All for One takes him, I just need to manipulate it properly. All for One. I wasn't expecting to hear that name here. He said in a somber tone. He looked quite serious all of a sudden. I guess he is somewhat famous. Or used to be anyway. He's been inactive for a long time now, at least from what I've observed. I also never heard anyone on the streets talking about him. Which is strange, but I guess he was more of a behind-the-scenes type. This All for One fellow. Does he have multiple quirks? He asked cautiously. Some of the teachers were also having similar reactions to his. Yeah, he's pretty strong. I can take care of him though, I said in a confident tone. So, he was the one that captured you? Asked the bondage lady. I just nodded my head a few times. Me and a few other kids, one of them being the Nomu that I was fighting before you all showed up, I said with a simple tone. I do have some time on my hands before All for One realizes something is wrong and teleports his successor away. What's a Nomu? If you don't mind me asking. The one talking this time is the scarf hero with yellow goggles. Engineered monsters with multiple quirks. I am also one, kind of. I won't really go into detail about my situation though. I don't see any point in doing so. I spoke some more to the teachers and the principal. The students were already taken outside for a paramedic crew to check for any injuries. Toga was also checked upon by them and healed for a few minor injuries. Healing quirks look damn fine, not gonna lie. Then I stared at the ground, as I noticed some white substance come out of Shigaraki's mouth. Shigaraki vomited a lot of that white substance, it swallowed him up and teleported him away. This is the most likely situation, not gonna lie. Good thing I prepared for this. I guess I should follow after him too. That would be my cue to leave. Can you take care of Toga for a bit? I said as I raised Toga by the shoulders and put her in front of me. She looked a bit confused as she was being manhandled, but she'll get over it. I could teleport her somewhere, but I don't want her causing any trouble. What if she goes around stabbing people or something? I mean, I wouldn't care all that much, but I do want to live legally at some point. And since she's already attached to me, I'll have to make her live legally as well. If possible anyway. She seems to be quite bloodthirsty in nature. Kinda like me. Otherwise, I guess I'll just flee the country or something. I'm not going to jail anyway, I'm still a minor and have been ever since the beginning of my career. Legally, there isn't really all that much I can do in order to defend myself. The public will defend me as soon as my identity comes out. Especially the mutant quirk community. They are probably going to riot in the streets if I face any jail time. Do you need any assistance? The person you are about to face is extremely Nizu's nice, but I have to turn him down. That's nice of you, but I've been preparing for this day for years. I don't need any assistance now, I said as I waved at the heroes a bit. But the fight will most likely happen in Hosa City. I recommend you sound the alarms for that, I said as a black mist rose around me and slowly engulfed me. Hey! What about me? I can take care of myself. As expected, Toga also wants to come, but she's not really strong enough to help. Rather, she'd be more of a burden than anything. I'll avoid telling her that though. It would be a bit mean of me. Don't worry, it won't take me long, I said as I disappeared from the high school grounds. The heroes looked a bit hesitant to let me come here alone. But I didn't give them much time to talk about it. I mean, most of them would only become casualties if they come. I arrived in a dimly lit room. Shigaraki was on the ground behind me, still not conscious. All for One was sitting on a chair, his back turned to me. He's wearing a strange mask with tubes running all over it. He's weak? Why is he so pathetic? He looks so much weaker than he was before. Maybe it's just my imagination? It took me a while to realize That you were up to no good. But it was already far too late. It seems I must take care of you myself. He slowly got up. Does he think he's intimidating to me or something? I mean, I would take this a lot more seriously if he was not in this state. Everyone that you relied on is dead. Do you think you can beat me? I said in a distorted voice. I am not expecting to intimidate this guy with it. But I feel that it's the most appropriate. This is also the voice I had when I told him that he would die a few years back. All for one just let off a burst of maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha. Do you truly think any of that matters? So what if they've died? I think I can guess the cause of his confidence. I will just gain new subordinates. But you on the other hand will have to die here. He still thinks I'm a bit weaker than All Might. He thinks he can so easily get rid of me. I guess the next moments are going to serve as a rude awakening for him. Underscore 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 un. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 45. A fight. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. All for one didn't like the situation one bit. It had taken him a bit to realize that something was wrong. Not being able to contact neither Kaihude nor Makia also didn't help his growing distress. And, while Gigantomakia was replaceable, the same couldn't be said for the Dr. Kyudaiguriki or Daruma Hujiko. The man was a genius, one that he didn't like the idea of losing. He still wasn't sure of their current states, but since he couldn't teleport either of them to him or contact them, he assumed they were deceased. He was trembling in anger while sitting on his chair, thinking of who might have been responsible for those things. He had heard nothing about a raid from his moles in between heroes or the police. So, he was left looking at the walls for a few minutes. Until he quickly realized that his dearest student was still supposed to be trying to take down Toshinori Yagi, he quickly teleported his student back to him. Upon seeing his state, however, the whole picture just clicked together in his mind. Who exactly would be capable to get through the defenses he had prepared for Shigaraki in such a quick manner? Well, not even the symbol of peace could have gone through both the Nomu Ascent and Beru. Which left him with only one explanation: Beru had defected. He had seen the insectoid act more and more strangely in the past few months. Kurogiri made sure to report everything he saw to him. Beru had gained at least a human level of intelligence, much like Kurogiri himself, but he had assumed he was just as loyal as before. That assumption fell apart now, as Beru also appeared right near his student. It was infuriating to see him just brazenly show up like that. But All for One also didn't know how Beru had even gotten there. He didn't remember trying to transport him too. But it seemed like he would have to face him now. Even if All for One was not as strong as his prime, he still held the same pride. His conversation with Beru made him even madder. The insect was even taunting him. As he got up to face him, he realized something quite concerning: he couldn't even see his pupil anymore. Shigaraki was important to All for One as it was a way to make the symbol of peace despair even more. But he didn't know what method Beru had used to take him away. Had he given Beru a teleportation quirk that he had forgotten about? That was unlikely. Well, regardless, he was going to deal with the pest and then just call his student back. It didn't matter what tricks Beru had up his sleeve. After All for One was confident of crushing all of them. He would make sure to teach the insect not to bare its teeth at him. And while the fight was starting, Nizu was still contemplating his course of action. He had wanted to let Beru take care of his own revenge, as he knew how strong the insectoid was from All Might. But the issue complicated itself when the identity of the captor was revealed. All for One still being alive was not great news to the principal of UA. He quickly started forming a team and informing all of the heroes in the province that something big was happening. The police were already on the streets looking for the location of the fight to start the evacuation effort. All Might had yet to be informed of what was happening. But he was in a weakened state right now, he wouldn't be of much help. Underscore 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 POV Beru underscore 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 underscore. All for One decided to open up the fight by extending his fingers in my direction. The same move he had used to keep me down when I was a kid. Well, not going to work this time. I also have that move. My fingers also turned black and extended to match his. They clashed in midair and entangled each other, neither gained any ground as he just stared at me. Hateful bug. Well, he sure has more energy than I thought. It seems he still has the time to spout out kindergarten insults at me. I tugged with my arm, also pulling him towards me as he prepared a punch. I guess he's not that bad. I also prepared a punch with my free hand, putting quite a bit of force into it. Our fingers also quickly disentangled as our strikes met. He had used the momentum I had given him to power up his strike, but mine was not any weaker. Bang! The shockwave released broke the warehouse around us and pushed everything away as we were locked in a staring contest. He quickly used air cannon on the punch, a move I could foresee as I already knew the telltale signs of that quirk's use. I instantly used impact recoil on my fist and he was pushed back by his own move. Sent flying and rotating in midair. He came to an abrupt stop as he also used a flying quirk that he likely has. Maybe you are a bit stronger than I expected. Don't get over yourself, I'm just letting you get higher so your fall will be more despairful. I can feel his body in cuts within seconds. But doing so would make this fight end quickly, something that I would find quite unsatisfactory. Less talk more fight is all I said as I also unfurled my wings and dashed towards him. He didn't really like my comment, but he was prepared to receive my kick anyway. I cut through the wind and brought my leg down on his head. He raised both his arms in a cross as he used impact recoil. That mask of his seems to be quite important. I was blasted backwards from the power of my own kick. I also rolled around in the air and broke my momentum, using my wings to stop myself completely and landing on a nearby office building. While I was flying away, he already raised his arm and started charging up an air cannon. I kicked off that building right back at him, breaking it apart in the process. I extended my claws and prepared to slash at him. And, just as he released his air cannon, I dashed to the side, dodging the stream of compressed air as it crashed into a building and destroyed it. Then, I clawed at his extended arm. He hardened his skin using some quirk of his. But my claws still reached his muscles before he used another air cannon to push me away once more. I feel a bit sad that I can't really see his face. But he should be growing a bit more distressed right about now. The realization that this isn't exactly going to be an easy fight should have set in. Evident by his lack of verbal taunts, he's trying to focus on defeating me first. By now, I can also see the police evacuating as many people as possible. Some must have still been caught in the rubble though. At this point though, most of the people that weren't already affected should have been evacuated. Heroes should be showing up to rescue the rest any second now too. I stared at All for One, wondering how to make this more interesting for myself. His arm was already healed and he just looked at me. He landed on the ground and started preparing for another attack. I mimicked his movements by also landing and staring at him, analyzing the situation a bit. He seemed to be combining strengthening quirks in one of his arms. I guess he wants to try and see how much I can handle? Well, I can also pull off a combination like his. There's no quirk that he has and I don't, maybe a few exceptions, but physical enhancements aren't part of those. At first, he mainly gave me physical enhancements, wanting to see just how strong my body could grow. I also decided to combine all of them into one arm, copying every single move of his. But I also added Muscular's quirk, bulking up my arm to great proportions. Jagged bones sticking out of my exoskeleton the same way they stuck out of All for One's skin. I enhanced my legs too, using Muscular's quirk to bulk them up and combining it with more enhancing quirks. This clash won't be a pleasant one for him. He will likely try to pull off some shit during it though. Both of us dashed towards each other, our punches meeting and creating a shockwave that shook the entire city. The buildings around us collapsed. At first, neither of us was whining. Each one of us was winning and losing ground at a similar pace. But, slowly, I outpowered him and started pushing him back seriously. I also noticed that one of his legs was becoming much larger, almost like a balloon of muscles. Each one of my steps cracked the ground while he tried to dig his feet into the concrete street. Eventually, he raised his ballooned leg, completely losing any semblance of balance as my punch almost crushed his hand. The entire right side of his body was harmed by my fist. But, from that raised leg, he released a powerful air cannon straight into my chest, sending me flying backwards and crashing into quite a few buildings in the distance. My punch, however, still dealt a lot more damage to him. He was sent flying in the same way I was, but he was also gravely injured. Meanwhile, most of my injuries are already healed. The outcome of this fight is quite clear at this point. I can also see that the news helicopters caught our last clash at least. There are also quite a few heroes gathering at the scene. Some of them are familiar faces even. Underscore 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 un. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 46, fail safe. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. All for One didn't understand why his opponent was so powerful. At this point, he was quite confident in facing All Might too. But somehow, it seemed like every single one of his strikes was useless against Beru. They were either shrugged off or healed instantly. He didn't remember the quirks implanted into Beru to be so strong. Even when he gambled and got into a clash with him, only to use that opportunity to air cannon him, nothing happened. Beru was only pushed back, he healed almost instantly. While All For One, well, the old villain could feel his body slowly dying as his injuries accumulated. His hyper-regeneration was barely keeping him alive, and his other enhancing quirks were what kept him moving. He dragged his broken body up from the rubble of the buildings around him. He didn't know what to make of his opponent. He had thought Bara to be just like Kurogiri, but now the situation was not really favorable for him. But, he was still not losing hope. Kaihude was always a smart man, after all, he had made sure to put a fail-safe inside Bara's body. It was after they had discovered that Bara had started developing conscious thought. A powerful poison pocket that would detonate inside his stomach when All For One pressed a switch. That fail-safe was designed especially for this improbable possibility. The poison was actually just a cocktail of deadly chemicals instantly capable of killing off even the strongest of foes instantly. Hyper-regeneration actually made things worse for the victim. It could only prolong their life for a few painful seconds. Delaying the inevitable and prolonging the misery of the target for around 10 seconds at most, to be exact. Now, All For One had no delusion of actually escaping, he was likely going to be captured. But, given time, he was going to recover some strength. And there was still Shigaraki and some of his other subordinates. They might not be as useful as Kaihude and Gigantomachia, but he still had hopes of escaping. But first, he would make sure that Bara died here. All For One didn't instantly press that switch. He was going to taunt the bug that had dared to ruin his plans. POV Baru I stared at All For One as he shakily got up. I don't think he even has any strength left to clench his fists. And yet, here he is, still alive. This would be a lot more fun if he could actually feel pain. But he's more like a dead fish when it comes to reactions at this point. I mean, I expected a lot more anger. Even now, when that mask was blown clean off his face, I can't really see much anger in his expression, not that he has much of a face left. Rather, I can see a sickeningly arrogant smile etched on his lips. A reminder of why I hate this man so much. That arrogance, he always acts and feels like he's above everything and everybody. Like he's always in control of the situation. I thought I'd be able to break out some semblance of despair from him. But I guess he's just not the type. Ha 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 ha. I wasn't expecting him to actually laugh though. Is this fun for him? Death? I mean, sometimes killing someone can be fun. But dying certainly isn't. I'm sure this fight has caused quite a few deaths already. It can't really be helped though. All For One isn't exactly an easy opponent. No one will hold this against me. Well, maybe some will. But I don't care. What's so funny? I asked while staring at him. I don't really care much about him, but I guess I can humor him for a second. This fight's already over anyway. There's nothing he can do anymore. He just snickered a bit. Then his grin turned a bit sadistic. Do you really think you've won? You're nothing but a lab experiment. I guess delirium isn't all that unusual for a megalomaniac to feel in his last moments. Do you think I would let you run around without assurance? A fail-safe has been made for you, you little bug. You are going to die right here. Today. Does he think I'm some kind of idiot? I mean, I'm not the smartest individual. But I obviously expected this to happen. I poisoned him with my claws, he doesn't have all that long to live either. His hyper-regeneration running on overdrive is what's keeping him from collapsing on the ground. I made preparations for this fight. I'm well aware I might have to die during it, even if I can easily beat All For One. That's also the real reason why I let off Toga with the heroes. I don't want her becoming some useless 2-bit villain. I may not know her all that well, but she's not all that bad a person. She deserves better than that. I also made sure to tip off the authorities about the location of Kaihude's laboratory. It was a simple anonymous call just before I arrived to prepare for the raid on USJ. I advised them to have a team of powerful heroes with them too since the Nomus will try to protect the lab no matter what. I made preparations to die here. But this guy still thinks he'll somehow survive. This is rather irritating. But I guess he has no actual way of knowing how much work I put into this. Oh well, kind of a shame that my effort will go unnoticed. I also don't really know the nature of that fail-safe. I kind of relied on All For One's arrogance and his lack of knowledge of my power to get him to fight me. It would have been regretful if he used his fail-safe in the beginning. But, since he didn't actually believe I would be able to beat him, he had no reason to use it. Now, everything went as planned. Let's see what he actually has up his sleeve. Suit yourself, you've already lost is all I told him. But my lack of care seemed to piss him off quite a bit. Die. Die knowing that all you did was nothing more than an inconvenience to me. Poor little fool, he still has no idea of how swift his death will be. The poison I used on him is no regular snake poison. It's a combination of all of the poisonous substances I've consumed in the past. A deadly cocktail that's I've not really had the chance to test. Even with his endurance, he won't be alive for a lot longer than me. He took out a small switch, it seems it was somewhere inside his mouth. I could reach him, but I wouldn't actually be able to cut his hand off before he presses it. Something else unexpected happened though. A wave of flames quickly rushed towards All For One, burning him and sending him tumbling to the ground. A hero in a dark skin-tight latex suit appeared from the side. His sneak attack took All For One by surprise. After taking a closer look, he's the dude I took the fire quirk from, his flaming beard is still cool to look at. By the look on his face, he must have heard what All For One had just said. I guess he is actually a hero because he doesn't really look all that pleased. Strange, I don't remember him being friendly. Maybe he also learned of my identity or something. I don't really feel like thinking about it too much right now. Oh well, his assistance was nice, but All For One still has that switch in his hand, and he's even further away from me now. All For One was still injured a bit, but he pressed the switch nonetheless. He laughed a bit while staring at the fiery hero and then right back at me. I could feel a strange burst coming from my stomach, then I felt a strange, yet strangely familiar sensation wash over me. I immediately started feeling nauseous, a feeling I hadn't had in a very long time. But, for some reason, I don't really feel like I'm in danger. I was expecting some type of bomb to be planted into me, but this feels more like a toxin of sorts. One that burst from a bubble in my stomach. Ha 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 ha, it was my turn to laugh. All of that preparation just for the fail-safe to be something this useless. Do you find your organs melting fun? What a twisted abomination you are. He was quickly sent flying by a flaming kick. All For One was already in a dying state, these injuries made him not even able to get up. He just lay there, a confused look on his face. The hero from earlier finally reacting and rushing towards me too. I guess he wants to help me, but there's not much to do at all. My body is already absorbing those toxins, it won't take long before they are completely integrated into my regular poison. Shit. Are you alright? Geez, I wasn't expecting a hero to show this much concern. Yet turns out it was quite useless on me, that is all I said. This hero stopped in his track and sighed a bit. I guess he took my word for it. I walked past him and crouched down to All For One, staring at him with a simple childlike joy inside me. I'm not even angry anymore, this was quite fun, I got to watch this man struggle like a worm. What? Why are you? He opened his mouth slowly. I think he's finally started feeling the poison, as his speech got slower and his body became paralyzed. I'm immune to poison, but it was a nice try. You were pathetic till the end. Kaihu Day's laboratory has been raided by now, just so you know. I spoke calmly, as his mouth trembled. I also managed to turn little Shigaraki against you. You were a fun toy, too bad you broke so easily, I said as I patted his head like I would a small child. He would have likely been infuriated for my disrespect, if not for something else taking over his body. An emotion I had never seen before on him, fear. The realization that there might truly be no way out for him. The dread, the sickening thought that this might truly be the end of you. The longer you live, the stronger that emotion gets, and this guy has lived a long enough time to feel it. I slowly got up as I heard his heart stop beating. I patted the dust off of me and stared at the hero. Thanks for the assist, although it wasn't really needed. He tried to help me, that's commendable. You seem to be handling it just fine yourself. He said with a sigh as he crossed his arms. I still don't get why he's acting so friendly. But I don't care all that much. That's my revenge done. Underscore 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 un. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon _on. 47, Scandal and New Room. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. NG Todoroki was a simple man. Not really, he was a cunt. He had once lost to this infamous villain. So, he decided to look more into their identity. Their appearance was unique after all. It was first out of spite, but then it turned into curiosity, then into anger. It didn't take long for the private investigators he hired to vanish. He could not get into contact with them at all. It was as if they got erased. Even the firms they worked at claimed ignorance about ever having any employees like that. It was obvious to Endeavor that someone important didn't want the villain's identity to ever come up in casual conversation. But, while they could easily silence people trying to look into police records, they couldn't stop Endeavor from actually doing some research himself. And Endeavor himself did get a warning. One which he promptly ignored. He was the NR2 hero, after all, there wasn't all that much they could do to him. He looked up many sources and eventually found the villain's identity. Bear's history was a well-documented series of events after all. Even if the people upstairs managed to make publications mention Bear less, some still had information about him. And they couldn't threaten that many people at once, otherwise there would be repercussions. So, information on Beru's true identity was plentiful. It was just sloppily buried under a pile of trash articles and lies. Endeavor didn't really need to jump through many loops to find out more about it. But he regretted hiring the private investigators and endangering them. Endeavor didn't know what to make of the villain now. He was a troubled teen, but calling him that would be a disservice to all of the things he went through. His past made him regret thinking of him as a monster. But there was also the fact that Beru had injured him, although not seriously in any way. It showed that Beru was in no way afraid of getting his hands dirty. A trait that the hero would usually praise in his sidekicks. But it was unnerving to see a child externalize the same actions, with even less care. Beru would remain as an enigma for Endeavor. At least for a while. Until he was contacted by Nizu, the principal of the hero school he attended. He learned more about his circumstances and encounters with other heroes. And that made him realize that Beru was not a dangerous individual. Nizu had revealed the information to a closely knit circle. It happened to include Endeavor because Nizu realized the government was paying attention to his actions. The principal had some degrees of political immunity and power. It was just enough to shield those around him from any unfounded accusation. He managed to stop some of the cases building against Endeavor from behind the scenes. In exchange, NG would have to do his best to help Beru when the time was right. Nizu kept all of the information close to himself. But he also tried to make the real articles about his past more accessible anonymously, leading to a larger margin of people learning about Beru's true identity. But it was in vain, as any open discussion about it seemed to disappear as soon as it cropped up. Still, the government wasn't able to do anything to Nizu, Endeavor, and the rest of the teachers at UA. Now, onto more urgent matters. UA was bound to get some flack for the attack that happened through their security systems. But it wasn't going to be anything major, as none of the students was injured at all. Nizu even considered it a net positive, as the students now had some experience facing real villains, even if they were just thugs. But Beru's fight against All for One is what actually shook the nation. The discovery of a villain just as dangerous as Beru that had been hiding in plain sight the entire time. With it, more attention was brought to Beru as well, his identity being completely outed as the government couldn't silence the entire country. Everybody wanted to know the true identity of the strangely heroic villain. Some, however, were more curious about his current whereabouts. He had flown off after All for One had died, never to be seen again. Well, it had only been 3 days, but things were happening really quickly. People especially wanted to know about his state after his identity was found. As his past was still fresh in the minds of some of the mutant quirk activists. After all, the discrimination he faced was well documented. And his strange lack of malevolence was what intrigued many. They didn't realize how much Beru actually hated all of that attention. He felt like it was nothing more than a useless pity party. He wasn't a child, after all, he was a grown adult. And he wasn't affected all that much by what others thought of him. The only annoying part to him were the people that felt the need to vocalize their verbal garbage. The All for One incident wasn't without casualties. There were at least 53 people that died due to it. Some articles blamed Beru for these deaths. But many blamed the deaths on the other villain that had died that day. As Beru was clearly fighting against someone evil. He was even assisted by the NR.2 hero. To them, the incident was really black and white. Beru just found the situation amusing. The casualties were not really hanging on his consciousness, but he didn't feel all that good about them, he didn't like implicating people in his issues. Still, that was the perfect opportunity to attack All for One. Beru didn't have a way of knowing where he would send Shigaraki afterwards. If he didn't kill him, that is. Shigaraki's loyalty was already waning, he had no way of knowing what All for One would do. And he needed to act quickly. Now, Beru was just resting. Relaxing in a random room inside a dormitory. Nizu had made arrangements for his stay there. It was still within the UA grounds. But his presence was a secret. As the principal knew that the government would definitely try to arrest him if they knew his location. This was just a temporary fix, however, and the principal knew it. On another note, Toga was also living in the same dormitory, on the same floor. The schools decided against giving her to the cops after Beru said, "If you try that, I'll just take her and fly off." Nizu decided against calling his statement a bluff. And she was not called a villain in the incident. Since she didn't have much of a previous record, she wasn't even on their radar anyway. Shigaraki on the other hand was different. His real identity was discovered, leading to All Might almost falling into a bout of depression. Tomura was, after all, the grandson of his deceased master. Something that he found harrowing, he had been in the clutches of All for One the entire time. He also didn't know what to make of All for One still being alive after their fight. It was still strangely calming to see him pass away on live television. One of the people that suffered because of him towering over him without any injury. Beru had managed to succeed where he had failed. Without any difficulty too. Although, from Endeavor's words, it wasn't all that peaceful a conflict. He told the teachers of All for One using a fail-safe against Beru. It thankfully wasn't effective, but it still made some of them uncomfortable. Underscore 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 POV Beru underscore 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 underscore. So much scandal over my identity. It's a bit fun, but I'd love it if I wasn't actually a wanted man. Even if I have the minor excuse, I won't be able to escape apparently. By Nizu's words, the government has taken a special interest in me. And they'd love to be able to stuff me in a laboratory. I'm obviously not going to comply. I'd much rather tear them to shreds than spend another week in a damned laboratory. Toga has been a bit bored lately. She still asks for blood from time to time, which is quite mad at this point. It was only a bit weird the first time, now it's just normal stuff. She's always sneaking into my room at night. I usually just ignore her and let her do her thing. She usually just lays in bed near me and stares at me for a few hours before falling asleep. Why exactly am I awake the entire time? Well, I don't actually sleep a lot. Most of my night is usually me daydreaming. Kinda like I am now. But I guess it's already morning, so it's time to wake up. Underscore 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 un. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on. 48, Tea with Might. Underscore 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 POV Beru underscore 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 underscore. Sue. What exactly are you doing in my room again? I asked the skinny man in front of me. He is apparently called Yagi or something. I sat on my bed while this guy just entered the room. I mean, I let him in, but I don't know him well. He looks kinda like that All Might dude, but skinny, obviously. The hairstyle is quite similar. Maybe this guy's a fan or something. I came here to check up on you. I was quite busy the last few days, so I was not able to do so. Yeah, but why? I don't know you. Did that All Might bloke send you here? He suddenly had a look of realization on his face. He slapped his forehead and rubbed the bridge of his nose. You weren't really paying attention to Nizu's explanations, were you? I mean, obviously. Why would I? It was all boring stuff anyway. I don't care about the government being after me. I mean, I listened to some stuff here and there. But I ended up dozing off quite a few times. I listened partially anyway, I said with confidence. I see. Why does he look personally attacked? Well, I am All Might. You're what now? I know the guy has his fans, but it's not nice to impersonate people. I was about to give him a piece of my mind, but he suddenly inflated all of his muscles. He turned from toothpick skinny to Arnold Schwarzenegger on steroids in seconds. I just stared at him for a bit. He reverted to his skinny form after about 5 seconds. I can only keep that form for 3 hours per day. It's because of an injury I gained when fighting someone you know quite well. He said as he lifted his shirt and showed me his torso. It looked to be quite fucked honestly. I've never seen an injury this bad before. I see it was All for One, right? None of the other people I know can even fight this guy, let alone injure him. It's quite the logical conclusion. This also explains the pathetic state that All for One was in. It seems he was also quite fucked by All Might in return. Indeed, I wanted to thank you. And to apologize to you. He pulled a chair from the desk in my room and sat down in front of me. Why thank me? And why apologize? Both are questions I can guess the answer for. But I am kinda curious. I need to thank you for. This is a shameful thing to say as a hero. He took a pause and looked me in the eye. I must thank you for getting All for One off the streets. I would have preferred if he was arrested, but at least now I know that he won't trouble anyone. That was it. It's not like I did it for him. Why is he thanking me? It was my duty to capture him once, and I let my emotions get the better of me. I thank you for finishing what I started. He took a small bow. I guess it makes more sense now. I still only did it for myself though. I also gained his quirk, which is pretty neat. I mean, he didn't really have many quirks that I didn't already have. But his original quirk All for One is quite useful. JK, it's fucking garbage. I know about it from Kaihude's notes. I did read a few things around there to waste time, only when no one was around though. I think I basically gained an empty copy of it. Well, every quirk I have is basically a copy, but it's just as strong as the original. Just lacking all of the quirks he had gathered. And, to be honest, it's quite useless to me. I mean, I already have the ability to copy quirks. This kinda just happened to fall into my hands. I guess I'll keep it though. I doubt I'll use it all that much though, or at all. And, I want to apologize for failing you. I want to apologize for all of the hardships you've faced, Arsisi. I mean, it's nice that he doesn't pity me, but I don't feel the need to listen to all of it. It's not your fault. A few bad apples won't always spoil the whole basket. It's in the past anyway. I don't really know how to put it for him, I don't actually care all that much. Right now, my biggest concern would be finding a job. Not looking for reasons to wallow in self-pity. I see. Then Jesus, he never stops thanking people. It would be annoying if he wasn't well-meaning. How's about you thank me with that drink you still owe me? That seemed to have shut him up. Aren't you a bit young to be drinking? He coughed in his palm as he said that. I just stared at him for a bit. He seemed to be sinking in his chair while under my gaze. Well, my medication doesn't really allow me to drink alcohol. How about some tea? He seemed to break first. Acceptable proposal, let's go, I said as I got up. I think we'll just be going to the canteen. There aren't many students around right now, they were all given a week off after the USJ attack. Toga also jumped up from under my bed. Don't ask, she panicked when someone entered the room, startling All Might as he jumped backwards, falling on his back. Can I come too? That was all she could say. As she looked at the startled All Might and me. Was she there the whole time? Muttered the symbol. Don't worry, she's harmless, I said as I pulled him up and started dragging him in the direction of the canteen. She also skipped along, not even caring that she didn't receive an answer. No answer means yes to her, that much I learned by now. Eventually, we all arrived at the empty canteen. Only one person was there beside us actually, but that was just the cook. Lunch Rush I think was his nickname. Hey boss! Can I get a beer? I shouted at the counter. The cook just looked at me strangely. This is a high sco. Please ignore him, can you make us some tea? Asked All Might, ruining my fun in the process. Toga also sighed in disappointment. What kind? The cook continued by taking our orders. We all grabbed what we wanted and sat down. I did have to smack Toga over the head when she was about to ask if they served blood though. So, what do you plan to do now? Asked Yagi as we all sat down at a random table. Not sure, I'll be looking for work after the government stops trying to probe my ass, I said as I slowly sipped from my cup. Props to having mandibles, I can use them to hold the cup if I feel lazy. I could see All Might lightly sweat at my crass nature. But I can't really help it, it's how I am. Toga just giggled a bit. And what about you, young girl? Asked All Might while staring at Toga. She's quite the enigma to most of the teachers. As her past is not really talked about. I'll stick around, Barry, he's nice, she said while clinging to my arm. I mean, she's cute but still underage. So I just shrugged. She raised her head and whispered something like, can you give me some blood? I mean, I guess doing that in public doesn't matter if it's just one guy. I cut open my palm and just poured it in her tea. The wound instantly closing up and Toga squealing a bit. All Might looked a bit startled by that, he wasn't really disgusted though. I guess he's not the type to judge. It's in her nature, I can take care of her, don't worry, he just nodded. Toga ignored the both of us, as we started talking about random shit. I talked about the way I saw villains in this country, while he told me of his encounters with some of the intelligent ones. We had a bit of fun, I got to talk about my frustrations with the incompetence of some people too. And I managed to learn that Kurogiri was alive but in a coma. Apparently, his heart had even stopped at some point during the riad. Must be why All for One couldn't teleport him there. Eventually, we ended the day by me and Toga walking back to our dorm, while All Might went home. It was all until I noticed a gaze on me from a distance. I looked directly at it, only to see a man on a building, holding a camera and staring down at me and Toga. Guess I have some cleaning up to do. Underscore 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 un. I have added the part with Bear getting AFO cuz I figured a lot of PPL would ask about it. Not that it changes anything about the story or that it helps the MC in any way. But hey, he has it. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon _on. 49, Reporter and Interest. Underscore 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 POV Bear underscore 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 underscore. I don't like paparazzi, I really detest them. I've not really dealt with many of them in my career. But the few times I've happened to run into them. Well, let's just say that the body cleanup crew of our gang never ran out of business. The bunch that I met were always arrogant and annoying. One time, I was just standing in a line at the store, some celebrity also happened to be there, so the paparazzi was trying his best to rush into the store. I pulled him by the collar and dragged him in an alleyway, the rest is history. I hoped I would never have to deal with that type again. But it seems I am somewhat famous now. I looked at Toga, who was still walking by my side and said, "I'll be right back." She just nodded. She must have also noticed something wrong when I started looking around. She just kept going forward. "I guess I'll meet her again at the dormitory." Purple mist came out of my mouth and completely enveloped my body. I warped myself behind that reporter/paparazzi. He immediately screamed, but I clasped his mouth shut with my hand. I broke his camera and ate it. Then I took his phone out of his pocket and threw it into a trash bin in the alleyway nearby. Now, killing him in this situation might not be the best. If a reporter randomly died in front of UA right after a scandal, things would look quite shitty for Nizu. Although he could deny anything, the people would still find it suspicious. And that would just be needless trouble. Instead, I will use a quirk. I will ask a friend for a favor. I warped both me and the trembling reporter to Jiren's bar. I dragged him by the face towards the counter. He looked surprised to see me for a second, and then just sighed. "You made quite the mess of that last mission. What brings you here?" I guess he lost some rep due to his association with the League of Villains. But it shouldn't be too bad since this place is still pretty populated. He also doesn't look all that mad at me. So I guess it doesn't matter. "Business," I said, purposefully putting on a distorted tone. "I thought you became a hero or something for a second." "Well, I'm guessing that idiot is the business," he asked as he put out his cigarette and pointed at the reporter. "Use your quirk on him. We'll discuss payment later," I said as I pulled his head on the counter. It's still only been around 2 minutes since I've appeared in front of him, so Jiren's quirk should still be useful. He let out the details of his quirk to all of his business partners, including the League, so I would obviously know about it. He called it Muddiness. It can induce light amnesia in a target. They won't be able to remember the last 5 minutes. Overall, it's a pretty useful quirk. It didn't really attract me at the time, but I guess looking for an opportunity to get it might be a good thing. "Sure thing. The payment for last time's drinks should cover this much anyway," he said as he placed his hand on the reporter's head. The guy tried to struggle, but he had no way of escaping from my grasp. He kicked down a stool or two at most. Eventually, his body lost any energy as Jiren's quirk took effect. He stood still like a puppet, his eyes were empty. I think he's also salivating on the counter, which made me just throw him backwards on the ground. He will be like this for 5 more minutes, which he also won't remember. "Thanks, dude," I said as I snapped my fingers and pointed at him theatrically. He looked a bit startled. I guess he hasn't heard me speak normally before. But it's whatever. He just sighed and shook his head. "It's a transaction. Don't thank me." He still smiled though, so I take that as a win. Although he could use a dentist, he has that telltale British smile about him. Missing teeth. 2 of Jiren's goons were already rearranging the stools. "I'll head out now. See you when I see you," I said as I waved at him and warped me and my victim out of there. He just raised his hand while wiping the counter. I warped me and my new friend back to the top of that building. I then received a great idea. I threw him off into one of the open trash bins, the same one I threw his phone in. I had to land and make sure that it was broken. His fall was cushioned by the trash. He likely only got a broken bone or 2. The amnesia will explain itself. Ah, what a job well done. I dusted my hands as I flew teleport back towards the school. Then I noticed something else. The hero with the scarf. The name was Aizawa if I remember correctly. He's just staring at me, wide-eyed, from the other building. "Well, that's awkward," I said as I also stared at him. I should have noticed him, but he wasn't here when I first grabbed the reporter, and I didn't bother checking twice. 10 minutes later. "So he was just taking pictures of the campus?" asked Aizawa as he sipped from his coffee cup. "We are currently back at the canteen since it's the only place that serves drinks in this entire place. Although we didn't really bother lunch rush this time, we just went to a machine." Apparently, he didn't care all that much about the reporter. Well, he was a bit mad until I assured him that the reporter wasn't harmed badly. "I know, right? The audacity of some people," I said, while my mandibles held up my coffee cup. I used my hands to support my head lazily. "Hey! What you did is still wrong. But I can understand why it was necessary. We can't have many people knowing about you being in this place," he said while sighing. "This is something I noticed just now, but why does this guy look so tired? I mean, I've only seen him like 3-4 times, and he always either looked like he wanted to die or like he was dying. I guess being a teacher does have that effect on people. I remember making my teachers hate me all the time. I did give up in the first year of high school though. I think that piece of news was a godsend to all of my teachers. I hope you understand that I will still inform Nizu of this," Aizawa said while looking at me with a serious gaze. I was going to tell him myself this isn't a good thing for UA. If people can randomly do that then my stay here will have to end sooner than expected, I said while adopting a thinking posture. That would be quite regretful. Nizu is still trying his best to negotiate some terms with the government, but he can't do much while also shielding you. Aizawa is probably one of the closest to Nizu. He knows this situation really well, and he's also doing his best to help in what way he can. He was on that building exactly because Nizu had thought of that possibility. That someone might try to spy on UA during this period. He wanted regular patrols to be held. Aizawa is one of the people assigned to check on the nearby buildings from time to time. I understand, but it's fine regardless of that. I can handle finding a place to sleep, I said while playing with my own antennas. Besides, a high school is a bit too public a place to hide me anyway, I said while looking around me for a bit. It's working now, but when the students are back here, what am I supposed to do? Not leave my room? Nuh-uh. Not happening. I can handle moving out and finding a place to stay until Nizu solves this problem. But I think he might not really be able to. These fuckers seem to be quite fixated on me. It's also obvious why, but now they can use the excuse that I might be a danger to those around me. The main argument they have is the casualties from my fight with All for One. The deaths of the villains before that incident weren't really a point of concern. I think things are only going to get more annoying from here. Good thing I have my patented, running away technique. I can always make like a bird and migrate, fuck off, to a different country. I would go back to the USA if only to check and see if it's still a shithole. And if the rats in New York are still that big. Oh well, I'll think about it. Underscore 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 un. If you want to support me, look up Vegan Master on Patreon underscore on 50 to fit in. Underscore 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 POV narration underscore 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 underscore. Toga was growing more and more bored as the days went by. It had already been 4 days since Beru had tea with All Might. And the students were to return to school the next day. She was not the type to stay clean for too long, she needed some blood, well, she was getting enough from Beru. But some action would be nice. Sure, she was having fun being around Beru, but she also didn't like the idea of subscribing to regular life. She knew that people like her would never be truly accepted as part of a just society. She had expected Beru to be a lot more similar to her in that aspect. But it seemed like the discrimination put against him didn't even bother him at all. He lived his day-to-day life without a care. And Toga struggled to understand it properly. It was something that attracted her to him. She wanted to see how exactly he could be so nonchalant about things. At first, she just thought they were the same, but then she realized that he wasn't bothered with hiding his nature at all. He flirted when he felt like it, mainly with Midnight, sometimes 13 too, even with his less than pleasant appearance. He cussed out others when he was bored. He sparred against All Might once or twice. Just because he felt like it. An overly violent person when dealing with others, reporter incident. Toga was intrigued by how well he fit into society even with all of his flaws. She didn't like calling them flaws, it was just who he was. Just like she was bloodthirsty in nature. She was tired of acting as if those things were flaws. And, for Toga, being near Beru, well, it was liberating. He didn't even seem to consider her obsession with blood anything abnormal. All he needed was the simple explanation "it's in my nature" that she gave him. It took a few days of standing near him for her to realize why he was so unbothered. It was because he was a free man. Free from any issue, any responsibility. Just like her. But, she, who had always tried to fit in, didn't feel free at all. She had to let go of everything in her past in order to try and find freedom in a life of crime. A place that she could act however she wanted. Before becoming a villain and meeting Beru, all she did was act like a normal person. It was stressful, tiring. And everyone around her picked on her for having a villainous quirk. She experienced discrimination, her own parents treated her like a troubled and disturbed child. It was scarring for the young Toga to see her parents look at her like that. But, she also knew of Beru's past. It was a story that was quite well known in Japan. She thought of his past to be just as, or even worse than hers in terms of the discrimination he faced and misfortune. Yet, he didn't seem troubled at all. Not burdened by any psychological scar in any way. He wasn't bothering to put on a fake smile. He didn't need any support. He was just himself. Even Nizu and the rest of the teachers found it amazing. How easily he brushed off the hardships he went through and lived life to the fullest. Now Izumi had already informed Nizu of his eccentric personality. But they weren't expecting it to be so open. Nemuri was amused by his advances. She wasn't really interested in one so young though. And she also didn't find him all that attractive. Although his personality was fun. 13 was just flattered. She wasn't exactly used to getting that type of attention, she also didn't know how to respond to it. leading to quite a few teasing sessions from both Nemuri and Beru, as the two often tag-teamed on the poor space hero. It had become a fun activity for Beru during the few days he had spent at UA. Still, this made the job all the more difficult for Nizu, as he simply couldn't come to a proper agreement with the officials that were interested in Beru. They were adamant about him being a danger to society. They wanted to contain him, just to create a safer world for their people. A disgusting excuse in the principal's eyes. Acting as if the teen was somehow a ravenous monster. By now, they had obviously found out about his stay at UA. But, without evidence, they couldn't do anything to Nizu. And he wouldn't let them come inside the institution to investigate as they had no right to do so. Nizu was smart. But he was not powerful enough to sway the opinion of everyone. The media played a big role in further vilifying Beru, as they often described the suffering and tragedy that had occurred that day. Even going as far as only barely naming all for one. The person that was the main reason anything even happened. It was infuriating. There was still quite a large percentage of people that didn't think badly of Beru. And Nizu still had the support of a few parties. And, recently, some officials were also being swayed by other people. Nizu didn't really know if they were members of the mutant community or not. But he knew that their actions were helping Beru. The mutant community itself was a name used to describe the representatives of mutant quirk people that faced discrimination in Japan. There was also an international organization with the same name, but Nizu doubted they would be all that interested in Japan's affairs. Still, it seemed that Beru had a few supporters in high places, besides Nizu. But, the people that were truly interested in Beru's ability were not budging. And, unfortunately, they were the most influential of the bunch. Namely, the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communication, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Finance and the head of the largest research institute in Japan. They were the ones with the most pull, and they were obsessed with finding and capturing Beru. The head of the research institute was currently busy, however. A joint raid with both the police and heroes revealed a hideout filled with multiple quirked experiments. That and a plethora of notes and research data left by a brilliant mind. He now had a lot of things to do, Beru taking a back seat in his mind. Underscore 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 POV Beru underscore 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 underscore. So, boring. No reporter to be seen on rooftops. No villains trying to plan some other attack. Well, I've been having fun in this place. But I likely won't be able to stay here forever. I mean, it's nice and all. But I don't want to cause any problems to Nizu, dude's a nice rat. Odd phrase, but accurate. Toga has also been looking a bit more bored lately. I guess she does like the fact that she's getting blood from me. But I think she prefers drawing it herself. I think I know a way to help with that. I suddenly jumped out of bed. Starting the bored-looking Toga that had just been peacefully circling a kitchen knife on my chest till now. What's up? She asked while looking at me. Her tone was low as she also released a yawn. I just had the best idea possible. You will love it. I said with unbridled enthusiasm. I somehow doubt the first part. But I guess I trust you. Damn, she's rough when in a bad mood. Don't worry, it's perfect. I grabbed her and jumped out the window. Flying directly towards the training facility I fought All Might in like 2 days ago. My spar with All Might was fun, but it wasn't anything like last time. We both obviously held back a lot more. A fist fight like that is a bit meaningless. But I'm not about to make Toga get into a fist fight with me. Hey. A bit of a warning next time. She said as we landed inside the training facility. She quickly regained her bearings though. She looked around a bit as I let her go and started preparing for my master plan. What are we even here for anyway? My knives can't even pierce your skin. She said as she sighed a bit. Well, my sweet Toga. I just had the greatest plan. I said boisterously as I extended my hand towards her. I then expanded one of the claws on my index finger to match the length and width of her kitchen knife. I used Muscular's quirk along with a few others to make it completely rigid. Then, I grabbed it and ripped it off. Well, I more of cut it off. She just stared at me with wide eyes. Why? I was expecting a bit of excitement here, you know? Her reaction kinda takes the wind out of my sails. I figured you'd appreciate a sharper blade? This one should be able to cut through my exoskeleton. As long as I don't use any other hardening quirks that I have. I'll leave that unsaid though. The knife may be sharp, but Toga is still a human. Suddenly, I could see the excitement in her eyes. Her bored expression turned into a large excited, crazed maybe, smile. Oh my god. Thank you. She jumped up and hugged me. I had to throw the knife up for a few seconds, as she almost impaled herself on it. I just looked at her for a second. I already grew another finger for myself, hyper rig and go brrrr. It's not that big of a deal. Say. How about a small spar? I said as I also hugged her a bit, no reason not to. I caught the knife as it was falling down and handed it to her. She nodded her head, the same smile was apparent on her face. I'll have to restrict myself to her strength and speed though, just to make things fair. Underscore 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 un.